All right, for all my toilet enjoyers, I hope you enjoyed that part of the exclusive stream. Please leave your donations at the end of the camera lens that you're using. We shall pick them up pretty here shortly. Tips are appreciated. I will holla for $1. Also, I like how Kel said, like, out of nowhere, he's like, yeah, this man's still on the toilet. Mid shit, by the way. Yes, I'm oversharing, but fuck it. When I read that, I was like, by the gods. All right, let's hit off the 1, the 2, and a big fat 3. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Oh my god, I'm free to play. You guys see that $50 pack? Sheesh. Times are tough, dude. Oh, fuck. Guys, I should have got this Ronda. Oh my god. No. Oh.
SoulSaint is the dankest.
Oh, what's up, Victorious? Okay, I tried to load this up a little differently, so I'm gonna have to kill the stream, or not stream, but the whatchamacallit. I'll leave you a tip, Cochino. Really? Oh my. Oh, by the gods. By the gods. What you mean by that? You forgot the most important part. Good night, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Well, I guess that's the evening part, technically. Queen. I don't know. What up, Usui? Yo, Pagan, Ty. Hello, guys. Victorious, thank you so much for the sub, though. For real, man. I appreciate it. You so special. So happens with Glaze Daddy? Oh, no shot. I gotta disable that thing. It takes up so much time. I am bored again. Why are you bored? Yo, can I get 10 anti-glazers? It's too early for this. You gotta give everybody time to get in there so we can fight back at least a little bit, you know what I mean? You're always bored in between LA sessions? Wait, did season start already? By the gods. Oh, yeah, damn. Okay. Well, shit. Do I want to push? That is the question. I'm not gonna lie, the driving boys are gonna... The boys I drive for, they're gonna keep me pretty busy. I don't know. Did they implement the changes for this season already? I believe... Yeah, right? God, I hope so. I don't know. You can go over there. Man, my hand like hurts. The point system, the new point system is in place? Okay. That's not as bad as I thought then. All right. Maybe. Maybe. All right, let's get Amatsu's up. Let me message him a little bit. I'll get it on. Do 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 do. All right, 1, 2, and then where's Amatsu? Okay, getting on. Oh boy, I'm about to get on. I'm about to show you how much I love you. Yeah, it's +9, -9 after 13:20. Okay, We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Hand hurts. That's why you have to switch hands. No, I think I slept on my so. I think honestly, I need new pillows. It's gonna sound weird. I had that. My ass got fat. I need to. I need to go. I gotta go running or something. You know what I mean? I know I've gained some weight recently too, so I gotta go. I gotta go. Gotta go work that shit down. There's a trip. Oh, Khan, are you here, sir? Ni hao ma? Ohio. One, I'm getting on. Two, what are you doing in October? Actually, like seriously, do you have any like specific plans? Is like traveling and a personal vacation, is that off the table? Is that off the table for October? I know it's a bit early, but like this is a serious question for you, okay? But yeah, am I good to get on, by the way? I'm getting set up for dailies for everybody real quick, so I want to make sure you're good too. Make you fall in love with me. We're in the International 555. Yeah, go for it. Okay. I know the October's a loaded question, but like actually, we've been talking to the boys ever since Amatsu and Crafty got together. They have been horny for everybody to get together, and I mean that in a literal sense. Like we got a group chat and everything already set up for people that are like down to go. As of right now, I think there's like 7 of us that are actually looking to group up. I believe. Right now, it's like we're still in the organization phase, but like it would be kind of cool to get one of my my right hand man to come celebrate. It's gonna be around my birthday too, which is unironic. Who would you book next? Nell, second form. Garrow, first form. Frony. To be honest with you, I don't see a lot of people play through Nell second form, and Frony's not that great right now. At least in my 2 pennies, so I'd probably go Garrow. That might be a little bit of the PvP bias though, so like you take that as you will. Okay. I know I was trying to see about you coming to the Vegas trip, but I know that was such short notice, so. All right, who am I missing? I'm missing Dom. I know he's not here yet at the moment, Con. But if you haven't seen Dom's account, hold on. I'm going to send you a DM real quick, all right? Frick. There we go. Dude, my fucking shoulder's like choked up. Okay. Well, I'm just curious because like I'll send you a little bit of what we were talking about doing so far. Nothing's locked in stone, okay? Nothing's locked in stone, but I just sent you a little bit of what we're thinking. Do. All right, you guys ready for your overload of dopamine? I'm gonna knock out dailies across 4 accounts real quick. I gotta see if Zatali wants me to. I think Zatali already did his though, to be honest. We'll see. Oh, unlucky. All right, let's see. Pulling force? Wait, hold up. What do you mean pulling? Hey, Fruit, what's up, man? Y'all got to forgive me. I'm going to complain about my shoulder. It's my elbow for some reason, too. A prog event? Oh, it's a Gooner era. I was working with Dom, by the way. A little change of subject here real quick. Yeah, thank you for the 100 bits, by the way, Gun. Hope you're doing well, man. Good morning, good afternoon, good afternooning, good afternoon, good evening. Depending on where you're at, sir. Yeah, I think me and Dom were working on some champions for Factual Prog. We already jumped up since I started. I mean, it's only been a couple days so far, but yeah, I think we've gotten up to... Where's I have it pinned, actually. We started off at 514. We're already at 539. How many stars is that? Quick math. 15? 15? Maybe more? 25? So we actually like hit the ground running like hard, so I'm excited to see what we can do with this account. But I would say for the most part, champion pool is ridiculous. Gear area bonuses are something that's going to be a little bit of like a grind to kind of fully pick up, but I'm pretty confident in saying that right now, I think we're in a good spot for some really big trailblazers. Like, we're going to catch up his factuals really fast. He's got a lot of stuff that he kind of just skipped over that I'm going to go back and like clean up. And then when we actually get to actual prog, I think that's where we'll see like if the account has a little bit of a struggle bus, but it's up there. It's up there. It's up there. There we go. I'm excited now. Hopefully we could get some good work done on that account. And then of course take care of the boys on the way. All right, what do I want to do? I want to accomplish something today. I am just about done, I think, with this area. I think I'm about done on both sides. So I think we're getting closer and closer to the days where we just need to start wrapping some stuff up. So let's go ahead and start working towards that now. Might as well get some free energy along the way, too. Right, this is a Monsters account, looks like. So everybody's account's becoming a little bit of a blur nowadays. This is COD's. COD's bottom left. Okay. All right. I'm tracking. And then this is Dom's. Yeah. Have you tried Kerato, Mr. Saint? Somebody banned this guy. Play the kids. Yeah, I'm pretty much doing mine, no? Oh, I guess the Goblinos? No, I don't want to do Goblinos. It's literally just Goblinos. Shit. Oh, in purple area. Okay. Oof. Doing good. Hope your weekend was nice too. It was. I was able to participate in a family dinner Sunday. It kind of sucked because I wanted to do plat push, but like, you know, obviously the family's more important in that regard. So we did that, and I won't lie. I'm actually pretty happy I went to. It was nice to support the family. But yeah, that took up most of my day. I got I think I got everybody's chimeras done for the week. Only thing I have left on the weekly side for myself to worry about would be not my chimera, but my Hydra, which Depending on how much time I have, because I have takeovers today I got to do too as well. So we're gonna try to knock out these boys as dailies and whatnot, and then from there I'm gonna jump into to a takeover, and then from there I think maybe we'll do Hydra. If not, I'll just do it offline. That's fine. But yeah, busy. You know how it is. How can you get 4 raids open at the same time? Sorry, Aramak. So I use RSL Helper. RSL Helper allows me to kill the client service in the background, which without killing this, you know. So this is the client killing the Plarium app to reopen it. There's a function within RSL Helper that does it. You can technically do it through like your task manager too as well, where you kill the Plarium play process in the back, and then reopen it, and then that'll allow you to register a new account to log into to load up. You can do it that way too. Yeah, those are both fine. Is this the one you gotta freeze? Yeah, he's immune to fire, so yeah, you gotta freeze his ass. We're just gonna be... I don't know, it's normal, so I don't care. But yeah, I basically, that's how I do it. I kind of do this every night for the most part, where I get on and I just do all the boys' dailies and stuff. As of right now, I drive for my account and then 4 others. And I'm pretty much capped at that point. I don't see myself picking up another account anytime soon. So yeah, I do this to help the boys out and whatnot with stuff, because like they may be busy and they don't have time or what have you. So it's like a great way to kind of help out without them having to worry about it too much, you know? That, and we work together. Right now, a lot of these accounts are kind of progressing in some area or shape or form. I mean, if your account's good, it's always going to be progressing, right? But, yeah, we're working on it. We're working on some areas. Yeah, what's up, Ripton? How you doing, man? Sorry about that, boys. I'm catching up a little bit. I'm also still waking up, so you have to bear with me a little bit while we get ourselves situated. I feel pretty good. I'm just still waking up a bit, though. I only open up 2 at the same time, 1 from Steam and 2nd from Plarium Launcher. No, so all 4 of these are from Plarium Launcher, technically. I see, Riv, you got the Embrius 5-star. Congrats, man. I see a lot of the folks did, actually. That's awesome. I think if you didn't have the 5-star, it was worth going for sure. For sure. Getting mythical upgrades is always a nice little W, especially for blessings. It's pretty important, I think. Am I okay with that? Yeah, I'm okay with that. I feel like with cons accounts, I literally use the exact same combination of champions, and it hasn't stopped me so far, so I'll take it. That's fine. Yeah, it's fine. I know this is a little bit unorthodox, but I told the boys that I was just going to take the day off yesterday night, and then we're going to jump on during the day and knock this shit out. You know, I got to look out for everybody. You know how it is. Soul is Overlord mode? You think so? You think so? Does this bother you guys, by the way? I hope it doesn't. I'm used to doing it. That's why it doesn't, like... I remember when I first started working on accounts, I used to do, like... It's still an option, but I don't know. I don't really do it as much anymore, which is the Great Hall farming sessions. That part has slowed down for me because I've kind of already finished mine. But yeah, that service I provided. Yeah, you can go in. It's fine. Yeah, that service I provided. My first time ever boxing like three accounts at the same time was challenging. It was challenging. I'd say it was challenging enough. To a point where I wasn't like comfortable with it, but now I've gotten to the point where like I just systemically work 4 accounts at the same time. So like these 2 are down, I work. Okay, now that these are going, I let them do it. Now obviously the accounts have to be good enough to run stuff on auto, which I would say like Grim Force isn't too bad. There are certain accounts that are a little bit different than other accounts, so you kind of have to like give them a little bit more attention and whatnot here and there. What the fuck? Dorky! Why are we screaming? It's too early. But yeah. So like I've gotten comfortable. I think is what it is. I've gotten comfortable with this. So like now I could do pretty much all dailies with it like an hour or 2. Across like 4 accounts, 5 accounts. The most I've ever done like consciously is 4, but I've had a 5th on the side where I've kind of done something like that for him, you know. So, yeah, it doesn't really bother me too much. At least not anymore. It used to be a little bit harder, but now I got a rhythm. That's kind of like how it goes for me. Like once I got a rhythm, I'm like, all right, boom, 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 boom. Well, there was only one time I did this, where I did it like 1, 2, 3, 4 in like a circle, and I like they were finishing stuff up at the same time as like that same rotation. So I was like, boom, 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 and that shit was kind of cool to do. That doesn't happen all the time, but like it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I have access to way too many accounts now that I'm talking to you guys. That's what it sounds like to me. Max, get the fuck out of me. I know, right? Hi, did you miss me? I did. I hope you had a great weekend. I hope you and Kels were fantastic. All right, I got to do the Goblinos. I don't want to do the Goblinos right now. We'll come back to it. I can just do it later. After I wake up a bit more, yeah? Oh my God, LeMayo, this is so good. Why use all champs when 5 does the trick? Great enough. Come on, you need a little spice in your life too now, though. Hold up. We had a great weekend. Thank you. We had a good one as well. I did. I got to listen to her bitch and complain about TFT. Really? I'm basically, I don't know if I promoted or not. I think I didn't because my last game was like 5, but I think I was about to hit plat, and then I started slacking off a little bit. I tried this Mordekaiser augment, and I think I got 5th in that last one. I don't know if you're still on your client, but you can go look at my history. I tried to do some kind of something there. And I got 5th. I was close to hitting top 4 there, but I would have promoted into plat 1 with that one. It's not that big of a deal. I think once you hit plat, you can't play with people within a certain range, right? So like I kind of want the rest of the boys that I play TFT with to be kind of within proximity of me. Most of them are. I think the big ones that play with me on a regular basis, they are. But like you know what I mean, just in case. Thanks, Elisa. What enjoyed it? Streamer didn't read it. Did I miss it? I'm sorry. I saw like a bunch of song requests and I kind of like it kept going, you know? Wait, what I missed though? Hold on. Wait, hold on. What I miss? I don't want to miss it. So is a little more. What do you call cheese that isn't yours? Nacho cheese. Thank you. Okay. Oh shit! I had more in the barrel. Hold on. I'm almost there. I don't know why I went along with it, but you know what? I feel relieved. Yo, pause. Yo, hold on. Wait a minute. Pause. Don't come up. Don't come up. Don't come up. All right, let's see here. Evening, you're multi-boxing. Yeah. Does this bother you guys? I don't know if this is like overstimulating for some people. If it is, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be. You know what I mean? It's got to get done, though. You guys got to bear with me while I do this real quick, though. Sorry, you're supposed to A3. Some people like this, too. They're like, yo, this is so good for my ADHD. And I'm like, what? So, God, those champions are built. I have no idea. Oh, we got anus unlocked. Nice. It must have been a lot of Taco Bell. You know what? God knows how long it's been since I've actually had Taco Bell. No troll. It's been a long time since I've had Taco Bell. But you know what? I could go for a chalupa right now, low key. Don't ask. But he brought it up. It's his fault. I had to mess with my family about this new creamer. It's pretty good. It's different, but I like it. Thank you for thinking of me. I love you. Mummy. You know, I wouldn't mind some basalt ore. You know, let's go for that. Let's go for the ore. Oh, never mind. I don't want to do that team. Ugh. Well, hold on. Is my my Predator? Is he built? Right, we're about to find out. Oh wow, we actually did skip a lot over here. All right, let's see. Glad you got that out of the way during stream. Yeah. Must have gotten the Amatsu Taco Bell order. Ooh. I'm not trying to atomic bomb the world. God damn. That's too far. These days, there's never too much stimulation. Really? Okay. All right. Nah, one is good, more is better. More gas or more accounts? Context is important here. Hold on. Life of a driver? Yeah, a little bit. I love it, though, man. These boys, they take care of me, man. So, like, I try to make sure that they're good, you know? It's always love. Oh, my God. No, he did this on purpose. Hold on, look at this. Riv. Sir, are you okay? Sir. If that's 4 per screen, 4, 8, 12 minus 1 is 11. Sir, are you all right? So you're telling me I should pick up... How many more accounts is that? So if I got 4 right now, and I got a 5th one technically I could do... That means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You telling me I should pick up 6 more accounts? By the gods. Imagine. You know what? I think I'm fortunate, and this do not take this as shade or anything like to anybody, okay? Just period. Just don't take this as shade, okay? I think I'm privileged enough. On God, I mean this when I say this. Like I mean this in a positive way, okay? I'm privileged enough now that I think I understand the preference level of where I would drive for an account, and I think I have a new minimum now for like if I'm gonna pick up an account. I had prior to picking up Don, I had like two, maybe three other people that were inquiring about me picking them up as a driver, or you know what I mean, picking me up as their driver, whatever, same thing. And I had to. I was the one that was interviewing them, which is weird, right? Because I'm the driver, you know what I mean? Like it's weird, right? It's weird, right? And after talking with I talked to at least three, including Dom. And after talking to those, I decided on Dom because of where his account was at the time. It looked like that was the most enjoyable from my taste, right? And I was thinking about, I was like, man, how blessed am I that I could do that? You know what I mean? Like, I think that's a very wonderful state to be in. That like both parties are so respectful to each other, but at the end of it, I'm able to kind of rationalize whether or not I'm ready to commit to something like that account or a different account. And I think that's a pretty cool experience to be going through. I sound like such a douchebag right now, and I'm just gonna shut up. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I did not mean it negatively, but it feels like no matter how I'm saying this, it's coming out wrong. Oh no! By the gods. But yeah. I would say like. It's a nice experience to have, I think, for me, from my own personal taste and standpoint. And the guys that I ended up ultimately saying no towards, they were like, yeah, it's all good, man. Just let me know whenever your slots do open up and I'll pick you up. And I'm like, yo, I love you. Thank you. Thank you so much for like still being such a homie about it. You know what I mean? I think that's so dope. You know what I'm saying? So I'm super blessed. I'm super blessed in that department. I thought about I don't know. I have to see if I can find some extra people. I might get like a group of people that can help me out because I'm starting to get a lot of inquiries about that kind of stuff. And yeah, maybe we break bread with the brethren on something like that. I don't know. What to see? We'll see. I don't want to make any hard stances or anything. We shall see. Average life is a CVC enjoy. Yeah, you've been slacking. I guess so. Where does he watch your streams in? Who? On mobile TV? Question mark? 128 gigabyte RAM, 48 cores, minimum specs for that. Those are all my accounts, by the way. Really? You know what? Hey, more power to you, big dog. If you like the game like that, shit. All right. What would you say most of your accounts are at? Like, would you say like they're like in the mid-game-ish range, or do you feel like maybe they're a little bit more progressed or less progressed? Like, where's your sentiment and where you feel like they're at? Interesting. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. That humbles me. I appreciate that. I needed that. So I'll say I need an LA driver. Oh, by the gods. That's what my screens look like trying to get Crownum without having friends. If you're serious, Kels, message me. DM me on Discord, because like that's where the real serious conversations happen. So I got really lucky with my first mythical pull, and it's Sabrielle. Ooh, she's a big one for a lot of folks right now. I heard today is the day to pull her too. For some god-given reason, she's hot. I'm scared. Okay, so like here's the problem on my account. One, my packs went down a little bit. Yeah, your boy's been. I'm not kidding. Your boy's actually been free to play. Proof's in the pudding. All right. Number two, I've been doing so well with not spending lately that I'm trying to save some money. I'd like to pay some bills off, you know? And then on top of that, too, I want to prepare for something a little bit more serious for, like, content pushing. I want to hire a editor. So I'm preparing for that part. Yeah, I want to prepare for that. So I'm trying to get something ready there in that regard. I had a consultancy recently with someone, and shout out to that person. That person means a lot to me. And we had a chance to talk about some stuff, and yeah, I think it's ever present that we gotta put our efforts a bit more aggressively. You know what I mean? So we'll see. Let's see. So I got really lucky my first mythical pull in is Sabriel. You wouldn't know because everything is boosting now. Oh Jesus. You fart during LA, missed the key, and someone's gonna accuse you of boosting. Jesus. Too soon for these jokes, dude. Don't dare to talk. You're everywhere, LeMayo. It's easy to change to free to play after you wailed out for every champion. I'm free to play, sir. I don't have a gala. I had 3 accounts, 20 mil plus 1 at 12 mil. The rest are around 3 mil. Gotcha. Okay. So a lot of earlier, and then some mids, and then a couple maybe closer to late, depending on how far progressed you are. Question mark? Question mark? Control. Let me see here. Hi, so what do you think? Is it worth to keep a Duke Garrow or just empower the other one? My initial gut reaction would probably be to consider empowerment. Is there enough champions out in the game now that would warrant this statement? That I don't think so yet, but I think we're getting closer and closer to the point where like the conversation can kind of go that way. Oh, okay, let's throw some more in there. Oh, he's missing gear. That's why. Okay. Oh, that's right. That's right. I did do Chimera last night on his account. Oops. There's a possibility that they may do. I think it's inevitably going to go this way, right? I just don't know when. But like faction guardians for mythicals, I think that is going to be a thing down the road. I don't think we're at the point now where it would justify starting to consider saving for it. So I lean empowerment. But I'll be honest with you, you don't really have to make any decisions this early on because +1 kind of don't mean anything. It's when you start getting to +2 and +4 that it really kind of makes a bit of a strong impact. There could be some arguments about like using champions in restricted areas where like having duplicates matters, like Hydra. I guess Siege could be a conversation topic. It could. To name a few areas that like maybe having 2 could be valuable for, but like I don't know. I've always been a quality over quantity guy, so like I would lean towards empowerment at the moment. I would also say be realistic with yourself though. Like, do you plan on pulling more shards in the future to maybe replicate that if you ever, if there was ever a need for another Garrow? If the answer is no, I would probably wait a little bit. You don't have to do it right now, At least that's how I feel. I don't know. What do you guys say? Y'all think it's worth empowering right now? Already did this. Nice. Yeah, I think I'm okay with saying that, to be honest with you. What's up, Lakuka, by the way? How you doing, man? Chat is unhinged today? How so? It'd be worse if I wasn't supposed to be focusing on audit. Oh, Jesus. My big account at 26 mil, I would consider late game. You never know if you need a baby Garrow. All right, Garrow is not the same as Gizmac. All my homies love Gizmac Jr., okay? You put some respect on Gizzy Jr. He is a one-of-a-kind. One-of-a-kind, big blind. I'm gonna use Garrow now. Why not? I hope that Wukong is built, by the way, because if not, oof. Look, you need a baby Gizzy. Yeah, these things are not the same, though. Tomatoes, you know what I'm saying? Hold on. Thank Thank you. I'll wait. I'm good. Open 3 dupe Legos and this Garo now. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't think you have to make any extreme positions just yet on that. I think if you so happen to get a second Garo, I think that's a very compelling argument to make the +2, for sure. But I think as of right now, I wouldn't make any, like, I wouldn't invest into it, but I wouldn't, you know what I mean? I wouldn't sack it either just yet. Give yourself some time to kind of process it, because you just got it, right? At least that's how I think. I don't know. That's a safe way to think for a little bit. And until you're really sure about something like that, I would wait. I think that's sound advice. That's pretty good. I like just going straight left on Hamatsu's account. With the goods. All right, let's see here. Should I try to pull for Find It tomorrow? Man, it's rough. All right, you have to be aware of the fact that it is a progressive, and how do we feel about progressives? That's number one. Number two, despite it being that, the likelihood of you getting it in any other way is going to be as follows. If it's not going to be inside a progressive, it's going to be in a Prism event. If I had to choose between one or the other, I'd go Prism over progressive. But what are you losing in the interim? One is time, obviously. Every week you don't have Find It could be an impact on how well you could do in Chimera, for example. Do you care about Hydra? Hydra could also be a little bit of an impact, and that could raise the elements of the necessity for it. Personally, for me, having her is really, really good. I do think she's someone that's worth chasing. Considering you're kind of a Chimera demon, I do think you kind of go for it, to be honest with you, low-key. But that's only if you're willing, and I have to preface this and say this too. Maybe people hear that wail out a little bit more than I do could answer this question, but like, what is a realistic expectation if you're going to chase a champion? I think my initial knee-jerk reaction would be that you should be prepared to go at least a couple Mercy pops in. And what I mean by a couple is you have to assume the worst, and if you could still achieve that Mercy grab, then I think that's a little bit more of a realistic expectation that you could possibly do it. What does this bozo do? I forgot. I don't know. I just threw the monkey in there because why not? So yeah, I think if you could guarantee like a decent, like if you have like 20 or so shards, like ancients, whatever, and you think you're gonna get a final, you need to lower your expectation. I think that's a realistic way of saying it. Whether or not, like, if you have like a couple hundred though, like you're willing to drop into it, then that might be that's a different conversation. You know what I mean? So I guess that's where I'll preface and say, like, yeah, be realistic with yourself first and foremost. If you're thinking about dropping a little penny on there, then be realistic with yourself. That's my only statement that I can really throw it at you. But I do think that, like, considering the way you play this game, Goon, I think it would be good for you. I think it would be low key. But you'd have to tell me budget. You have to tell me budget. That's something you're serious about doing. It's a scam, but it's her. I know. I'm being honest. I'm being realistic with you. Okay. I don't think it's worth it to +1 anything, to be honest. If you can +3, +4, then it's a different kind of dilemma. Yeah. I'm with Dorky on that, low-key. And that's coming from somebody that did plus up their champions. I don't know if I necessarily regret it, but, like, I think the impact is a little bit more minimal. I think my chicken, my cock, is +1. +1 girth. But, yeah, outside of that, I don't know. 1,000+ ancients is my guess, to be honest. And you know what? Your luck could still be that shit too. And you're GG, you got cucked. At that point, we're gonna have wellness checks on you. Actually, but like I do think, like, yeah, that's like what, 4 or 5 times the attempts that you can get, because what True Mercy pop is what, 220, 210, something like that. 210 I think is 100% accurate. Like, you're in official Mercy, like Mercy build up where it's guaranteeing it, sort of. So, like, if you could get close to that, then, yeah, obviously, like, I would. Unfortunately, Sacred's without a Lego. You're going to go the Sacred route? Oh, Jesus. Okay. So I might just see if I get yellow and hope for the best. How many Sacreds do you have in addition to that, though? Like, do you think you could pop Sacred Mercy twice? I think 2 times is a decent right now, because you start off at, what, 15, then 20? And then it goes up to 25 or something like that? Do we have a progressive right now? Yeah, 15, 20, and then 25, right? So you start off base 15, and then you go into, ooh, tree. Yeah, at least give yourself the opportunity for 2. If you can guarantee yourself a 2 popper, shoot your shot. Fuck it. Go with low expectations, but yeah, shoot your shot. And I think that experience would be pretty healthy for you. Like, I would say this much. As much as a lot of people give, like, not as many people are excited about doing Chimera as much. My experience with working with accounts that have the assets that they need to do versus the ones that don't is a totally different experience. It's a totally different experience. And the ones that can do it are a lot more, you look forward to it a lot more. Unironically enough. Like, I look forward to doing Chimera on my account. Obviously, I have my own personal bias there, but, like, out of the ones I do right now, so Tailies is an easy one that I'd say right now that I would like, yeah, I can look forward to doing. Although he has been running it down on his own account the last 2 weeks, but, like, you know, we talked about why there, but I hope to God these guys are geared enough, because I did not check. GG. Yeah, we're good. I don't know, just pick one soul. What are you doing? I don't know if you guys know, but I'm kind of like consciously avoiding the Goblinos today. I don't want to do Goblinos. I'll probably do it next reset, though. At least on my account, I'm going to have to, because like that's pretty much all that's left. But, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. We'll go back to that one. That boy needs... Oh, he's naked too, by the gods. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. I missed Bayek 6-star soul in the shop already once. Feels bad, man. I didn't have enough essence. I'm like dry on essence right now too. It's pretty bad. You got 50 seconds right now? That'll pop you once. I'm not sure if you're willing to recoup anymore in addition to that. Okay. That's a bit of a challenging answer to give you, to be honest with you. You know what? If you feel like you're really close to Mercy, I would at least pop it once to just see what the fuck happens, you know? Why not? Let the game tell you no. Who knows? Maybe you get a first try and all this arguing and semantics and deliberating we're doing is pointless, you know? I'm okay with that too. I wish you good luck, sir. Actually. By the way, I put Dark Smiles Toast on Nah Sun, and the Relic is healing him each time he counterattacked, which is pretty good. Nice. Not gonna lie, I thought it was Monday and that you were not streaming. How's your day been? It's been good. What's up, Lupo? How did Coalition Boss go? Crafted anything good? I have not checked, to be honest with you, and I completely forgot about it. I'm not even gonna pretend like yeah. So many accounts? Yeah. I technically do work for one more, but I'm pretty sure he's okay. I'll double check with him, though. Let me ask him. Hold on. think he's at work still, so I don't think Zatal's going to be able to answer us at the moment. By the way, I have 6 mythical crafts ready for you. Want me to get to 10? I'm asking you, dork. I feel like the more you can give me, the better. As a matter of fact, I'd recommend you give me a little bit of time to figure out if there's going to be any special events coming out, and then we'll have a much more definitive answer. That's my out. I don't know. I mean, it's entirely up to you on a real note. All I am is the one that clicks the button and gets hype for you. That's it. After that, everything else is up to you. Jesus. If she gets 10 wands, she'll quit the game. Yo, you saw how docile it got for Armand. I don't know if Armand's hanging out or not. But Armand kind of almost went through like a pretty hard dry spell where like 2 pull sessions in a row. The first one he didn't get nothing, and the second one he got one at the very freaking end, which was what, the Cornet from Grim Forest, I think. So, like, you know what I mean? It happens. It can happen, at least. I don't know. It happens to the best of us. I am going to stand on principle, though, and say that, like, I'm more and more reaffirming my perspective that certain accounts are seeded in different ways. For example, there's an account that is really seeded in terms of champion pool. Fade. But also has shit luck for relics, fade. There's someone who's like got really good average across all the board, mine. Like I think I got a pretty healthy balance. It's like it's not perfect in any stretch on both sides, but they're not shit either, you know what I mean? Also, like it's kind of not fair to say that like my account's seeded because I played logistics. You guys have helped me get so many freaking champions, dude, you know? So I'm not gonna pretend like, you know, it ain't all me, but some of it. Ooh, a chesticle. Trash. Actually, you know what? That's not true. Nowadays, I need fodder to upgrade some relics and shit, so I can't necessarily say that anymore. It worked with Bayek. Yeah. I thought I was gonna have to go harder for Bayek, but I only had enough for like 20 pulls. And I got him in the first 14. So, like, you know, I had, like, excess of 20. So, like, 24 or something like that I bought in a pack. Yeah, I got him in the first 10 pull pop that I got. But I pulled, like, 4 prior, building up into it.
SoulSaint fucking props.
I'm so glad I did, though, because Bike's OP. Sorry! What up, baby? Hope you had a good one, Sarah. Welcome back to the Brotherhood. You have to forgive me, my arm hurts today, so I'm not raising it as much. My entire like left shoulder's cooked today. I know I slept on it wrong, but like, also I don't know. I think I need new pillows or some shit. Anyways, yeah, I don't want you to hear me complain. Welcome back to the Brotherhood. Welcome back to the family. Welcome back to the Cinnamon Man. Thank you so much. Oh my God! It is. We're in the middle of CVC, right? Hold on. I get the red dots update. You guys get to enjoy this with me. Oh, it is. By the goods. I did this with the homie Dom recently. I'm a nut. That felt good. Feels good, man. Now I go sleep. Let's see. I think for me, my account is seated for champs. I may not have the most stacked roster, but I have not pulled very many shards, and I have a lot of legendaries, and only ever pulled 1 dupe Lego. Fair enough. I think it's kind of hard to say this early on, though. But I will say that, like, yeah. But I also would say too, like, not to be that guy. Compared to what you've told me before in the past about your previous accounts, the way you're handling this account is a lot more methodical. And I think that's also speaking to why you're so blessed
SoulSaint
too.
is the dankest.
Oh, baby.
Watching my only streamer.
Only? Are you that devoted to me? Oh my God, you're gonna make me kiss you. Yo, welcome back to the Brotherhood. Welcome back to the family. Welcome back to the Cinnamon Man. How you doing, Prod? Wait, Prodigy, are you Wolf Prod? You're not Wolf Prod, are you? I'm gonna be so mad if you're Wolf Prod. No, I'm not. Okay. I've been trying to find Wolf Prod for God knows how long. If any of you guys see him in any of the other streams or whatever, y'all let me know. Me and him need to connect on something. I owe him some stuff, and I wanna deliver. You know what I mean? Let me see. Hope they push CVC Kappa. Yeah. I don't think he cares. Plus, it's PR anyway, so like, why not, right? Rock out what you cock out. He told me not to worry about it, but we already agreed on that we were gonna pull it during CVC anyways. Because I think is it today's reset or is it tomorrow's reset that we're gonna get Demon Spawn? So like the timing of this is kind of perfect because it's gonna line up with us focusing on building them up and stuff. Oh shit.
SoulSaint is the dankest.
I'm Wolf Prod S0.
That's a lie.
Sahan.
That's a lie. Stop it. Stop it. You're playing with yourself. Yo, Armand, I was just talking about you not too long ago. Welcome back to the Brotherhood. Welcome back, and you as well, Prodigy. Welcome back to the family. Welcome back to the cinema, dude. Oh. Yeah, thank you guys so much for the subs, man. That's kind of nice, y'all. You know, sometimes I don't know what they call this, but like sometimes I feel like I don't deserve it. Is that weird? I feel like unless I'm doing something like really, really cool or something really, really hype or something in servitude to you guys, I feel like I'm not deserving of it sometimes. Is that weird? Is that a little weird? It kind of feels a little weird. I don't know. Listen, I just work here, bro. But the kids. I agree. It does help knowing what I'm doing and more smart with resources that has to be taken into account. Yeah, I think so too. I think being frugal and timing things and being prepared. Resource management is the #1 key in this game. Once you learn how to master that, even if you do become a spender, it just further propels you. That's all it is. Same track, just different part of it. At least that's how I feel. I don't know. Yeah, on average, that's pretty much how I feel. For the most part, when it comes to any account, we're all pretty much on the same page. Ain't nothing new under the sun. But, spending just allows you to get to those assets a little bit sooner rather than later. Obviously, luck is a determining factor. Sometimes you get stuff early. Sometimes you get something way, way later. Case in point, I am fortunate enough to be a person that has like a lot of Theodoses. And there's plenty of accounts that are like, dude, I'm still pushing for my first one. And they're Krakens, you know what I mean? Like listen, I'm free to play compared to those motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? So it's RNG, bro. I don't know. Oof. Let's do that one instead. Y'all get where I'm coming from with that. Let me guess, what, Relic Shade? No, it was more so like comforting because Dorky was like, I got X amount of relic pulls for you to go. And then like JKL says if she get she asked me if she wanted me to wait till she got up to 10 to pull. I told her it was up to her. And then she said, JKL said that if she pulls 10 once, she's probably going to quit the game. And then I said, well, you got to understand, it comes in waves. And I said that, like, look at you, for example. You know, obviously you got, like, a lot of good stuff. But then you went through a dry spell recently, you know. I would almost argue that the last 2 pull sessions we did were rough, right? Compared to what you got before. Comparison being the key word here, right? But, like, you know, rotation 1, when I last pulled for you, you got nothing. And then the second go round, at the very end, you got the Grim Force pop, I think, right? So like it happens is kind of what I was trying to give solace in. Like, you know, sometimes you're lucky and sometimes you're unlucky. I'm pretty sure she don't want to hear that shit, but like, you know, obviously, you know, it happens, dude. I'm trying to be comforting, all right? Yo, Kratos! Uh-oh. We got the God of War here. Hold on. Yo, welcome to the Brotherhood. Welcome back to the Brotherhood. Welcome back to the family. Welcome back to the Cinnamon. Hope life is okay. Yeah, hope everything's okay. So it wasn't like a shade at you, but I mean, you wore the reference material. I mean, shoot, I could even use myself because like I've gotten a decent set of stuff, right? But then I've also come up like stupid dry too. So like it happens, you know. Could you show me your Gene masteries by chance? Yeah, I can if you give me a little bit. Actually, I can do it right now. I got you. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Is it Selyong? Is that how you say your name? Do 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 do. Na 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 na. Let me know when you got it, sir. Should I sub or buy shards? Buy shards for yourself, sir. Supporting me is optional. You don't have to do it. Actually, you know what? This is the way I say it. We talked about this before, but like you being here.
Enough. He's actually supporting me too, so like, I'm already one. Also, I would love for you guys to get more toys so that you can enjoy the game more. I think it's a lot better for the community when everybody's happy. So, and that means I don't get a sub or two, that's fine. I think for me, getting the turtles early on is what pushed my account so far. It would be Ericoa, most of the free Legos and mythicals you get from Faction Wars, Chimera, etc. The turtles early were like a cheat code. I think that's true. I think Ericoa and I arguably with users is going to be a determining factor of like how well you're able to like make her work. But yeah, sure. Sure. But you can't get rid of compare myself when it comes to really say anything else but big poop. Okay. You just want to combine.
I got you. Watch, your come up is gonna come soon, okay? Took me 7 months just to pull a wand to submission. Check W. I feel that. Yeah, why does it feel like I'm struggling to keep up with chat today? That's weird. It's not normal. Let's see. I have like 14 wands and I ate some already. You know what? I'm kind of at that point too, low key. I feel like wands now are kind of like food for me. Definitely aspects. I think we all agree there. Aspects are easily food. Let me go for a little bit longer. Forgot that I was playing other accounts. Yeah, I didn't see that. That lapse of memory. Oh, he's done. Nice. Was that that's Con, right? Yeah, it's Con. Nice sit. Oh, bolster set. By the gods. I gotta convince Con to give me some more bolster pieces because like his bolster gear is kind of caca right now. That's it. That's all I got. I gotta whisper him sweet nothings and tell him that I'll rub his toes one day or something. I don't know. That's all right. We'll just get more Mercurial XD squiggly line. That should work, right? Why am I still in the shop? That's kind of weird. On foot! Da 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 da. Oh, we didn't do Chris on this account. I did not just refresh. Fuck, 5 gems. I need the game to not lag on me, bro. Come on, keep up. I have not charged. What's up, brother? For me, Erico was a huge dub. Helped me get to max HP, max flash points for Hydro. Okay, gotcha. Sorry. It does help. Was able to fully book her first and second form right away. Nice. Her second form's nasty, man. I used her with a counterattack champion and Chimera, and that's kind of stinky, low key. Let's see. By the way, how many mythical books you guys have at the moment? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I got a little bit. Let's see. 3. A little bit less a bit than I thought. Oof. 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 by the gods. Oof. Let's see. I have Gecko, her 3 for you. Hey, hold up. I get teased by 6 stars in Soul Merchant every day. The gold essence drought is real. True. True. Do you think that the drop rates in IT are shit? I feel like they definitely adjusted it, because before in the past it was so dry. Now I feel like it's a little bit more commonplace nowadays. Would you guys agree? Like Essence as a whole, like overall Essence. Like I remember when I was pushing for Marius, how dry it was compared to now. I feel like it's a totally different experience. For the better. Not by much, but something, you know what I mean? They definitely adjusted the IT rates a little, at least a little bit. At least a little bit. Yeah, I want to get Skull Crusher. Her counterattacking with her enemy max HP would be stinky. Nah. You want to get a. I'll tell you the techies you want to go for. You want to go for a Clayzag, bro. Clayzag and boss content with her. GG. GG. I'm not fucking playing either. That's just nasty. Oh. Heard it through the grapevine. Ding, 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 ding. I have 17 at the moment. Would rather have mythicals and books. Fair enough. Low-key, fair enough. I like her first form more so for Faction Wars. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. I meant like second form and PvE content wise. If you're going against boss content, her A2 fucking hits. And she goes zoomies. That's nice. She's a cool champ. I'm not on Zatali's account, but like I said, I'll show you one day if I ever get the opportunity to. I was thinking about doing some stuff, and I actually want to take this opportunity to ask you guys some questions, if you guys are game for it. A little change of subject. Is there any area of the game that you feel like there's a little bit less of information on? Like, for example, if I were to do guides on different rotations and teams you could use to do it, like actual demonstrations, actual walkthroughs and whatnot for said teams, would that be something you guys would like to see for content? I'm trying to pick up the YouTube side, and I want to have like a big burst of content push soon, TM. And I thought that was, like, for example, one thing. Is there any other areas of the game that you guys feel like would be pretty fun to make some content in towards that is looking for some more extra things? I'm getting data right now, you know? So I'm not making any promises I'm doing anything or what have you, but I did think about it recently. I was like, you know what? There's some things that I think a lot of players do and don't or should know and whatnot, and I kind of feel like I already knew, like they know that already, right? That's the assumption, but then when you go back and you ask others, they're like, no, that would be a good video. And I'm like, oh, really? Okay. I've already asked this in Discord with the boys, but like, yeah, what is an area of the game that you think that like content-wise would be pretty valuable for players that you don't see very often? Like, what's some questions that are not answered in current today's videos? I'm curious. I want to get into that content mode. I'm getting into content mode, bro. Somebody kind of told me I gotta do more, and I'm like, you know what? Say less, bro. I needed that. And I'm not even kidding when I say that. Like, I legitimately, I got that little push. So I got to slam a little bit more, you know what I'm saying? Let me see here. By the way, Hydra lately is generous when it comes to books. Maybe. Yo, Seared on the YouTube side. Thank you so much for the follow. I don't think anybody... Is anybody hanging out on the YouTube side right now? Yeah, there's a couple of you guys. Burso. I see Burso hanging out. Oh, I'm done. Nice. I know I wasn't like slacking off in a like arena like that much, but goddamn, I must have get hit pretty hard. What the fuck? Oh, I think I got like a single target defense. That's why. Let me see. I want to see variations for Fire Knight 10 teams, early, mid game, and end game. So early game players are not going to be able to do Fire Knight hard. I want to kind of set that tone now, but mid game and end game, I guess it depends on champion pool. Sure. Chris City, especially upper side, people asking about those every day on our Discord. Really? See, the problem is though is that there's so many different rotations, and I don't know how to describe how would you delineate the two? Because if I say, oh, here's a guide for S19, and then the rotation changes in a totally different champion pool, it's kind of like that video has no purpose then, right? So like, does anybody have like a concrete like knowledge of like how the Sin City rotations are? I never tracked it on myself personally, but I'm down because people have already asked me to do more Amius content, which is unironically interesting. I didn't think that I thought that was kind of already tapped, but like I said, my perspective of this, because I guess maybe I'm looking for my own lenses, is that been there, done that. We already know what to do. It's kind of like, well, what value do I have going back to that? You know what I mean? That's kind of where my question kind of stemmed from, you know? What's a good stream short? Little one? Oh, yeah, that was my outro. Stop it. I'll see you tomorrow. All right. Let's go, YouTube. Yo, thank you for hanging out on the YouTube side, Burso. I appreciate it, brother. On Hell Hades, there are rotations. Show me. Show me. Content idea. Okay. Just so that I don't lose this as well, this is a great opportunity. Oh, I'm gonna shamelessly plug for a second here, okay? Okay, here. So, for those of you guys that are in the Discord, if you're not, do exclamation Discord, get your role down here at the bottom. Obviously, read and respect the rules, please. Full Discord access is probably the main one, so you can see the barracks, which is all these channels right here, and then different sections for like raid and other games and whatnot are in those sections. So if you want to get your rules from there at that point, you go there. You react to the bot will give you the role. That's how it works, okay? In the ideas channel, this would be a great place where you could post these exact answers for content ideas. Just put that out there. Content idea dash, and then what explain your idea, and I will look into it. If it seems feasible, I will pull the trigger on it, and you'll see it in a future video near you. With that being said, it is time for the Legend of D. Nuts. Oh, I gotta change my title, by the way. Hold on real quick. I promised I was gonna do this, so I'm a minute my word. Hold on. What did that say I was going to say? That's too obvious. Hold on. I can't say exactly what I was going to say, but fuck it. It's out there. It's out there. Screenshot it. Send it to somebody send that to the Matsu. I said I was going to do it. Oh, jeez, dude. If I get banned, GG's, boys. It was a good run. I'm doing it for the meme now at this point. Worth it. Pog, I was here. KCI is really complicated for people that don't have everything on their accounts, and even then they are not sure what they use for faster runs, auto runs. Gotcha. I gotcha. I'm done with the arena on this one, so let's keep going. I gotta do the factions. These chessmen, they don't love me at all, dude. I feel like I get caca. See what I mean? Like, what the fuck? I know I asked this question before, but, like, we're all in agreement, right? We hate flipping, oh, crap. We hate flipping boots, right? Like, O-ring boots. I hate it. I detest it, like, actually. Oh shit, I'm out of space actually. Right? I'm not the only one, right? I hate it. I can't deal. Like it takes a lot. Like even with Mercurial right now, I was upset that I had to do that for some of the. Well, I did come out with a banger though. But like I was upset. I was upset that I had to get to that point just to do that, just to get a good piece, you know. I think the one with like the spread of like crit damage and crit rate, the really good pair of boots I got right now. Yeah, I had to flip those to get that. That kind of pisses me off a little bit, low key. Yo, Mr. Guardian, I got a little bit of work to do on my side, so like I'm not sure if you're ready or not yet. Boys and girls, I'm gonna be doing a takeover for Guardian today. So I'm gonna need a little bit more time. I got to get through all the dailies and whatnot on everybody's accounts, and then from there we'll help him out, and then after that I'll probably do some Hydra on my account if time permits. But yeah, I got a little. You see me? I'm working here. I'm walking here. Sure. Okay, we only have Faction Wars on Khan's account. Is it a prog-worthy one? I got Khan some more stars recently, which is pretty nice. We're kind of not ready for that one still. I think that one's a work in progress. Okay. How about the skinny boys? What are we doing? This boss fucking sucks. For our state of progression, it kind of sucks. Do-do-do-do. Any idea when the big update's supposed to be? 5-star sets for the new speeds. If you hear an official announcement about a new update and whatnot, especially from like CCs and like the test server, you typically see it within the next 2 weeks. I think you're on a timer. Then at that point, within like 2 weeks, you kind of see it. But I don't have any official answer as to when. So I don't want to give you any false implications or anything like that, you know? Okay. Oh, I need to do it one more time. Shoot. Let's see. Probably on Thursday morning after CVC. I think, yeah, you'll probably see it within the next, like, anytime between now and to the next 2 weeks. But typically by that point, when they release like test footage and stuff like that out, like from the tier 3 CCs, it's pretty commonplace that you're going to see it pretty soon, like really soon. So I don't think who's the one who said probably like Thursday. Yeah, Ace is probably not too far off the truth there, to be honest with you. I think that's a fair judgment to have, you know, for sure. If you're going to do Trinity, I want to watch, but I'm going to be working for the next 3 hours. You can watch, but he's not going to show you Trinity bills. Trust me, I asked once. You're never going to let me live that down, huh? Jeez. Good name it. Best anime of all time with this song. I need more doors for Fire Night. I did the dwarf one, by the way. I did it with Senna, 3G Nuts, and a what's her name? Morag. That's how I did mine. I almost wanted to be coy with it and build up 2 other G Nuts, but I was like, nah, I'm lazy. Actually. Damn, that's faster than I thought. Shit, okay. Well, you're done, right? You're done? No, you're not done. Oh. I've seen the Trunda build. Yo, leak a deek. Remember that one time you asked Soul to see his Trunda build and he told you no? Okay. It's free set plus rebirth. By the gods. See, this is why I'm not going to stream in Discord anymore. God damn it, Deacon. See, the Frost Techies was supposed to be a secret. Imagine. Okay, joking, by the way. We don't use Frost set on a Trunda. Not yet, at least. Never say never, right? She's naked right now. You know too much. Shut up. You know way too much. He knows way too. Somebody get him. Yeah, somebody check his cameras. Check his browsing history. The real leak is the relic, which is the rod of blasphemy. Somebody ban him, actually. He's unexposed way too much. He can't get away with this. It's the camera behind you? I have a camera behind me. What the fuck? That's my green screen. I'm pretty sure this guy's missing gear, isn't he? Oh. Armand knows everything. That's why he's never asking questions. That's not true. The couple times that he was in Discord, he was constantly asking me questions and trying to see if he could sneak the answer away from me. And I was like, you know, I've already answered that question a couple times. I think he realized that I'm not stupid. And he gave up. But you know what? I respect the effort. I respect the effort. I don't know if they're gear. We're going to give it a shot. Good luck, sir. Oh, GG. Oh, come on, baby. Take it home. Bring it home for us. Oh. I'm kind of done on my account already, huh? There's not really much else I can do. Y'all see that lagginess? That's kind of weird. It's kind of annoying me now, too. I'm not done. Oh. Do, 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 do. Let's find a random piece of gear. You. Let me see. I think I was also drunk too. One of those conversations, yeah. Unless, were you drunk on both times you came into the Discord? No way. I know one of them you were. The other one, I don't know. I don't know about that one, Chief. Were you drunk on the second one? Has the only time you ever talk to me when you're drunk, are you someone that's so scared of hanging out with me that you need liquid courage? Sir, I am not that intimidating. Sir, are you okay? Why are you drinking so much? Don't answer that. That was a joke. 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 I promise that was a joke. Shit. Wait. He is asking questions only when he's drunk. He's forgetting everything else. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, did you guys see his nipple ring on his left nipple when he was in Discord? Y'all don't remember that? Souls wasn't outsmarted by drunk logic. True. If I ask the question again in a different way, exactly after I asked it already once, different results, right, boys? Like, you weren't disrespectful though, so like I like, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't bad. It's just that there's some stuff that he was asking. I was like, I'm not sharing that, and I told him, I'm not sharing that. He was only drunk when he was in Discord with us. Good reminder. Gotta grab another beer. What do you mean? I only drink like twice a month. I mean, you know, first impressions and all that, sir. This was my first time meeting you, and that's what I got out of it. You know what I mean? One of these days, you guys got to hang out with us, but we got to get. I want to get like Dorky, for example. I want to get her connected with the rest of the group over there in Discord that we hang out with, like Henny and Jordy. They play TFT, so I think we can get like a good lobby together. For example. Don't introduce people to Jordy. You right. You right. My bad, Big Doug. You right. You actually right. You're actually right. My bad, Big Doug. Yo, the boss has spoken. Jordy's hilarious. He can be. I heard he's friends with Samuel Johnson 05422. You know, what if that Samuel Johnson guy actually watched the stream? But I ain't gonna lie, the timing of when he did it, he joined Discord and he had a whole tangent. He had like a whole story brought up, like, that he made up for the sake of that conversation. And bro, I was dying. I was actually dying. Okay, I got faction wars. Can this team do it? Oh, I think so. Yeah, I think so. Hold on. I'm trying to get that song. TBH. Who's Jordy now? I'm curious. He's one of Khan's underlings. Is that a nice way to say it, Khan? Technically, he is under you. Him and Henny now, by the gods. Yo, you better put the boot on Jordy's ass stuff. Not the boot, but like, you know what I mean. You got to put the belt on Jordy's ass stuff. If he ain't doing his ladies. Whatchamacallit. We're gonna put pressure on Henny. We're gonna guilt trip her into doing her dailies. How many hours has it been already? Once it gets to 1 day, 12 hours, you need to message her. If she ain't put up numbers already, you be like, yo, why ain't she putting up numbers? Start hitting it, you know what I mean? Start pressuring them. Wait, did I forget to put stuff on Steel Scope? Okay, no, the goat's geared. Okay. Of course, these gauntlets rerolled crit raid. Honestly, it's probably just Jordy that was commenting that shit. No, that actually wasn't him. Thank God. But it is. He did pretend to be him at least one point or another. So that was kind of funny. Jordy is peak while playing MOBAs. The shit he says to people is mint. I'm a DM and let her know CVC is going on. You know what? I'm here for it. Yeah, what's up, darling? How you doing? Lizard. You know one thing about Dom's account that's like really, really crazy? His blessings are nasty. That boy got some good luck on his when it comes to his whatchamacallit. Ooh, that Bosa didn't do his Demon Lord keys. Ooh, I'm gonna spank him. Henny, you're fired. Okay, decent drops today, to be honest with you. But yeah, other than that, though, I mean, oh shit, I wasn't paying attention to this. They got cooked. GG. There's no way he could solo this, right? I'm gonna let it go until he fails because I gotta work on the other ones anyways. But oh, we get energy in the clam shop today, by the way. Nice. It's not gonna work. I forget he health swaps. It's gonna be like GG at that point, right? Job's done. Put her on blast in the clan chat. Let's see. Hold on. CVC, just be active during this period. You need a bonus number 7. Imagine, dude. Oh, okay, Pone. I saw your message, by the way. Sorry, I kind of got sidetracked. So there is a part or a part of the site that has like the different rotations, huh? That is cool. So it has been mapped out. Does it go 1 through 5 like consistently, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or does it go like 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, like it jumps around? Do you know? I'm assuming it repeats itself. I just never tracked it like that, you know? No, it's randomized. Okay. Okay. I wonder if there's any overlap on any of the, what do you call it, the restrictions? Just so I don't miss it. This is helpful, though. I think I can make content with that. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Is there, who was it that said the Soul Cross particularly? I think it was you, Dorky, right? Is it all stages of Soul Cross, or is it particular stages of Soul Cross that you guys care about? Because, like, maybe I low-key... Let me focus on this real quick. Maybe I low-key, like, prioritize the ones that you guys are getting a lot of comms about, and then we go from there? Maybe? Perchance, per maybe? I kind of want to wait till he gets his turn. I think he's going to do it, though. Yeah. Fuck. She's DFTC? Okay, yeah. Well, whenever she has time. It's good. It's good. Good comms, though, I think, overall. I'm grateful. I didn't know there was interest in that still, to be completely honest with you guys. I actually didn't know that. So, that's a blessing for me, for being honest. So you guys see 1 for rotation 1 and then C2 for rotation 2? In the same go-round? That's weird. Okay, so I guess maybe we need to specify specific stages, or maybe I do all of Soul Cross up, but I do each rotation's worth in a video. So, like, hey, these are the available options you would get from that rotation. And then go from there. I'd have to plan that out a little bit, but that's fine. I can do that. I can do that content piece. That's fine. I didn't know people actually wanted that. That's crazy. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. Okay, buddy. All right, I went to the end. Okay, I would need specifics then, just to make sure. But gotcha, heard. Better, not bad. Okay. If that's all that's left, no, I got one more. I got one more faction to do. I don't remember which one went to which, to be honest with you. Nope, wrong one. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I should try to see about getting Eric Cohen to this team. Honestly. You can do it as a series, yeah. Yeah, maybe. I should have done that shit. I needed to though, so that might have been a saving grace thing here. Yep, that works. It's actually kind of lucky that we got the weak hit there because I need the A3 going into the next part of the fight, just to kind of speed hit it. We're chilling. For example, do a video on stages 1 through 5 and then go through all variations of each stages. I'd probably do it like per stage, to be honest with you. Because I think trying to do a variation for each rotation's worth for each stage is pretty lengthy. You got to remember, I yap too, brother. I don't want to say I'm proud of it, but yo, I can turn. Listen, the video I did for the crew traxer, I'm gonna be honest. All right, just to be on the same page with you boys and girls. All right. I thought that was going to be like a 10-minute, 15-minute video. And I was like, you know what? Let me embellish and like take my time and talk about blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? And I was able to stretch that sucker out. I could yap, man. I'm a professional yapper. Come at me, bro. Just saying. I don't know. It's cool that there's like content ideas regardless that people are like interested in though. But please do me the solid. Oh baby. Do me the solid. If you haven't already, go into the Discord yet again in the ideas channel, #ideas, and post your content suggestions and I'll try to see if I can get those out if they have good substance. Please for me. If you don't mind. I'm tempted by this one, to be honest with you. What could have been? Who do I want to focus on right now? On the lower side. It would be Clayzag, it would be Feral, and then it would be... You know, since it would be an option for some PvE content side. PvP-wise, I don't really see most of my champions being lower than 4. There might be 1 or 2, but... I don't know. Easy so-called stages she thinks aren't needed, but the hard ones towards the end. Okay. I probably all encompass it, because why not? Free content, right? If you're good at Yab, you should try being a CC. By the gods, you're right. Alright, I'm gonna get off my account for a little bit. I like how Dom uses the same champions I do for like clear content. I love Seekfront for wave clear content. I love him. I have no other way to say it, but I love that dude. I wonder if like Seekfront has a place or could find a place in the meta a little bit more aggressively. I would love to be able to bring him back. He is a personal favorite champion of mine. I just like the way his design is and stuff. He's too cool, man. All too cool to, dude. Let's see. Dumb boss posted my idea. Yeah, thank you. I'll respond to them as time permits. How close are we getting you to TS access test server? I'd have to double check with my content managers just to make sure, but like I think that the closest I can get to that at the moment is I want to say it's viewership on Twitch right now is probably the closest thing that I think will give me access. I'm not sure if they require like a certain amount of followers on Twitch. I personally think that's like a redundant stat to want to care for, but I'd have to double check with them to make sure like I got my stuff on the board. As for like the YouTube side, it's a much bigger hill to climb. We'd have to get like a lot more popular, a lot more people following, a lot more viewership. I think is probably like the biggest answer in summarization. Which is why I'll encourage everybody, if you are here and you're enjoying the content, feel free to drop a like on the YouTube video or, yeah, man, smile. Smile. Your interaction is probably like the most valuable thing that you can give me. Hanging out, spending time with me, you know, just doing stuff with me. That's the W. Like, actually. Like, it's gonna sound super stupid, but like, yeah, it's that simple. Just being present and being participant of things that we do, engagement and all that. Yeah, that's really what it is, man. Oh, thanks for asking the question, Roach. I appreciate you. And what's up, by the way, dude? Hope you're having a good day. All the good jazz. By the goods. I imagine we get cooked by that guy, by the way. Fuck. Please don't. We actually did. Oh, fuck. GG. We got Predator diffed. They're probably not geared either, low-key. Seekfront, 9-piece Mercurial, maybe Lens? I don't think you need Lens on him to do well. Plus, like, the big ignore percent doesn't come unless you have the variable solidified, which he doesn't provide for himself, right? So I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about that, Chief. I think like a cat's gaze would do just fine on him. But yeah. Mercurial's fine. Yeah, Mercurial's fine. I don't know if it's going to be like... I don't think that's enough to make him relevant, though. I think it's his kit as a whole. That's the question, you know? Maybe. I don't know. Got it. Well, like the video. Make sure to post in comments asking for a hot tub stream. Okay. That's actually engagement. So, yeah, that's actually the W. But I'm going to wish for your pillow to be warm, your sleeves to roll down when you're washing your hands, etc., etc. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, my understanding, and I could be off on this, but I think that like, I don't know if it's 75 or 100 viewership on average. So like average viewers on Twitch. I think it's a certain amount of watch time. Did I ask this question to them already? Hold on, let me see. Okay. Yeah, I do have a little bit more comments. Sorry, it's 70. 70 average viewers over a month. And we need to be able to consistently do it. Yeah, so 70 average. For views on YouTube, I think it's 15K per week. So if we're being honest, considering my current visibility, I am pretty much close to the average 70. No, not exactly. We're still short a little bit. So like I have consistency issues when it comes to hitting like the 80 or so viewership range. Yeah. So that average is a little bit more sporadic, but the number is actually not too far away from like the 70 plus, I believe. But yeah, that is the goal, for being honest. That is the goal, low key. Got my shoulders like cooked. But yeah, basically we just need to keep retaining viewership and then growing our viewership out. In a summary words, I think everything else I already qualify for. Like average stream time, I'm like one of the bigger. Well, I wouldn't say bigger. I think there might be like one or two other people that stream longer than I do. So like stream duration is already checked off by all of us, though. I think the average viewership base is going to be where it'll be called into question. But I am pretty close, believe it or not. Unironically. I'm pretty close. But yeah, the more people that we can consistently have on Twitch watching, that's the key. Yeah, that's the key, basically. Soul's been talking to Sick too much, wishing that upon people. What do you mean? Sorry for the reply. I'm well, putting my son down for a snap. Heck yeah. I would say you, Final Kenpachi, and Authenticator. You mean Authentic? Are the ones that stream the longest, at least from what I've seen. Gotcha. I wouldn't put Auth back up there just yet. Although I would say he came back to the game. So, like, because he had, like, a long break. I think that had to do with, like, IRL reasons. I mean, he can speak for himself. I love the homie. That's my guy. But, yeah, like, he did take, like, a pretty big break, so I'm not sure. But I would argue for sure that, like, I think Kenpachi streams longer than I do. Well, I don't know about longer, but I think he has more days that he streams than I do. And that's where I would give him the nod that he has more uptime than I do in general. For sure. I'm not sure if there's anything else. Metric-wise, I mean, he's, like, Kenpachi's done very well for himself, in my opinion. So I would say that he is... I don't know if he's the biggest, because like here's something that we don't really see as much right now. I think right now in terms of like authentic, like actual viewership and whatnot, I think he is the biggest from an English speaking standpoint, but I don't know about like the other bases, because there is the Spanish community. Like, I think it's either Ang or, who else is there? They run deep over there. And then you have, Firebstaff. Whenever he's live, he's also cooking up a pretty decent amount of viewership there too as well. And those boys do very, very well. So we're going to talk about like the top end streamer. I don't think it's me or Kenpachi. Kenpachi's the big runner right now, though, for sure. As much as I would like to say I'm one of the more popular ones, and I would say I kind of am in this space, but I want to say right now there's a couple other folks right now that have a bit more of a bigger base than I do. But you know what? Something that I'm really happy about is that majority of the guys that are a little bit more popular, they're really cool people, man. Like, I've had a chance to talk with Farbstuff. I've had a chance to talk with Auth and other people. And every single one of them have, like, good vibes about them. Nobody's perfect, obviously, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, the sentiment that I got behind them is that it's always like, hey, man, I'm just doing me, you know? And I love that, you know what I mean? So... yeah, I rock with the boys. I think each one of them deserves their audience. Oh, hope your pillow's always warm, etc. I couldn't find the copy pasta many, many moons ago, so it's kind of hard to say. It's kind of hard to say when you don't remember, you know? He streams every day, I believe, from like 7 a.m. to like 12 p.m. Yeah, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So about 5 hours a day. But he does it, I think he does it across multiple days, right? Like I take off the weekends. And when I say take off, I'm talking about from like being present on a stream. I'm still technically working on those days, which is kind of a good and a bad thing. Same thing with like Mondays, for example. Like I do driving work in it as well as like I try to do YouTube videos on Mondays right now at the moment. And I've been failing at that, which is why you guys kind of see me ask these questions about like, hey, what are some of the things you guys are looking for? Because that's like my driving focus of wanting to like pick that up a bit better. I slack off. I've slacked off on that. I can't deny it. I don't have any excuses, to be honest with you. So, with that being said, yeah, I need to put more effort in the YouTube side. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I started watching Oth recently after he joined AKG for a little while, and he's very chill. Yeah, he's cool. I met him a while back. Actually, when did I meet Oth? It's been a minute. That is the equivalent to a quad and a 6-star. So that's actually a really good fucking piece. The stat checks over here are going to be a little bit lower, so that's going to be a little bit of a knock, but fantastic fucking weapon. I mean, that was not bad either. You really can't go wrong on that one, though. It's like all the stats are pretty good. That's okay, too. That's good for like an HP bomber, maybe. I mean, you still can get value out of it, like anyone that uses the utility like that, too, though. So, all right, my man getting some gains, huh? Okay. Okay. I see you. Go off, King. I'm not even gonna go further. It's gonna piss me off. It's not that side, it's this side. Yeah. Okay, I met Odd back when I watched One Two Mess, but that was a long time ago. I never met One Two Mess. I've heard of the name, but I've never met him. I think that was before my time since joining Mad. Oth was in Mad just up until... Okay, so, like, I met Oth when I was still leader of AKG. And I was kind of getting my foundation in Ray kind of settled in. Like, I was kind of cementing myself as a streamer here. And it was always amicable. It was always good vibes. He rated me one day to open up that conversation piece, and I thanked him for it. And then that's what kind of opened up like a healthy relationship between him and I think, if memory serves me correctly. So he kind of started that. Good on him. Yeah. And it was only further supported when I joined Mad, because I think he just had his kid around that time frame, so he kind of stepped away from the game roughly around that time frame too. But when I joined Mad, he was very supportive and like, yeah, man, you know, be happy, enjoy yourself, do what you got to do, blah blah blah, you know, all that good stuff. You know what I mean? Like, just supportive in general. So yeah, more power to him. More power to him. He's a good dude. He is a good dude. I swear to God, I'll find my nuts. There they go. 1, 2. Okay, they're... My God, I'm blind. Who's the other one? Siffy and Rio. Pretty sure Siffy's naked. Okay. Okay. Huh? Nani? Oh shit, I was supposed to do that actually. Drive me crazy. Is he still using the Goblino? That's how I find him. Yeah, he is using Goblino. Okay. We'll let that finish out and then we'll do that. I'm getting to the point where I'm kind of rounding out some of the accounts. That's pretty good. How long have you been in Mag? Got to be close to 2 years now? Longer? I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know. It's been a minute. I forgot when I joined and when I... Yeah, I forgot. I got in when Infinite... 9 September. I just went through my DMs with Infinite. Yeah, it's September, right? So early September of 2024. So almost 2 years now. Almost. We're not fully there yet, but we're pretty close to 2 years. Wow. You kind of brought me back through some memories there, brother. Let's see. What's up, Houdini? How you doing? Bro, I need help. Sister, can you please help me? I'm so sad I can't pass level 8 Fire Knight hard mode and need to finish level 10. Are you in the Discord, Houdini? If you are, join the Discord. Join the Discord and in the game discussion channel under raid. Post your champion pool and we'll see what you got. And we can maybe you can get some information from everybody here. Are you trying to do the missions? Is that why? I feel that actually, low key. This lucky bozo. By the gods. Damn, Amatu. It's from Arias, gotcha. Yeah, post your stuff in the Discord and maybe we can help you out a little bit better there. No, Houdini, post your, don't send me your credentials. Post your, I think you're in my Discord, right? Yeah, you are. Hold on. I'm gonna message you here. Here, how about this? Wait, why can't I see you, though? I just added you in my Discord. You should be able to see that channel, right? Just take screenshots of like your champion pool, like this. Like, do the hamburger menu and show your champion pool that way. Like, take a screenshot of it and then post it in that channel that I pinged you in. And then, like, everybody can help you out a little bit if they want to. So we can see what you got going on. I don't think I should have to get onto the account to see it, though, you know? I don't want to inconvenience you like that. Arsenal versus Atletico Madrid is on. Did I say that right? Did you miss an H there? It's supposed to be Atletico? Good call. Sheesh. Skywalker was like, fuck this Soul guy. I'm going to go watch some Madrid. Okay, all I got is Faction Wars left, it looks like. These just reset for him. This is Matsu's account. Can you spot the Senna? There she is. I knew she was naked too. I knew it in mi corazón. This cocksucking motherfucking Chimera bullshit. What happened? Wait, what happened? Did you get 3% it? 5%? Did you 3% or something that didn't go? Time to close rated. Think about happy things. Oh, GG. Wait, what happened? Oh, GG, dude. 13 resets this evening. Oh, fuck. What's your team? What's your team? Oh, my shoulder. Golly, I gotta stretch myself a little bit better. Chat, if you guys would do me a solid, take a look at Houdini's champion pool. He's trying to make the big push for his Marius missions, it looks like. Take a look and see if there's anything that can be done to help him get a Fire Knight 10 team. It would be appreciated. Tried this now. Trials are ass. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm familiar with this team. This is bad this week, right? Because it's what, blue-green? This is also kind of bad too, low-key. Is there a reason why you're using Alaz, particularly? It's the HP burn, isn't it? Tracking. Why not use Aphidus instead, then? Do you not have the Battle Beetle? HP burn, liking good HP burns don't have Affy. Oh, yeah, Aphidus is like a good alternative for this rotation. Do you have Rio? You don't have Rio. He already beat me to it. I'll put it. Ding, 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 ding. See, like, here's the problem. You said you don't have Arbeus, right? Yeah, it's tough. So I was gonna say, why don't you try my team out? But like, that one is. You don't need her, but like, she is obviously like one of the better answers. Do you have Senna? Do you? Okay, I'm gonna throw out some names. And you just tell me if you have her. Senna, Lydia, Hela, Cath, and you can use Marius. It really doesn't matter for that one. Yeah, the rest of those. Yo, Jedi, thank you for the raid, man. How's it going? Ni hao ma. Ohayo gozaimasu. Welcome, everybody. Hope you had a good stream, sir. Yeah, let me shout you out. I got you. So, we were discussing options for Chimera.
Yeah, what's up, Marinator? How you doing, man? Oh, well. Man, I know what you guys are doing that for me. Sorry, I'm over here reading messages. On this one. I don't know. What is it? 345 accuracy. Is the check for FK Hard 10, I believe? Let's check. Let's verify it.
Really? Don't judge me. That's not me. That's somebody else. Judge them, not me. I'm not that degenerate. My max was 4, brother. Yeah, it's 345. I mean, this is okay. This is just damage, right? So that doesn't stop anything. Really, what you want to do is be able to control the boss when you're in there, which more importantly is the speed and the accuracy, and you already have that checked off. This will just help you speed it up a little bit more. Right now, you need consistency, which is what we're pushing for. So 345 accuracy is the check. DPS to freeze around 275. Speed, let me edit that. 275 plus speed with bonuses. Ally attackers and a resetter. Ally attackers north of 300 or 300. Maybe one of the two at like 330 to 340 plus. Check it out. And that'll be like a quick little rundown. And then the resetter is just below the freezers, and that should give you a little bit of cleanup room. Obviously, like if you're not using G-nuts, you need to be able to sustain the control though. So just be aware of that. Yo, what's up, Ines? How you doing, man? Sorry. Throwing techies at the boys. What up, Zacharias? How you doing, man? You can't prove it. Damn, you're right. I'm an imposter. Damn, he's a handsome imposter. Oh my god, he's sexy. or what does Peanut say? Oh my god, he's handsome. He's shooting at me. He's handsome. He shot me. He's handsome. Imagine, like Loki. Imagine you're a robber and you go and you shoot somebody, right? Or you're shooting at somebody, and you hear them like dodging your bullets, but they're screaming while they're running away. He shot at me. He's handsome. Like that would just diffuse any aggression. I think. He's handsome. He's handsome. I'm like, well, shit. Now I don't want to shoot you. In a game, of course, in GTA. You know, obviously, you know. That's too good, dude. Yeah, it's okay. How you doing, man? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm getting like turned by these like red dots. They're cooking me, low key. I think we're at a good stopping point for this account. I lied. What are they supposed to do with all of this stuff? What the heck? Spectacular, spectacular Spider-Man. I should find that song. Let me see. Fall in Love, Crossing Swords. Huh? Yeah, what's up, Vicious Dylan? How you doing? Doing good, you? I'm doing all right. I'm chilling. Huh? What do you mean? By the kids. Doom 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 doom. I hope you guys didn't mind the quad box today. Oh my god, this coffee is good today. I just took a chunk of it. Incoming sugar rush. No, let me stop. Imagine. Dude, I've seen some really interesting teams. Like, am I on Khan's account still? I think I am, right? I have seen some interesting teams when it comes to like doing dungeon content. Like, I think he's got a solo team build, and I'm not gonna lie. Oh no, he changed over. I think he did it for the turn-based attack one, but he has a. Let me see if she's still built. Can you spot the Erics? Dude, the moment I say their name, I find them. Is that weird? Oh, no space. But yeah, he has a solo Eric's build that does basically the exact same thing you're seeing with Athorion. And I never would have thought to use those champions like that. Honestly. Kind of surprises me, right? I'm going to go ahead and get off from this account. Sorry, I was messaging Khan real quick. Do 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 do. All right, let's see. I used to have a solo Eric's build. Now I use Marius because it's faster. Yeah, me too. I just stick with Marius and chill. Also, like, between any other options, Marius is more likely to build up than anybody else at the moment. I think that's why. That's why I chose him ultimately towards the end. But yeah, let him pop and let him chill, you know? Can you show the Wallmaster stats for Spiderheart 10? I'm pretty sure he wouldn't mind. Yeah, I got you. Give me a second. All right, so this is his build. I believe there's a little bit of relevancy in the fact that he's using Slayer on a Thorian. So just keep that in mind. This is his stats without the bonuses. With Spider bonuses, that's where he's at. No Relic. He's using Cruelty for his Blessing. And he's using basically like standard, let me take it back that way. Standard accuracy and damage masteries. That's the build. That's what he uses. He is 5-star as well, though, so keep that in mind too. But I think that's not really applicable for this because a lot of his stuff is just enemy max HP and Spiderling's damage, poison, or dealing damage to the boss. So, like, I don't think that the blessing matters. The stats do, though. So, like, just keep that in mind. That should be, like, the aspiration, I think, overall. And you probably do even more, because, like, he has, like, I don't think he has anything besides the last little bit there on the spider side, right? Yeah, he just has the one there, so, like, nothing there. You can get a lot more value there. Hit a little bit harder, do a little bit more. All that good stuff. That's it. I think there's no pre-setup either for this, either. Let me see. Yeah, it's just put him in there, put food in there, and then let him run, right? Huge area bonuses, plus 8 accuracy. Sheesh. Not that it's relevant. It's not relevant for this fight. Oh. Hold on. Oh. Hold on, pause. No, he's right. What the fuck? Oh. There we go. What the fuck was that? I did nothing. I didn't change a single thing, by the way. Don't ask me. I don't know what the fuck that was. By the gods. Yeah. Let's see. I think you think it'd be Fire Night Hard 10 with this team. They just used to. They still need to build up for our course. Okay, let me see. Is this for what's his name? The only thing I want you to be aware of is that your Carl's freeze capability while you're trying to cycle people through is going to be a little bit questionable. Same thing with Neldor. Does he not have another ally attacker, though? Because I feel like Morag is probably not, like, the best option. Does he not have, like, Pie Drag or is this for you? This is for you. If so, yeah, try to find something a little bit better than Morag. Like, Fat Boy would probably work better if you have a Farakin. And then... obviously, the step up from that would be Legos and Mythicals that have it, like another Mikage, Pie Drag, Linothero, Cardiel, to name a few. Longbeard, believe it or not, he works too. Osgren, yeah, Osgren too. Yeah, there you go. Sadly, no Fat Man. Let me see what I have. Yeah. Just check and see what you have available for ally attackers. I mean, you said you got to build into this anyways, right? So... it will work, though, if that's the answer to your question. You know, if that's your question, though, yeah. For Friday Night Hard 6, this is free. I don't know about 10. 10 could be questionable, but you need to build them up well enough to make it happen. But technically, yes. I've seen teams that are pretty fast for Fire Night hard. But they're not free to play friendly in the sense that you need like crazy blessings and stuff like that too to like really crank. Because you want to get in, go ham, go home, right? I haven't looked at this in a while, so you have to forgive me. But I could have swore that there's some people who use like Carl and Neldor in those teams. Sure. Kreela, not so much. Well, hold on. Nah, you kind of want like 4 of 5. Not. I mean, yeah, it would work. Yeah, it would work. I'd build up Kreela anyways, to be honest with you, Lupo, because there's going to be a couple factions where she's super. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
SoulSaint fucking pumps. SoulSaint is the dankest.
Elevator Tank, thank you so much for the gift of sub, man. You have to forgive me, boys. I'm messaging Con real fast. Yeah, man. Elevator doesn't really talk in chat too much, but super supportive there, huh? Yo, thank you, brother. Whoever got gifted a sub, who got gifted? Let's find out. Tadreen. Welcome to the Brotherhood. Welcome to the family. Yes, my arm hurts. Oof. Welcome to the Sim Nights, my dude. I'm over here. My bad. With the goods. I don't think we have anything major for Prog here. The only thing he hasn't beaten is the boss. He is waiting for Uko, right? Can he do everything else that I suggested? Let's see. Yeah, and he gets Uko there, and then that'll be my team, basically, and we can get that done for him. Yeah. Okay, cool. Gotta get this bozo back on his horse because he finished off his other project now. So we can start climbing and doing some shit again. I'm about to put this motherfucker on. He's about to go into the hyperbolic time chamber. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know if he's got any new toys recently too, so. We need to go through this with him eventually, so we're going to do that today. In the meantime, though, it's not going to be as detailed for him, but I do want to kind of get him some stuff there. So he does need to add Gwendolyn right off the rib. Gwendolyn. Mostly I like having a streamer on in the background while I bang my head against the wall of raid. Yeah, no, I got you. That wasn't a bait to get you to come talk, but I did notice you do give subs from time to time, man, and I appreciate that. We'll hold off on doing Fire Night hard at 10 until I get Farak and the Fat. I'm still well away from that Marius mission. So the reason why we're even commenting about it, do you understand why I'm suggesting that over like Morag, for example? And I think maybe you understanding the how is going to be more important than me just telling you that that's not a good answer. The reason why is that like when you get to like the higher stages of like Fire Night, the shield number goes up, and you need a certain amount of hits to open up the boss. And if you're trying to succinctly like to do it in succinction, that word is so weird for me. To do that in synchronization with like your team's team comps like speed tune, then you need to make sure that you're accounting for the amount of hits you need to acquire, and that is a part of it. In a summary words, Morag only brings in like 2 other people with herself, and then 4 in total, including Kreela, whereas at least Fat Man is kind of similar to Kreela, where it's 4 because he's sending everybody except for himself, whereas Kreela is bringing in random people plus herself, right? But realistically, you want ally attackers that are going to give you all of them, including themselves. So like Mikage is a good example because she goes in with everybody. Same thing with like Cardiel, Lenothril, to name a few. Pydrag. Pydrag is probably one of the bigger ones because his speed tuning range is a lot easier to accomplish. Do we have a patty on this account? Let's see. We do. So it's because his dungeon has the speed order by 25%, and that makes that stupid easy. And then, not to mention, his base speed is 112. So like speed tuning him is a lot easier compared to other teams if you want to go down to like number ratios and all that stuff. But semantics, basically, the stats are the important part there. But yeah, that's the TLDR. Just want to make sure. Though right now I'm waiting for LA to die down, so I'm keeping getting the big boys for some matches. That's fair. Yeah, right now everybody's going to be going. Everybody's going to have a little bit of like try hard blood in them right now. But people are going to prog regardless. You're going to see people slamming regardless. I need one more, but that's going to for Titus after it's Fabian, then Gina after Fusion. Really? Okay. Do you have Wixwell already, Lupo, or no? I'm mad at planning for going Fragment instead of Fusion this time. Like, damn, I got like 3 tokens and like pull that bullshit. Dude, that is so... It was so planned. It was so planned. Do you wonder why... And you guys wonder why they threw in that token in the Path event? The Titan event? Come on, bro. It was kind of... It was kind of like, yeah, I peeped it. I didn't want to say anything because I wasn't sure, but like, I kind of peeped it. Morag is only 2 LA attacks, whereas Fat Man is 4. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, turtles with Mikage not working? Question mark? No freeze. You don't need freeze with turtles. Yeah, but you gotta crank out big damage, boys. I'm not sure if maybe the stats are there for that. I have Wixwell and everything else I need for Titus team. I have a resetter of Wixwell shield. For shield and several buff fixers. Yeah. To be honest, Fire Knight 10 before Titus. Marius over blank. Yes and no. Yes and no. I could argue that a little bit. I would argue that, like, depending on where Lupo is at, the relic quality acquisition that she's getting right now, or that he's getting right now, excuse me, may be questionable. And maybe he's trying to make more of an impact in the Chimera size for himself, and that could be like an easy way in. If he has he needs to have Pydrag or Wixwell already. Sorry, wrong old person. But yeah, if he has Wixwell, I could see the compelling argument. However, would Marius also open that door for him? That's a good conversation to have, you know? That's a good argument. That's a good argument. Both sides are pretty applicable there, low-key. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. My goal is to get to 1.2 billion for Hydra and more Relic Crest from Chimera. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. Okay, I think I'm gonna get stopping point on this one too, right? Outside of that, he's got to do his Hydra tonight. Let me tell him to as well. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna get back on his account after I get done with Dom. I'm gonna push Dom today. But after that, I got to get back on his, do something for him real quick, and then we're going to do the takeover for Guardian if he's ready. I mean, you ready? Okay, cool. Yeah, I got 2 more things to iron out. I got to finish up a little bit of his dailies. I didn't realize I was not done yet. And then I got to do prog for him today on Faction Wars. And then after that, we will get on to... My plan is finish up Dom, do a precursory look over for... Well, maybe I'll just do it as things unlock for Matsu so that we can get that done. Maybe I'll do it on a per day faction focus so I can map that out a little bit better for him. But yeah, we could probably do that. I might be able to save some time off of that, and then we'll jump into your takeover. We're doing a coaching session for you, right, sir? Yeah, our coaching session. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got you. ACL Grim Reaver, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. And anybody else that might have followed recently, like Vicious and anybody else that came over from Jedi Stream, man, I want to thank you guys for hanging out. And anybody you guys that like dropped a follow and whatnot, either that's on the YouTube or on the Twitch side, man, I appreciate you guys. Actually, I want to grow out more of the YouTube audience, but I feel like a lot of people enjoy watching the Twitch streams side more because they get music, and I'm almost half tempted to like say maybe we throw the music on there and I just unlist the I don't know. I have to figure out about like how they handle like these types of things. 'Cause I don't want to get DMCA'd. That's my biggest issue. Yeah, obsession coming. Yeah, pretty much. We're gonna be talking a little bit. I got my agua though, so we're good. We're good today. Kofifi and agua. Yeah, Springer, how's it going, man? It's going good. Yeah, we're about to get into a pretty big push session on Dom's account. So he contracted up with me to focus on his account to kind of help him push forward a little bit more. So like we're gonna be prioritizing a lot more like Sin City and Faction War development. Those are like the big areas that he's currently working towards aggressively. And so far, so good. Yeah, so far, so good. But yeah, like right now, the biggest attention we're going to be giving is going to be the Skinwalker side. But that's basically what we're prepping up for. We don't have a lot of silver though, so that's a little concerning. But I'm not gonna lie, I drained him. Earlier, so like that's kind of my fault too, low-key. Full screen this for a little bit. Reducing that, and then we can do. Yeah, we'll do a quick little session in, since we need silver, and I'm talking about it. We'll probably do spiders, and then I'll jump over to Faction Wars, and we'll go from there. I wonder if we can ever get this account to a point where it could solo, with, where he can solo with, what's his name? Marius. Because he does have the Marius already. I actually haven't tried to see if maybe his build as it is could do it. Let's see. Maybe. Yeah, down to for science this real quick. Hold on. Holding. I think his build will work. I did add bonuses with mine already by this point, though, so, like, I don't know. He's got to survive the damage. That's really all it is to it. All right, that preset works. He does have it. All right. Maybe. He might be able to do it. I don't know if he can. I think it's like he might need a little bit more tankiness, but we'll see. Went a lot faster once Mikey landed his A2. For Raph on for attack on Raph and Mikey, how much? And Leo, how much defense and crit damage? I'm assuming 300k plus or 300 plus. Speed is that before after live arena bonuses. That part I don't know. Does the optimizer ever show you the I think that's with bonuses when you see it through the team optimization. I think that's with bonuses. And not everybody's going to be the same though, so like you don't actually know. All right, he survived it, but that's a little bit scary. This should be the finisher here. Yeah. So he can, but it's a little bit close right now. That last hit there was a bit of a problem. But he could technically do it as is. The more you know. Log into my freak account. You mean free or free account? Crazy, right? Me first in Twitch. I don't know. Huh? Soren, what's up, man? Hello, just got my Makage. Can you show Mastery's build? Thanks. Build, I think, is going to be conditional upon what you want to use her in. There's multiple builds that are for different areas. I'm not on any other account at the moment. This is one of the accounts I drive for, and they use something like this. So if you want to screenshot that, go ahead and use that. But basically, a lot of people like the 9-piece protection to give extra damage. Some people like Relentless. So I guess it depends on where you want to use her, but basically that's the long or short of it. Hope that helps. He said freak account. I know, right? I'm not in the habit of just dropping everything I'm doing and logging into somebody else's account like that, you know? So I think I'll pass, but if you want to, instead, how about this? How about this? We'll find a happy balance. If you're in the Discord, in my Discord, exclamation Discord, you can join there. When you join, go to the Roles and Rules channel, obviously read and respect it, right? And then at the bottom, if you react to the bot, it'll give you permissions to be able to see the rest of the stuff. So like the main one, like for example, this guy just joined. Literally the guy I just said hello to not too long ago. And then you can go into the game discussion. If you react to the bot and you get the raid role, that one right there, you should be able to see that. And you should be able to see these channels, and you can post your champion pool right here, and then I could see it that way. I'll give you a compliment if it's got some sauce. You said it's a freak account, though, so high expectations. High expectations, sir. But yeah, if you do exclamation Discord, that's how you can see it. Or that's how we can see it. The link and all that good stuff. I'm doing this for my OCD, by the way. I don't know why, but like Dom did not click a single one of these, and it's just cooking me, bro. I can't deal. Is there a win to know actually how many days till Grim Forest resets? Yeah. Right here. If you go to the menu and you're about to go right before you go into Grim Forest, at the bottom it tells you how many days are left. When this 3 days and 18 hours ends, that's when it resets all over again for both normal and hard at the same time. So you want to kind of be done with both sides or whatever you can get done by the end of this. So you basically got like 4 more resets. Tonight's reset and then 3 more days from that. That's how much time you got. So basically you got 4 resets worth to finish up whatever you need to do. Everybody should be rounding out their stuff for the most part pretty soon. Like, you should be roughly almost done with everything at this point if you've been on top of it. People with red dots unclicked wants to see the world burn. I know, dude. That's how I feel. You see, like, literally, I took Dom's account and I did 2 of them already. I'm about to do the 3rd one now. It's just my OCD, bro. Like, red dots just, I have to click them. It cooks me, dog. You're welcome, sir. Yeah. These are easy questions to answer, so like I wouldn't sweat it. Oh. Are we done? We're done, boys. We did it. That's 1 more down. I'm going to do 1 more for myself. These champions could be yours if you just spend the low cost of your soul. Results will vary. Player has reserved the right to not tell you how bad the results are going to be. Your discretion is advised. That's so toxic. Yeah, Armand, thanks for helping out Lupa, by the way. I have never built up a turtle team for Fire Night Hard 10, but I've heard people can do it pretty well. Or the turtles can do it pretty well, excuse me. But you need to pump some damage nubbies, though, I think, right? That's the big thing. As long as you got that, you're cooking. Done. Top row. Finish. Big diff. Okay. We are done across the board. Let's get into Faction Wars. Which one do we want to do first, boys? We want to do Skinwalkers or Dark Elves? I'm kind of leaning Dark Elves, if everybody's okay with that. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll real quick. I want to get you guys involved a little bit more. Dark Elves, D-Elves, or Skins? Skins, D-Elves. You got a minute. Vote now. These are for the Twitch boys. Vote right meow. Can I pay you to click my red dots in my index? You're trying to give me cancer. Say. You know what? I'm going to go back and click some more since you said that. Literally, you just click on one champion and just go right until it hits. You know what I mean? How you doing, Jacolo? Is that how you say your name, by the way? Jacolo Gazam? Jacolo Go Sam? Jicolo. Go Sim. Awesome. About right. Close enough. I'm going to call you Gigolo. Screw it. At this point. My dyslexic ass. Yeah. I don't have dyslexia, by the way. I'm just saying, like, the way I read that was weird. I think the first time I saw your name was, like, Gigolo. I was like, oh, what's up, Gigolo? Does the D in before the L's mean dick? No, it means dark. Also, you nasty. Oh. Start from the top. All right, what's the results? Skinny boys, huh? Really? No shot. I thought you guys liked to see the Dark Elves, the highness. The fine highness. Y'all can say what y'all want, but the Dark Elves in this game, hey, they made them look a little too, you know what I mean? Especially Mavara. By the gods. All right, Skinny boys it is. Let's do it. What can we progress today? I messaged him earlier about some options to book up some stuff, and I'm not sure if he actually did. I think he said if he had time, he'll try to get it out of the way. Let us see. Where's the damage at? So we have poison. Oh no, this is Skinny Boys, right? Poisons. That is easily going to be my boy him. So we're gonna have to take some time to upgrade him up a little bit if we can. Can we skip that for now and do something else in the meantime, though, so I don't waste some time here? Stunnies. Stunnies is going to be Ragash. He's also not ready. We can take him up, though, if we wanted to. Let's see. What else we got? Manipulate buff or debuff turn durations 20 times. Oof. Uko makes it easy, and so does this bozo. Okay. Provokes. That's him, and him could do that fairly well, I think, right? I'm going to have to nerf his damage a bit, though. Got to make him faster than this bozo, too, because once this bozo pops off, that's it. Then we're moving on to the next stage. Okay. That's fine. I'm trying to see how much we have to build up for this. Turn meter manipulation. I used Razel. Yeah, I used Razovark. I think we might have to use her, though, for this one, right? Yeah, but it's a low chance. 35. 45, 50. Oof. Just give me the A-OK. That's basically what I'm asking for, you bozo. Jesus. Actually, you know what? Someone that I did tell him to work towards that would help us out a little bit would be this guy. I think he also has really good turn meter control, right? Yeah. 50-50 there right off the rip. Just A1 nonstop. That'd be better than Fane. Right? Yeah, right? Let's see. I don't know about who the hell's on my vote scans. Yo, y'all are nasty today. Share my roster, not much, but it's honest work. Where'd you share it at? Let me see. Let me see. Oh, is it this link right here? Dancing all night long. Loading. You don't have an crit. Ban him. Get him out of here. Get him out of here right now. Ain't no way that's going to be at the top of this list. Ban him. Get him out. I'm done. By the gods. He's got more than one. What? Okay, actually ban him. Shaking my head. Yeah, that's a pretty decent champion pool, huh? Low key. Who's this? Mina. Ooh. I'm sorry, sir. Got the +2, got a +1. All right. See you. Got a +2 Trenda. Need a little bit more blessing. Dancing is what you do. Dancing's what I'm thinking. It's my soul. But that is the right way to do it. I gotta hide this. There we go. It's pretty good. He's got the Stockton, a man after my own heart. He's got a tree, too. Sure. The hello? They just stopped there. They stopped caring. Oh, I see a Senna. Hey! Okay. This game's just getting bugged out now at this point. I saw a Wixwell. Do you have a Titus? Do you have some tits? I see 3. Okay, they're not the ones I was thinking of, though. I got something in the works for you guys, by the way. When it comes to something like this, I got something in the works for you guys. Just saying. Just saying. I got something in the works for you guys. Alrighty. Let us see. I mean, if we're going to do skinwalkers, I might as well go and just start building them up, huh? Oh, why not? All right, let me pull up Dom's spreadsheet. Skin boys, what are we doing? Ragash, Steel Skull. A Kentum. I'm going to do a Kentum Steel Skull. Those are 2 epics, right? Let's do it. I have to leave. Is he booked already? Yo, pause. Pause? Oh, there he is. Okay, there you go. He's booked. Okay, cool. Tempting. Uh-oh. Just double checking to make sure he doesn't have an upgraded version of his blessing. Which he doesn't. Right? We didn't see him. He doesn't. Okay. So, that's going to be 1. We just say Ragash, too. I'm going to try for the 75%, but if it gets too tedious to a point where it's a problem, he's already given me the thumbs up to do what I got to do there. That's 2. I'm going to take Vizix up for today as well, if she's not already ready. Let's just double tap this. Yeah, what's up, boss? How you doing, man? Buenas. Big chillin'? Hell yeah, brother. Oh. Is that why you said hi? No shot. Yeah, how was your stream, sir? I thought you were already off and you just came to vibe with your boy. See, I thought you loved me. I've been watching for an hour. Oh, shit. What you mean by that? What you mean by that? Hold on. It's not because of my curves, is it? That's a little weird if it is, actually. I mean, I'm not... Well, I'm flattered, but... Listen, we don't want Mrs. Streamer, I think is what you call her, right? We don't want her to get jealous. Let's not do that. Yeah, I hope you had a good stream, though, for real. Yeah, I hope you had a good stream, dude. Didn't he say we had some? We did. Okay. Yeah. Let me double tap, though. So I wrote out a list of things that we could do to try to help improve some of the accounts. I hope we aren't missing any of those. So Soul Drinker is one that we do need to keep open on. So I'm going to take that away. And that should be enough, right? Frick. Sorry, just to catch you guys up, one of the accounts I'm doing work for right now is, his name is Dom. He's been hanging out in the community for quite a little bit. He locked in with me. One of the jobs that he wanted me to help him out with is to make progress in Curse City and in Faction Wars. So we've been kind of making a little bit more of an effort that way. You know what I mean? Let's see. Would Savage be better for fighting? I assume. I was thinking putting Raph, Leo, Mikey, and Savage. More damage. Well, stream was good. What'd you make of the new point system? So from the little bit I did read, it looked like it was promising. Obviously, we gotta see it in action, but nothing's really changed from the previous season to this season for the 1320 side, right? It's after 1320 that the new system kicks in. At that point, it's basically if you win, you go up. If you go down, you go down. If you're asking me in the context of all the drama and stuff that's been going on lately, I think it'll be a lot harder for people to achieve what they were doing before. I don't know if there's any loops or bounds. I told you this in DMs already, but like I'm not one to look for like ways to exploit systems like that, to be honest with you. But I don't currently see it being as efficient to do the same thing that was happening in previous seasons. At the moment, I think I would need a little bit more time to kind of like digest it a bit more and see if there's anything else I'm missing. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I think we have to see it in action. And I think I saw some of the boys kind of tee up about it. And I'm pretty sure you talked about this already too. But my boy Aang has been vocal. And you know what? It's good to get his position out on it. And, you know, the intent should always be to try to improve everything, right? So I think those dialogues are necessary and I'm not against that at all. But I think the end result should be just as important, though, too. Like, we got to make sure that we're getting a good system for everybody. And that's what's most important. But yeah, time will tell. Time will tell. I'm optimistic, but I also want to be cautious about it, too. You know what I mean? That's basically it. Let's see then. Yeah, of course. Just showing it worked. Let's go. Well, when you're ready, go take care of S4T for me at Curse City. Excuse me. I need you to look for Way Soul Saint. You gonna pay me for that? Hey, listen, you know that there's like testers and stuff like that, right? That's a job. That's a job, sir, right? I like getting paid for my time. Let's see here. Soul Speed runs accounts at 0 points. True. Wait, what do you mean by that? I know how to go net negative. Let's go. Let's see. What's up, Tripsy? I hate that they spend time coding and implementing the ticket program, but refuse to fix already released content. Gotcha. It's your job as a CC. No, my job is to produce content. My job is not to test the game for them. Player testers, indie company? Shit. I'll take some change. Hold on. You know, you want to negotiate a contract? Let's go. Bet the goods. What do they call them? QA testers or something like that? They actually could. They actually could employ some people. Or they should. I think they make enough money to do that, you know what I mean? But that's it. That's my 2 pennies on it so far. Da-dum. Yo, thank you for the raid, though, regardless. I don't know. Did you get the shout out? Did we shout out our boy Oth? I was giving you good compliments, by the way. Oth, actually change the subject real quick. How did we meet? I want to say that you met me. It was a chance encounter, right? You were looking for somebody to raid, and I think you introduced your community to me first when I was like solidifying myself as a content creator in raid. And I think that's what opened up the door, and then we just been cool ever since, right? That's a TLDR of it, right? Obviously, there might be some little nuance in between, but like that's basically it, right? I was literally just talking about it not too long ago. I was like, yeah, the homie Oth, man, that's how we kind of met, and blah 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 blah, you know, yapping and shit, you know, filling in the dead space. You know how it is. You know how it is. I'm pretty sure that's how we met, though. Like, you just randomly like, hey, hi, SoulSaint, welcome. And then, here's my people, bye. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, shit. We're here. I think that's how it went, actually. Like, no troll. All right, who else did I say I wanted to bring up? Let me check my messages with them real fast. I said Vizix, Steel Skull. I did those two. If we were looking towards the future, Bevolved and Emic, that's for tomorrow's. I went ahead and did Regosh and the rest of them, though, so we're going to knock that out real quick. We're kind of a little limited on energy at the moment, but or Jimmy's at the moment, so want to be a little careful with that. But let's bring in the rag. Steel. Wait, I didn't do Steel Skull, did I? Who else did I did? Akintum. The kitty. I'm brain farting. Vizix. Did I miss somebody else? No, the last one I did was Vizix, right? Who do we want to do for our last one? Honestly, don't remember. Take your word for it. I know it's kind of a blur for me too, right? Can you imagine? It's been like 3-4 years ago. Holy shit! Dog, whoever an optimizer, fuck off. Why am I 16th in queue? I'm for it. All that waiting just for not to give me a build. Time to go watch Arsenal get booted out from CL. Jesus. Which stage is it for? There's a couple of areas that I want a Kenton for. Obviously, the easy answer is going to be the poison one, right off the rip. I'm going to try to work my way down if it's possible. But there are some other stages where, like, you got to do X amount of... you got to kill them when they have X amount of debuffs on them. I think it's like 10. Down the road. So, like, there's going to be a lot of, like, usage there. Something that's really cool about him and Gwendolyn is... Yeah, right here, stage 20, down the road. Those champions have a really good way about extending those debuffs and whatnot. Here, I'll show you. So he doesn't have Gwendolyn, so that's not on the cards, but her A1 has a chance to increase the duration. She also brings a decent amount of debuffs, too. And then with Akintum, his ability to place a lot of poisons and whatnot is kind of nice. And he can kind of get them, like, spread quite a bit, too. So, like, his ability to place a lot of debuffs are also nice, too, as well. So, like, I'm going to play towards that. I think he already has a Fame built up, so we're going to probably use her as well, since she puts poisons out, too. And then we'll just kind of rickroll the waves and kind of go from there. Basically, the way I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to just get the poisons done quickly and then brute force the rest of the wave. We do need, like, a little bit of an interim in between. But to TLDR, my goal is to kind of go down and clean up any of the stages that aren't 100% done, and then help them prog from there. If we can't do anything, then we just go for whatever the highest stage is at the time, and then keep it moving. Like, I could just go straight up and just prog from here, which may not be a bad idea. I can always revisit some of these, but I do need some of those champions up and running anyway, so it's not a negative. It is not a negative. I'm trying to figure out my last one, though. I guess I can go with one of the ones that we discussed. I like Emic. Emic might be the good one for tomorrow's progression. Let me check something real quick. That's Soul Drinker, right? Oh, we actually have some 4s, some +4s. So that could be food for right now, but we do need to bring them up eventually. Okay, that's fine. Let me check his screenshot. Sorry, he sent me a message saying that he had some food ready for when this came. Yeah, the Neldors as well, and the Prendars. We're gonna need one more. Okay, I'll take a moment here and get a 5th one up so we can do all these guys at the same time. Yeah? Yeah, let's do that. Sorry, I don't want to delete the wrong thing at the wrong time, you know what I mean? We want to professional. Oh, we can use food too. I forgot about that. Most of the stuff is food anyways, I think he said. I just need to check my messages a little bit more and just double check. But yeah, I think most of this is food. Do you need to save that soul drinker? No. I have a +4 that we can bring up. The ones that are currently 5-star are technically supposed to be for food. But I'll just build up a +4 and then we'll be done with it at that point. You know what I mean? I'm not going to bug out about it too much. Work it. I'm not blind, am I? I know he's ever with the slapping beats. I don't think he requested that. I think it's saved on my playlist right now. Nobody's got any music in the queue at the moment. I gotta sneeze. Okay, never mind. It doesn't want to come out. For it. Honestly, since we got so many 3-star foods, I might as well just do a couple of them, huh? Yeah. That should be enough, right? Doom. Yep. Sweet. We'll take a blue one up, since we have more pots in that direction. All right, that'll be our last guy there. We got the squad. We're going to burn some of this 9K. I wonder how much it actually takes for, like, all 5 of them if we were to do it. If we let this go the entire round. Let's see, what's the number, or what's the names? It's Vizix, Emic, Rag, Arkentum. I thought this account had Shazar. It might. I told him to go in the spreadsheet. He hasn't picked yet. We haven't gotten to that point there either, but you know what? You know who else I should have picked up here? Tomorrow's Demon Spawn, right? Nah, we need to rock out with these. Yeah, we need to rock out with these. All right, we're super rated, right? Let's go. Y'all gonna have to chill with me for a little bit while we get this going. He just got Carnage. He got Carnage recently, and that's another good one to carry faction wars on that side of the house. I guess where we let this farm. Actually, you know what? To multitask a little bit better. Guardian, are you here? Are you ready, sir? We can do the coach sesh real quick if you're down. This is actually a perfect opportunity because I'm gonna have to let this go for a little bit. I need Vizix and some of the skinny boys today, so yes, I'm ready. Okay, send me your credentials in a DM, and we will jump on. Let's do it. Let's do it right now. Right meow. Let's do it. Well, I just wanted to give him some love. That's fair. That's fair. Sorry. Yeah, but he is the one who originated with that one. Sorry, I wasn't trying to throw shade or anything. I just don't think he's present at the moment. I think he's either asleep or he's fapping somewhere. I don't know. You know how it is. He's a gooner. He looks up to goon. XD. I think I fell asleep in my chair for a bit by the gods. Wayne, could you? Nasty. Yeah, Guardian, if you could send me your credentials, sir. Unless, is it the pin one still, or what? How about due for a haircut again, boys? GG. It's pinned. Okay. I just want to make sure that was the right ones.
SoulSaint fucking punks. SoulSaint is the dankest.
We pull a gala yet?
Ban him. Get him out of here. I don't need that negativity in my life. Get him out of here. Get that motherfucker out of here. Get that motherfucker out of here. I can't accept this negativity in my life, dog. Yo, Jordy, actually, joking aside for a second, thank you for the sub, for one. Let's be serious for a second here. Welcome back to the Brotherhood. Welcome back to the family. Welcome back to Cinema Nights. You need to go look into CVC channel. By the gods, it's so funny. Jordy, he's talking to you. I love how Hitty doubled down, by the way. I love how Hitty doubled down. GG. That's funny. Did someone of you forget to get a haircut? No. I ended up delaying it, so like my schedule got changed over. I'm at the point now where I could get one, but like I'm gonna wait until the end of this week, and then we're gonna go next week. Matter of fact, I probably should schedule that out. He said, "Go ahead." Okay. But yeah, I'm basically about due. I'm about to be due. I normally do it like every 3 weeks, I think, something like that. But this is the point where you see a little bit more scrubbiness. I'm gonna let that sucker go. So in case they want to line me up and clean up anything, because like for me, I can't. I don't know what it is. Maybe I just suck. I'll take that. But like trying to line up the beer and all that and whatnot, you know what I mean? I'll let the professionals do it. So I gotta give them a little bit to work with. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna let that go. I'm letting it go now. My shit's messy. Really? When we go on our trip, Jordy, I'm gonna look muy guapísimo. I'm waiting for the client to launch, by the way. It's loading up now. Or should be, hopefully. You forgot to tell me to stay ascended. No, I normally tell you welcome to the ascended, but you haven't went to the restaurant for some THC yet? Alright, then we're gonna load this down. Yo, do me a favor, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, before we even get started, I want you guys to do this for me as a form of honoring me, if you guys wouldn't mind. Give some big salutes to the homie Guardian for buying a takeover for me. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you for helping me keep the lights on, all that good stuff. So, big salutes to you, Guardian, first and foremost. Everybody else, if y'all don't mind giving me the cadence of giving some salutes to my boys, some social salutes would help. Yeah, it'd be appreciated. There you go. Big salutes. Thank you, Guardian. With that being said, coaching session, right? The goal is to see how we can improve the account, right? That's the goal. Do me a favor. Is there any key areas that you would like to prioritize your focus on, Guardian, that you want my feedback on? Typically, with any type of takeover that's like coaching related, I'm kind of generalistic about where the account is at and then what they need to focus towards next. And then I try to give you like a priority, like these should be your priorities to go for, okay? So that's what I typically do. But if your account has had a lot of changes over time and you wanted to focus on something in particular and you want a little bit more credence, this is the time to tell me so I can kind of focus towards that as we go by, okay? Now, with that being said, we want to get an idea of where the account is at first. So we're going to have to go exploring around and seeing where we're at, all right? So number one, how's your charge looking? We free to play. Got it. I've been there. He's got 4K, though. That's not bad. This is good. He's been accumulating some Legos that's like basically good champion chase points, right? For example, that's good. Okay, we're spreading quite a bit here. Interestingly enough. Yeah, we're spreading a lot, it looks like. Okay. Hey, why has this got such bop energy? This dance is for Guardian. I'm gonna shake my booty for you a little bit. Hold up. I ain't got much in the trunk, so you see me. I'm flapping my imagination. Jesus Christ. Okay, I check here specifically to see if he is capable of acquiring mats for the top end bosses, which typically means that he could do Doom Tower pretty well. That was my this is my little cheat code of knowing it before I actually go over there. But basically, it looks like he's able to get materials in all 3 different final bosses, so Doom Tower's not a problem there. Great Hall is a little bit spread out, and this kind of speaks to like ambiguity on what you want to focus towards. And also what you're working with too, so that's kind of a problem. Same thing similarly here. This is kind of problematic. Let's see, where are we at? He's got a T-Ox by the goods. We'll do champion poll last. Let's go and take a look at areas. I got some questions for you, sir. Answer me this in DM, since there's a lot of people talking in chat today. 1, is everything on farm here? Also, what is your tankiest champion on your account, your fastest champion on your account, and your best nuker? Damage dealer, whether that's PvP or PvE. Which one is like, yo, if I want to just put somebody down, this is my champion. This is the go-to. This is my cream of the crop. Who are those champions for you on your account? And then I'll go from there, okay? Should be free across the board on those. Should be able to farm that too. Okay, cool. Let's see, how far are we progressed up here? Tracking. I don't know if you noticed, but are you using your preset? Looks like you kind of just threw them in there, huh? Yeah, you might want to double check your preset there. Maybe you can speed it up a little teeny bit. But as long as you can do it, that's all that matters. Let's check hard. 10. Looks kind of similar. Okay. I get the idea of this one. What? Setup. Pop. A3. And then burns. It's an interesting team. As long as it works. If it's 42 seconds, hell yeah. Similarly. Okay. That's fine. So you got the dungeon set up pretty well, right? That's what that looks like to me. Dungeons are good to go. Okay, cool. God, can I collect this? My OCD. Okay. We're going to bring out our most useful tool. Arnia? What the hell is that? Do you have any data for your... You also probably would need to get on top of this as soon as possible, but do you have any data on your Chimera? Screenshots, teams you use, etc.? Where are you at in terms of progression? Like, what stage are you farming at? And let me know when you got a second. I'm assuming you're top of this too, like, right? Yeah, you're chilling. Okay, cool. We already looked at Doom Tower, so I don't need to entertain this too much, but basically, he can farm it. So freelo. Follow-up question. Where are we at with this? Looks like we've minimally progressed in here. Okay. Question. Okay. It still kind of begs some more questions, though. What is your experience in Grim Forest as well? I see you typing. He's typing to me in DMs, by the way, boys. He's answering my questions there. You are... have you been able to full clear Grim Forest or no? If no, what bosses are you struggling with? So for me, when it comes to clearing, the biggest things in order would be the mini bosses. So these are called the roaming bosses, technically. The ones that join the main final boss at the end. Right? We can't show that right now because he's like, they're not, you don't have your crowns. But the roaming bosses, like this one. Then it's the main boss. Can you beat that? This is my checklist. And then Goblinos, I think, are the other tedious or difficult thing to do. And then I feel like the mimics are free, right? Looks like you got the mimics pretty well, so that's not a problem. Are you able to full clear before I go any further? Because I don't want to critique this if you're good. You struggle with the bosses in general. Okay, so that is something we need to go over. Okay, not a problem. Yeah, I got you. Do me the solid, if you got a minute too, while you're working on the side here. Let me know which ones you're having problems with, and we can kind of discuss this a little bit more. But we'll get to it when the time comes, okay? We'll get to that when the time comes. Is there anything else I am missing outside of looking at the champion pool? I think that's pretty much it. All right, let's see what we're actually working with here. Boys, I'm going to kill chat so you guys can all see it, and I'm going to disappear. This is what we're working with. He's got at least one nut. He finds a second one. He's a real boy. By the guts. Okay. Yeah, what's up, Batches? How you doing, man? Only important content, lol. Scrolling through Grim Forest goddamn sucks. I know, it feels so stiff, doesn't it? I have to so I have a mouse, right? That I have a button, so this is actually forcibly stopping my mouse from wheel scrolling. But if I push this button right here, it'll unlock it, right? And then I could just let it roll nonstop. I have to do that whenever I'm trying to zoom out of Grim Forest. Then lock it back in so that it's not like, you know, infinitely spinning or whatever. So you're not the only one that experiences that. It's weird, right? It's supposed to be a lot more fluid and a lot more easier for like mobile, but like on PC it just feels like trash. That's my text for you, by the way. Oh, GG. Okay. So obviously, from where your account is at, there's a lot of things we got to talk about, right? These are the areas that I saw that were incomplete. I am under the assumption that you can farm the top end of every stage. I have some questions, but we're under the assumption, Guardian, that you can do those stages, right? Ice Golem hard, Fire Knight hard, you know, Dragon, Spider hard 10. You could do the top end of every single stage. Now, if you can, Guardian, you could join us on the Twitch site and just type to us. That's fine. But yeah, I'm under that assumption. So if that's all good, then I'm not gonna go and swing into context for those. Okay, that means that your farm engines are capable of farming the absolute best opportunity to get gear. That's good. That's fine. At which point, I'm going to pivot towards the areas that are not complete and why you can't complete them, all right? So far, I saw Faction Wars Hard. I saw Arena. When I say Arena, I'm talking about from the standpoint of, like, Classic and getting this done. Arguably, I would say that this is kind of something that even I'm not finished with for how long I've been playing the game. I think a little bit of that is my negligence, like my laziness, because, like, there are some people who have finished it, but they also... You know, they drop jimmies in there, you know what I mean? So, like, it's semantics. Not all of this needs to be filled out to do well, but if any of these areas are incomplete, there's a strong chance that, like, getting this will help you out, right? So that's kind of like the duh, you know what I mean? Like, I get it, right? So, in that case, we consider this to be incomplete because there are some areas like Faction Wars, Hydra, as well as Sin City, that we've notated that they're not complete, and these are areas that you can get like extra elevated quality of life experiences in, right? So that's what I mean by like these areas are they're not complete. This needs to be finished. This, at least in the context of where you're trying to improve your account, is not complete. So like those are the areas that I think that are worth investing to finish it out, right? To go into context for Arena, that's what that is. For Hydra, This is a caveat that I'm gonna put out there for you to be aware of right off the rip, okay? My caveat of what I consider to be done for Hydra on an individual basis is at a minimum being able to hit 1.2 billion per week. Per week. So when I went and I looked at your champion or your participation in this last one, it looks like it took you 2 weeks to fully rotate into one full complete set. For the sake of getting these like resources on a consistent basis, you want to kind of have this entire bar done every single week, because what happens is the next week it's going to reset. If you do only half, it's not going to reset until you get the other half done. So your net loss is 2 boxes worth of accessories, right? So that's why for me, I want it to be definitively across all rotations, across all moments for your teams, that you're always able to consistently hit 1.2. That's why I marked this as incomplete, okay? And then, of course, it's a no-brainer about Sin City. That, you know, we don't have Carnage yet, and we're not even a fifth of the way through, which means that considering for how long it's been, the amount of progress you've been able to make here is minimal, and we need to identify the reason why. So... if it's on you that you're just being lazy, that's on you. We'll just tell you to go play the freaking game, right? But it could be other stuff too as well, and I don't want to just place the blame all on you. Like, it's not that you're not trying or what have you. It could be maybe we're lacking something and we need to identify what that lack is, right? So, like, that's good stuff to try to identify so that we can fix it and then utilize it to help us push forward, right? So, identifying what the problems is what my first goal was with this right here, okay? So that's that. Now, as for how we want to approach this is going to be pretty interesting, okay? We're going to need the champion pull up for this because we know where you're at on all the other areas now. Everything is so interconnected. It's hard to kind of just specifically say that just do this first or what have you, because like by doing Arena, it makes everything else easier. By doing Hydra, focusing on Hydra, that opens up some opportunities for you to do better in like Grim, Sin City, Faction Wars, even higher Arena 2 technically. So like they're all interchangeable. I'm gonna try this out and see if this will help us out a little bit. Since you're so close to that 1.2 bill, that could be a value for us. What's the next easiest? It's probably gonna be Grim. How do we feel about that, boys? I think that's an accurate one. And then Arena is laced in between this. What the fuck? What'd I just do? I just pressed a button. What the fuck did I just do? Hold on. Close this. Let's try that again. Okay. I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong function. Here. Do we disagree with that? And the only reason why I'm prioritizing Hydra right now is just to get him over the speed hump. Once he hits that 1.2 bill, that's basically it. My caveat behind this, by the way, is for each clan, it's going to be a little bit different about prerequisites, quote unquote. Some clans want more from players. Some clans want less from players. For some players, it's based off of one of those two functions, right? So for you, at the minimum, I want 1.2 bill. If the clan expects more from me, that's between you and the clan, okay? Yeah, then that pretty much sells that. Let's see. Let me catch the chat real quick. Is shit on mobile too? Really? Okay. Fire Knight and IG Hard 10 aren't consistent. Really? Okay. All right, interesting. Mapachas, I'm going to focus on Guardian, since this is kind of like his time to shine, in a sense. If you remind me these questions later, maybe we can get the community to answer those questions, or if somebody wants to answer you right now, that's fine. But I'm going to focus on Guardian for a little bit. It's not that I don't want to ignore you. I am acknowledging that you asked a question. Give me a little bit, and I'll get back to you, okay? I don't want you to feel neglected or anything. I sent you... I DM'd the Chimera. Okay, let's see. Is it the brutal 40 mil plus and then the hard 40 mil plus? Is that your two keys for Chimera? Got it. Okay. Oh, God. Where's the priority in Chimera in this whole conversation? Chimera initially is open up to everyone, but the top end of that is for a more progressed account, right? Completing Hydra for the bonuses will give you the 9-piece protection, which could help you out in Chimera more. So I think Hydra still takes precedence there. Grim has like a lot of like interlaced rewards, but I think because of its easiness of access and its value, it should be prioritized over the others too as well. Sin City, what is in Sin City side? We get Merciless, which will help out your nuker builds for Chimera. Supersonic, not as much, but variable sets in addition to trying to build up certain builds could be pretty useful. Faction Wars hard. I think that's where it'll be a little bit more interchangeable. So like, would that be okay? Faction War also feeds into Chimera just as well too, unironically enough. Huh. Yeah, what's up, Angelus? What's up, Skrillex? I think that's a good start there. I got you. Appreciate it. I can hear the coke in this song. What you mean by that? Sister Sledge, Lost in Music. Okay. All right. I think we'll start with this for right now. I might change these two in between. We'll see. I'll see how I feel about that. But that's what I'm going to recommend as your priority path, okay? So Arena above everything else is going to be kind of the answer for that one. Arena is present every single day. 10 a day, 20 a day, whatever you can reasonably do. I think if memory serves me correctly, if you are active enough and you're present enough, your coins should be always on E, and then when you get your refills, they're going up. Right now, we're at Tuesday, and if memory serves me correctly, if you're doing just the bare minimum a day, okay? So, like, whatever you can get for free. I'm not talking about buying refills. I'm not talking about none of that, okay? Just the bare minimum a day. I believe you start off with your 10 refill when you wake up. Then you have your refill from Dailies and the daily login, right? So that's 10, 10, plus a 5. So, like, at least 25 with regen. With regen on top of that, you get maybe up to like 35. So I will say on average, on a daily basis, if you're staying on top of it, 25 to 35 is pretty much a good roundabout way to show that you're on top of it, okay? So like as we're looking at this right now, you're a little behind already. And it's kind of clear, right? We were sitting on 10 that we're not doing anything with, right? So, yeah. Let's start with Arena. Aim to keep the medals at 0. Make a schedule for yourself to complete 10 when you wake up, 5 to 10 during Dailies reset, the refills, and any remainder when going to sleep, or before going to sleep. This is free to play route, okay? I'm not talking about buying anything extra. This is the stuff that you can get on a regular basis by just playing the game, okay? We're not talking about buying anything. I'm just legitimately saying a reasonable expectation should be a minimum of like 25 to 35. I think is an easy, like, realistic expectation, okay? Now, you could do a little bit in the morning, and then when you get off work and you're about to do your dailies for the day, you could do the extra 10 to 15 there. And then if there's anything left over while you're finishing up other stuff on your account, right before you go to sleep, all right, I'm just going to tap these and just make sure I go and try to farm something free, right? You can schedule that however best sees it, but that would be my first suggestion, is to try to be a little bit more active in that department, okay? All right, so that's the first thing there. For LA... 10 a day. 10 a day. And in capitalization, it does not matter what your win rate is. You lose 3, you get a bot. At worst, you're getting roughly 2 wins per 10 matches, right? That's worst case scenario, right? -3, that's 6. You get two of the free battles, that's 8. Yeah, and then the 9 and 10, that's all you have. Now, I'm saying you still try, but at worst, you should get 2 wins a day because you're fighting the bot, okay? It doesn't matter. It's gradual progression. It's the smallest things, the smallest pebbles that creates a big rock on your account, okay? So, for example, we're talking about making progress in certain areas, right? 2 wins at your current rank. Where are we at? We're in Silver 4 at the moment, okay? Now, obviously, you're going to eventually make progress because you're just going to eventually grow, right? It's going to eventually improve. But 50 right there is the equivalent, what you get on a daily basis. So that's basically 100 medals a day if we're talking about worst case scenario, okay? 100 is 2 levels on the starting factions down here, like, you know, for the tier 1s. You can get that like level 2 across the board within like a couple days, like 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day, 5 day. That's automatically good progression. I don't care if we win. I don't care if we lose. You shoot your shot. You do your best. You get your bots. If you're doing really, really poorly, you take your ass whoop and you keep it going. I have done it on my account before I started spinning so extravagantly, where I would get my ass. I got bombed so many times running my Duchess and my Python back in the day, and that's all I had. That's all I had at the time. I got bombed into infinity and beyond so many times, and it's frustrating. We took our ass whoopings. We grinded, and that's what that is. You got to grind. There's no denying that. You have to grind. Somebody has to grind on this account, and that's how you'll get points. Legitimately, that's how you're going to get points. And those small gradual additive amounts of like medals you get will pay off eventually, okay? So that's why I mean that it's a daily effort. This should be always something you should try to achieve on your account on a daily basis, if possible, okay? We could talk about teams and all of the other stuff and whatnot. That's fine. But like the main idea of it is that I see that there is a lack of attendance in these areas. And that's what I would try to encourage you to change a little bit, okay? Look at it from a microscopic. I'm not doing this because I want to win and have my pee-pee stroked from, being a wiener. That's cool and all, but like in the end of the day, we need our medals. We're trying to grow our account out. If I got to take an ass whooping to get my account growth, so be it. That's the mentality I want you to have, okay? Because it'll help you grow. It's going to help you grow regardless. And you're going to get, eventually, what's going to happen is you're going to promote into gold, same circumstance. You're going to get your ass whooped. You're going to come back, and then you're going to get your bot. You're going to get win. And then now, because you're winning in, hold on, it's laggy. You're getting 50 here. If you so happen to get a gold 2, now you're getting 55. That number increases in how much you're looking at. You notice how I'm talking about, forget like win rate and all that. I'm talking about the rewards. I'm fighting for the rewards, right? Let that be your driving focus. Right now, I'm doing live arena, not because I give a crap about anything else, because I want to get my Great Hall upgraded. When you look like that from that mentality, it makes the losses so much more easier to manage. Think about it this way. My account is poo-poo. Sure, I'm going to go for my bots. Give me those bots. I'm going for it. And then you come back, you take the little bit you got, push it to the area you need it for. And then you come back, push it to where you need it for. Next thing you know, that area is getting so much value that now it's flooding into your account more rewards. Those rewards now improve your builds. Those builds now make it easier for you to win those fights more. It's full circle. It's a full circle on that one, okay? So, like, that's the number one thing I want you to prioritize is to increase your attendance in arena, because you need to do that no matter what. These things got to get filled up somehow, okay? All right. With that being said, that's basically my TLDR about how I feel about your circumstance at arena right now. You're not trying to win. You're not trying to win every single battle. You're just trying to do your best within 10. Because if you're playing free to play, which I'm assuming you are, you can't just buy refills all the time. That's not a luxury that is afforded to you as a free-to-play player, okay? And that's okay, but don't sacrifice and not do something for the day, because that's wasted resources. And that's going to be an answer to something that you've asked me in DMs that I'm going to talk about towards the end, okay, about resource management. But let me clarify the areas that I think we want to focus on a bit more. Going into Hydra, I'm going to do this with you, okay? This is what I mean by prioritizing your efforts religiously. You know how we're talking about doing your daily LA, doing your daily arena? If you go to your current teams, I'm going to ask you a question here. On these teams, are these the teams you use on every single rotation, every single week? Yeah. Are these the teams you use every single week? Yes, okay, cool. Not a problem. I'm going to give this area, you know how you're farming stuff? You're going to ask the question, where do I put it? This is how you do it. This is what I tell everybody. When it comes to like how to focus your efforts towards something specific, if Hydra is our immediate focus right now, and the goal is 1.2 billion a week, right? If all these are your teams, I'm going to go and do it this way, all right? Look at Hydra. Current teams, right? We got Void, we got Magic, we got Force, and then we got Spirit, right? Those are the 4 different affinities you can have for champions, right? Let's count it together. How many voids are we looking at? I got 1 on the first team. 0 in the second team. 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5 voids we're looking at. Let's go magic next. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Force. 1, 2, 3. 3. Let's do spirit. 0. 1, 2, 3. I do this just to show, like, I'm really trying to, I'm getting down into the dirty details with this, okay? If we're going to talk about where your biggest value is going to be at in terms of investment on your account, you know how you've been farming those arena medals? Like, for example, you go to classic side, right? If you want a suggestion for right now, for the foreseeable future, you don't want a full defense. You want to make it so that people are attacking you on a regular basis. You put something like that up instead, people are going to hit you nonstop. You're going to get dropped down to gold 4. You're going to get dropped down to early gold 5. You're going to farm your way back up. You're going to get hit back down. And that's going to be the way to allow you to, whenever you refresh for the day, instead of getting all these full teams, you're going to get more likely this. That's the trick when it comes to farming. You don't want to be a target that's difficult. You want to be a target that's fast and efficient for people to farm, because you're going to get hit more often. If I'm looking to make my dailies get done or what have you super quickly, I'm going to hit this target first before I'm going to hit any other target. Think like a player. So right? That's what I'm doing right here for the purpose of this, right? Now, with that being said, while you're farming these medals, these little extra little bits you're getting, right? This extra 4 that you got, that turns into, over the course of a week, maybe 500 or so, right? You take these medals. If our focus is Hydra right now, since that's going to be our first focus, out of all the champions you currently use inside your teams, it would be stupid to go for Spirit and Force Affinity first. I would prioritize the ones that have more value across all your teams, at which point it's going to be Void and Magic. So what business do we have trying to invest into Force HP when our biggest value is going to be Void? So maybe it's better to go crit damage so that our damage dealers that are Void related are going to do more output, right? So, like, this is a great way to kind of, like, give yourself a visual understanding that, okay, these are the teams I use. I like them. They work. How can I make them do more? Well, first things first, invest in the right areas. This is where quality over quantity is going to reign supreme. All this spreading that you've done around, you may feel a little bit of it. And I kind of go, I rehash this all the freaking time. My stance on level 1 through 10 when it comes to investing in any given spot, you really won't feel the difference in the first 3 levels. You might feel it in the levels between 4, 5, and 6. 7 and 8, you're going to feel it. 10 and 9... 9 and 10, you're really going to feel it. You're going to tell the difference. So for me, my suggestion is always going to be to top off something before you start spreading out. Because you got this right here, you don't have to go an accuracy chest. You can probably go a damage percent, like attack percent, HP percent, or defense percent, depending on the champion, instead of having to go accuracy. But if this wasn't filled out, you may have to fill the need of going an accuracy banner and an accuracy chest. That's an example of how your builds are going to be defined because of your state of progression here. Okay, so my suggestion is always going to be for you to prioritize that. Quality over quantity. Stop spreading. This is not helping you. And it's also showing me that you have a lack of vision when it comes to, like, focusing on something particularly for the sake of your progression. With that being said, I do understand that there's a beauty behind seeing no browns. That's nice. Yeah, but, like, you got to suck it up a little bit. Let's prioritize this area, okay? So, in my suggestion, look at your champions. Now, we can even break it down even more, since we're going to use Void as our example here, right? If we have 3 spots that are not complete, right? Attack, crit damage, and then, of course, resistance, right? Resistance is a utility stat, which has its merits. It has its values. The more progressed accounts are going to use this more effectively than not progressed accounts. But let's just say, for example, we're looking at our options. You have 2 supports, control, utility, whatever have you, and then you have 2 damage dealers, right? So right now you're split between 2 and 2. And then if we go to the next one, there's nothing there. And of course, down here, it's damage, right? So you have 3 DPS, 2 support / control utility. if we're going to base it off of that information alone, when I look at your Great Hall, if I want to get the most bang for my buck for the totality of your entire account, like your entire teams for Hydra purposes, my answer now means that, okay, if I got 3 versus 2 on the champion values between these 3 stats, what's the one I'm going to go for first? Well, I'm going to lean towards damage since most of my 3 is going to be damage related. Now, you could go attack. I'm going to argue that like each champion is going to be a little bit different. So universally speaking, attack will benefit attack type nukers. HP will benefit HP based nukers and supports. You know, like support survivability. Same thing with defense. It'll help out defensive nukers and, you know, some stats for supports, right? But crit damage helps out all nukers, whether that's HP, attack, or defense, right? So if I had to pick between the 2 here just for longevity purposes, and I didn't even break it down even further there, you can look at those 3 nukers you have and what are their primary stats, right? 2 of them are attack based, so like there's value there, but one of them may be defense based. Is Gasper defense? I think he's defense, right? By the gods, I'm him. So, like, in essence, if I'm trying to benefit 3 out of the 4, attack would only benefit 2 out of 3. Crit damage would benefit 3 out of 3. So my immediate answer right now, if I were to prioritize voids in this in your Hydra efficiency rating, it's crit damage. Then after that, I would decide between whether or not this benefits supports and nukers on top of that. I would probably go this next, to be honest with you. I'd go crit damage, then resistance, and then I would top off void. And then you've helped out pretty much the bulk of where your team is at, and that automatically should give you some results, right? Then I would go to the next best, which will be magic, and I would do the exact same approach that I gave you. I would do that exact same thing. So this is what I would say to build up some efficiency. That's what I mean by prioritizing your focus of progression towards making that expandable. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean by like aligning your focus. Now, instead of just blindly growing this stuff out, now it's like, I'm doing this because of this reason. This is going to help these champions out. You see how like now it's more specific and it makes sense, right? But that's for the purposes of Hydra, okay? So I think this should give you a little bit of an idea of where we're coming from when it comes to what I mean by locking in your focus, okay? That's that. The next best step I could tell you, if we're going to be honest, is to secure your damage output is going to be to align yourself on a Great Hall standpoint here too as well. So this is where the live arena side, yeah, it's going to be small growth. It's going to take a little bit to get to the point where you're super efficient at getting these medals pretty consistently, but you still want to take the small drops you can get to make a big puddle, okay? So same premise, right? What stats here are going to benefit which champions? If we're going to go based off of the exact same example that I gave you in voids, okay, damage is more prevalent for the void side, right? This is a little bit more open for everybody, though, and that's where the nuance kind of changes a little bit. You can kind of base it off of how many nukers, how many supports do I have, blah, 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 blah. What stats benefits everybody? Well, first and foremost, speed. Speed is good for every single champion in Hydra. It makes your builds easier on all fronts, right? Then again, too, as well, accuracy is a universal utility stat that could help out a lot of all your champions. I would also say that if you're looking for damage, ignore percent and crit damage helps out all nukers, whether they're HP, attack, and defense based. So if you want my recommendation, what I typically encourage players to do is speed first, ignore percent second, crit damage third, if you're leaning towards the damage side of things, utility afterwards, which is going to be accuracy and maybe res, depending on your style of teams, right? The comp has to justify it, right? For lack of better words. And then you go to the primary stats of the value of champions that you care about. Similar to how I said defense will help out defensive nukers, but crit damage helps out all. Same concept applies here. Ignore percent is more valuable than crit damage when it comes to targets that have defense that are higher than a certain metrical number. For example, it is pointless to put crit damage over, ignore percent over crit damage for Demon Lord because Demon Lord has like, what, 1,500 defense? Let's go look. I'm going to see if I still got the sauce, boys. It's been a minute. I want to say the boss is like 1,500 defense. I'm strutting my knowledge, boys. I'm not going to lie. I'm flexing a little bit. 1,500 defense, basically, right? So, like, that number doesn't necessarily justify you going aggressively into ignore percent. Whereas if you go to Hydra, for example, and we're trying to, you know, pimp out all of our stages, so going from like Nightmare down, 3.5k, 6k, that number justifies the ignore percent being more valuable in the skew of stat lines. So it's always going to be ignore percent when it comes to Hydra versus versus going crit damage if you're going to pick the two for damage purposes, okay? So, to reiterate it, speed, universally good for everybody. If we're looking at nukers, ignore percent, good for everybody for Hydra. And then, of course, you can lean for more damage or you can lean for more utility to make those builds easier to deal in. And then from there, you can add the rest afterwards. But quality over quantity. Max this out as far as you can go. If you don't have any gold medals and you can't get gold medals, get to 6, then move on. But at the very least, get to 6 first, right? Because we don't want to go with we really won't feel it. I want to at least sort of feel it. You know what I mean? Listen, if you loving, you don't want to sort of feel it. You want to feel it. You know what I'm saying? So let's go. Let's go that far in the distance. All right. I'm preaching over here. I'm yapping, but that's the context. Okay. The goal should be to align your progression, to bolster your team, to produce more damage output, resulting in hitting the personal reward cap of 1.2 billion. After that, it's more conditional to what you personally want or what the clan requirements are. At a minimum of 1.2 bill, I consider Hydra complete. After you hit that 1.2 bill consistently, without a shadow of a doubt, you could sneeze and you get 1.2 bill. Hydra is no longer the focus unless you want to push numbers. And at that point, that's a different conversation. But for the sake of your progress right now, you need to be able to secure the stuff that you can secure for yourself that doesn't involve other people. That's the goal, 1.2 bill. Once you got that, I'll consider this done, all right? If you want more extreme examples of how to build compositions, I have videos on my YouTube channel. It's the Hydra 101 series that'll give you some examples and basically give you an idea of what to look for. It's pretty much the same. Hasn't really changed. Hydra's really not really changed too much in terms of content there. Obviously, there's some exceptions to some rules and whatnot, but those are caveats. Those aren't the main premise behind that. So you can go over there, you can watch that, and you get more of an example of what to focus on in terms of like building up comps. But you need the bolstering, you need the increase of stats to help you achieve those, and that's where the Great Hall will do that for you. Okay. All right. Next thing, we're gonna get into the Grim. What are we having a problem with? Let's go down the list here. Chat, you might need to help me out with this. Let's look at his deck first and foremost. Sorry, guys, I'm kind of prioritizing my my boy Guardian, right? We're giving the chastisation, we're giving the uplifting, we're giving the ascension. PPs are rising, you know what I'm saying? Do we have everything we're looking for, boys? Let's see. You guys can help me out with this part. The biggest things I look for in a deck are as follow. Oh, God, I wish I had that screenshot of that TLDR of like the bosses and the debuffs you're looking for overall account. But basically, in summary, if I'm going to go there really quickly, there's burns, there's freezes, there's heal reduction. Am I missing anything else in terms of like priority stats that we need to have? And then you want a safe balance of champions that give you support and damage. And that's what we'll spread from there. So let's take a look at this. I see a lot of utility damage dealers. Block buffs is also a good nod. I forgot about that too. Nice bias, by the way. Okay. It's not as bad. I think you are a little bit DPS heavy, if we're being honest for a second here. Right off the rip, I see that you have a little bit more DPS. How are the... let's see, what's our total number? I think for me and my deck, I actually have this on my desktop. Let's go, Poggy Woggies. Un momentos, por favor. Don't get lost in the sauce on the champions themselves. You need to get lost in the sauce of the quantity of type of champion I have, okay? So yes, I'm using a lot of red. Obviously, that's not fair, but let's just talk about this, for example, okay? Heal reduction, how many do I have? I have 1, I have 2, 3, 4. I forgot about that one. So 3 right. 1, 2. Wait, hold on. Did I catch that right? 1, 2, 3. Am I missing anybody else, boys? I don't see it. And that's pretty much. I have 3 there. How many freezers do I have? I have 1, 2, sort of. I don't think Ninja really constitutes, but 2 there. I really don't go down the freeze route, but I mean, you can technically do it. What else are we looking for? Block buffs. Let's see. Block buff champions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Am I missing anything else? I mean, HP burn is a little bit. This is kind of not fair on that part. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. Big ballin' over here. 5. But you get the idea. You see how like my champions have like the semblance of like we're looking for a decent spread of those debuffs across the board. Then I want you to look at my deck as a whole. Everything on the left is pretty much damage centric. It's all damage. Every single one of these guys, I could build them up for DPS and they could do DPS, okay? The ones on the right are your utility and your supports. So like, for example, the Adosa, this is kind of a hybrid, but like she could technically be a support, utility, 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 supporty, utility, supporty, utility, support, 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 that entire row support, utility, 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 support, damage, everything. You see how like I kind of spread that from there? So you basically just want to kind of do something similar to that where you have a good spread of the debuffs you're looking for, the damage you're looking for, the support you're looking for, and the utility you're looking for, okay? So I kind of listed that out a little bit. With that being said, looking at yours, you're very DPS heavy, and there could be some concerns there. Let's take a look at what you got for, and I think the organization of it too. You got some support in utilities over here that could probably go over here, and you got your DPS over here. If you pay attention, the reason why I have it split like that is that it always pulls from the 2 decks. It will always pull a equivalent amount from the 2 decks. So if you have too much stuff spread, like across the board, like kind of how you do it, I think whenever you reshuffle, it is possible that you end up getting a bad combination where like I needed support here and I didn't get it. By separating like that, you're kind of affecting how the deck is randomized when they're extracting champions for you to use, and you're always guaranteeing a spread of support plus damage in some capacity, and that will typically give you a somewhat decent team to work with. So that's the why, okay? Let's see what we got going on here. How much heal reduction do we have? I'm not 100% familiar with Gaspard there, so like, if he does have heal reduction, y'all let me know. I know that's 1 right there. I think he gives it 2 as well. That's 2, 3, 4, 5. So you got a lot there. 4 or 5. I might be off on one of these guys. That's SVG, right? Skull Lord Vargal. I think he has heal reduction. So I see at least 4 or 5 that I can kind of confirm, right? That's a decent number. That's decent. Let's see. What do we have for freezes? Do we have any freezes? I see 1. I believe he doesn't count, but just in case, I'll just say maybe 2. That's about it. That's okay. How about block buff? 1, 2, 3. 3. 3. 4. About 4-ish at least. Decent enough spread, I'd say, too. HP burn. 1. Am I only counting 1, 2, 3? I count 3. I got a little bit more in that department. That's okay. That's all right. I think if you get maybe 1 more somewhere, maybe you drop a damage dealer over here on the side and give like something a little bit more support utility oriented, like maybe a Venus if you have it, or something in that department where they can offer maybe that plus something else. Sure. Not too bad though. And then the overall spread of damage dealers and healer support, you're too DPS heavy for sure. So I would drop some of the useless ones. Like, for example, Nishak is okay. Like, general wave clear content could be any of these DPSs, right? Nishak doesn't really provide too much more outside of that, though, right? Yeah, so like Nishak could probably be an easy one that you can bop and move out and put an extra support in if you have it. Just as an example. Kind of feel like the same thing with Ezio, low-key. He's mostly poisons bombs, right? And then just general damage. I mean, you can get that from anybody else. So, like, those two, for example, you could probably drop, move the DPS over to the left, move the supports and control units over to the right. You'd have maybe a little bit more of a quality spread. That'd be my only, like, suggestion at this point in time. Then from there is just knowing what to use against certain champions. Like, for example, if you read this guy real quickly, the issue is that she doesn't even do much damage. She doesn't even really hurt. It's just that she's all about healing. So, like, you need to beat her down and kill her, right? That's the goal, right? So, a cleanser and someone who places block buff or heal reduction is important. Redundancy in that is important. So, like, removes all buffs from all enemies. That's where you're going to get cleansed because he does the seal and the block passive stuff. That's where you want to cleanse for. Maybe a healer in addition to that, like Elva would be a great example. Then he does the activation of the heals as well as the continuous heals themselves. That's where, as long as you keep those heals off of them, strippers are good too as well. Like Sun Wukong, I saw you have them in there. Champions that can remove those buffs if they so happen to go on there. You want to prevent them from going on, but you can also, you know, work with them being on, work with them being off, or you can work to take them off. There's 3 different ways you can do it, right? But that's basically it. Once you got that locked and loaded, it's just a matter of spank and tank at that point, right? HP burn's really good for him, as well as not this guy, but the other one. I think you beat him already. I think it's this one. This one you benefit from behind burning. Yeah, because it removes the reflect aspect, but you already beat this, so you don't need me qualming about that. This bozo. Realistically, it's block debuff, which we can go look at your deck again to make sure you got that going. A cleanser of some kind. Because he does a lot of burns and a lot of his stuff scales off of him surviving and sustaining off of that. But then the other part is the counterattack and the shield that he puts on himself, which is where block buffs is relevant. So as long as you got like a cleanser and someone that can remove buffs or keep the buffs from being on them, you got what you're looking for. So like this is sort of close. Maybe I wouldn't do this because the affinity is negative for you in that regard, but like maybe something like that could probably help you out maybe a little bit better because she also has block buff too. So you got a little bit of redundancy there. Just to give you an idea, I think that with what happened to my Leah bugged out. What the fuck? That could be pretty good. Does he cleanse himself at all? He doesn't remove buffs, so like that will work technically. I would just caution you to be aware of the fact that you're going against affinity. So like having him, I know he obviously does damage and all that, but like, you know, it's going to be harder to keep that buff going, whereas Void Affinity is better, right? Just as an example. You can also make arguments about strengthen and all that stuff helping you survive a little bit better. Semantics. But the idea of that pretty much after that is survive and then spank a tank. Once you control the boss, spank a tank. And that's kind of the going consensus for a lot of these things. The hardest one, in my opinion, is the poison one. Where's the poison one at for this rotation in hard? Anybody remember? Did you beat him already? Oh, yeah, you did. Nice. This one is basically just working through poisons and cleansing and then Poison Cloud, right? If you can manage all of those, you're pretty much good to go, right? So it's the same premise. Block or buff strippers are really good for this one. Cleansers, which I see you did. And then, you know, rock out what you cock out, damage. It's all about sustain and spank and take at that point. It's pretty much the long and short of it. Is that all the bosses? That's 4, right? 1, Camazotz. The other dude that burns. And the healer, right? The Siren? Yeah. And then I would say for where your account is at right now, in terms of progression, I wouldn't be too infatuated with trying to beat this guy with these guys being present. Get them out first and then come and spank this boy. But you want to beat these guys because they give you a lot of value in terms of getting access to Mercurial, which is good for a lot of content right now, particularly PvP. So like you can get pretty expansive there if you stay on top of that. But that's kind of the long and short of it. That's the biggest thing. The mini bosses that I went over, those are the roaming bosses. Then we want the tree himself, big tree boss guy. And then after that, it's gonna be what? Mimics / Goblinos, right? And then miscellaneous from there, because everything else is kind of just miscellaneous, right? I would say like purple area is probably like a big area for rewards typically. And to express the reason why for the Mimics and Goblinos, Mimics have a big tendency to drop some of the bigger rewards. Something you may can also get improvements off of, which is going to be like your relic system. Let's see how we're looking there. You don't have a single red yet. Beating the Mimics, I think, have a chance to drop that, right? So like that's one area that by doing that, you can expose yourself to getting access to things that could help you do better in the other areas that we're talking about. Like, for example, maybe you're one of the lucky duckies and you get access to this one, which is a boss slayer. Any boss content you do deal 10% more damage. That's a lot. You know what I mean? So definitely don't want to neglect this because that could give you access to that, and that takes you a step up in efficiency, okay? So, like, that's typically what you want to make sure you're getting on a weekly basis. Try to prioritize getting towards those routes first, okay? We talked about how you can beat the bosses. Mimics are as easy as heal reduction. That's it. It's that free. After that, it's spank a tank. Goblinos is all about survivability. So, like, champions that can give you shielding or block damage or... a combination of those assets are really, really valuable. So, like, for example, if I'm looking at this, Siffy's a good reviver. We got a heal, continuous heals from this. You also got shields from that. So this is a good spread for support. Damage dealers, you basically just looking for someone that gives you decreased defense weaken, and then you're looking to just pump numbers, right? So, like, you got decreased defense and a damage dealer. You got decreased attack, which will help you survive some of the hits. You see, like, how this is? You got unkillable. This is a good starting point for what I would say is prerequisite for a good attack at this, right? So, like, I would just go ahead right off the rip and just kind of introduce this as a possible potential thing to build towards. I don't know. Maybe to enable him more, as an example. So, like, those are not bad. Another thing, too, you can also do, I like, when I first started this, now, mind you, my progression is a little bit different than yours. I tried to prioritize things that give me, like, a lot of speed. I wouldn't focus too much on resistance. I would go for, like, damage stats, and then also maybe some utility stats in addition to that. But, like, speed plus damage is kind of what I look for nowadays. Resistance isn't bad, but I don't think it's mandatory as long as you're aware of how to build your comps up for the fights, like how we discussed. So not that big of an issue, but I would say you could probably lean a little bit more aggressively towards more damage with your cards. These are just bonuses. They just add on to whatever you can currently build. So I think you master yourself, that's just additive on top of that. It's my 2 pennies. As for the justification behind why you want to fight the Goblinos, these chests right here that you're getting Grim Coins for, that's probably one of the best areas to get that. You should be able to get all 3 chests with completing the Goblinos at their max. So getting down here to 20 million, it should be the goal for this one. And you get the 70 coins along with all the rest of the stuff too. The addition of all that plus completing all the other side content that you can get will allow you to get this chest And this chest gives you a crap ton of mercurial artifacts and accessories, and that's going to help you in the other areas, right? So you see how it feeds into other areas? Same thing is true for arena into PvE content into PvP. It's interchangeable. They're both equally important. Review VOD for info on how to fight bosses, because we talked about it. All right, that brings us to our next spot. Where are we going to go from here? Sin City. Sin City's hard. Sin City's hard for where you're at. I would say that this is going to force you to have to build up champions that you're not normally going to build up. And this is where it gets into the more niche aspect of... what is this title? You remember our conversation? I said I was going to do it. I did it. For Cursed City, unfortunately, the same aspect of like how you prioritize your affinity bonuses and more importantly the area bonuses, this is a lot more impactful here, and this is where my justification of quality over quantity really hit. This is important. This is severely important. Your quality of life tremendously improves. However, it's only going to do so much. This is where restrictions kind of first been introduced into the game. And unfortunately, you have to accept the reality is that you're going to have to invest into champions that you will never use outside of this area. That is the truth of it. The next two areas we're talking about on your progression standpoint, like Sin City and Faction Wars Hard, that's the reality. You can't avoid it. There's a certain set of champions inside each restriction that are going to allow you to be able to do it, and those are the only champions you're going to build up to do it, and unfortunately you have to do it. That's basically it. If you want to make progress effectively in there, you're going to have to do it. So let me give you an example. In Sin City, with each restriction, there's a couple areas where you're going to have to build up certain champions. Like, for example, thankfully, you kind of have some already in development, but like, are you using your Sinisha anywhere at the moment? I'd say no, because she's level 50 right now. You're not doing anything with her, right? She shows up quite a bit in a lot of different rotations. And when you're first making progress for the first time, you don't want to, you're not at the luxury or you're not at the progression point where you can take one champion and dunk on the content. You have to work your way up to that. So you need a full 5-man team. So like, for example, if I were to try to build up a team right now, I have at least one champion, two champions right now that are completely incomplete. You're going to want to build them up. Masteries, level, the works. And what I would do for each area, or for each stage, each rotation, mind you, is I would do this in anywhere you get stuck at. So if you're stuck here, you need to know, you need to look at your champion pool. It's like, okay, what do I need to beat this? Borgoth is the same thing as you would deal with in Doom Tower, right? How do you beat it? Destroy max HP, poison, sustain comps, shielding. Those are all important assets, right? Okay, do I have any champions that can provide that to me? Yes. Start building them up. So in Sin City, take inventory of each stage requirements and build out a spreadsheet or some kind of notepad, spreadsheet or / information deck. This is for you to do on your side, where you go through each stage and be like, all right, where you go into each stage that you can't complete, look for champions that will help you win, help you beat it, and start developing them. Sorry for the flashbang, boys. So that's what I would do here if I were you. Basically, I'll do one for you, okay? Let me see if I can find one that's not, like, annoying. I mean, this is kind of an easy freebie one. So, like, for example, looking at this stage, I think you have everything you need to beat it. these champions right here are not finished, the ones you see in the back. I would use that as a perfect example of like, okay, I kind of have, I got my damage dealer, I got some supports to help me survive, I got revivers, control the 9 yards, right? I just need to develop them now. When you get into your next champ training, get this bozo up and running. Get him to 6-star, go take him into Minotaur, get his masteries done, and then level him out, you know? If you got any extra blessings or whatever you can give him, give it to him. But get him there. All my homies love Steel Skull, by the way. He's actually really, really good. Okay, so that's a freebie. Those 2 are easy ones I would throw in. You could even throw in someone in there. I would say he's mandatory. I'm putting my foot down. You need to build him up. But, like, that's an easy example, right? Just go into some other ones and just look, okay, all right. Does this solve my answer? Maybe, maybe not. What is something that we have concern? Maybe I don't do enough damage yet because my bonuses aren't fully maxed out. But I need to control the wave so I can reset my cooldowns going into the next wave. This is where it's going to be kind of important, where, like, when the champion pool is deficient... For this area, when the champion pool is deficient, look to compensate using set bonuses. What's an example I can use? Attacks all enemy 2 times. Transfers all debuffs in this first hit. Then attacks enemies that, okay. It's multi, he has 1 AoE. I'm trying to find like a big AoE or like a heavy multi-hitter. You get a little bit of control with Ray, for example. That's one CC chance, right? But like maybe, I don't know, we can use him as an example for this one. He hits randomly at 4 times. That's a bit of a drop in value, but his A2 is an all hitter, right? You can maybe put him in a stun set to give you an extra layer of control. Sets that are good for this area. Stun set. Stun, Frost. Let's go to the supporty sides. Bolster / shield. They're both applicable. Bolster's obviously better. Provoke. For control / sustain. DPS sets like Merciless, Savage, Lethal. And that's where you can kind of compensate. Yeah, like maybe Kale doesn't do like a crap ton of damage, but he could be your extra layer of control. Maybe the Ray just needs an extra turn of cooldown, and because you're able to stun just the right enough targets to get you where you need to be, that could be the answer. I like Frost set in particular when you're using champions that have Provoke, because it's an extra layer of control. Like, for example, here, I actually use Gnarlhorn against S19. I put him in a Frost set. I Provoke. That's 1 turn control. They hit me. They hit my Gnarlhorn. Then the Frost set triggers. So it's okay to level saves that I don't normally use. If they serve a purpose, yes. Yes, 100%. Like... I don't think I will ever try to... if I had the options and the restrictions were never a thing, I would use a better support than Steel Skull. But Steel Skull is the only support for this stage that'll help you out as a part of the example that I'm giving, okay? He's actually a really great one, but that may be a bad option to use as a reference point. What are some that I use? Let's see. All right, I'll give you a perfect example. Gnarlhorn, he's a rare that provokes. That's his value right now. He's a rare that provokes, right? For the sake of Sin City. Would I be more excited about using him over someone like, for example, shit, we can go down the list. Martyr or Vizix or Umbral Enchantress. I would view all of those champions personally as a better option compared to Gnarlhorn. But Gnarlhorn is the only one that you can use here. If that's all you got and that's your best option for control for that area, build it. Why not? If it's the difference between you completing a stage or not completing a stage, do it. But it has to serve a purpose. He has to be an option here for you to, you know, like that's it. That's the answer, right? Yeah. Don't just build up something randomly just to build up something randomly. Build it with the intent to help you progress in this spot, particularly, okay? I saw the Zeal comment, by the way. You're right. But yeah, that's the idea of it. Composition-wise, composition, I like to have 1/2 control champions, provokers, stunners, etc. 1 support. This is basically like a reviver, a healer, a cleanser. DPS, and then the last slot flex, right? What I mean by flex spot is maybe I have perfect control, but my damage is poo-poo. That last spot could be a DPS spot. Maybe I have good DPS, good control, but I'm just taking too much of a hit, and I need a little bit more healing, more support. Put that in there. Maybe I don't have enough control, and that 1 extra control spot would do the difference. Put in extra control. Flex that last spot in there. But typically, 1 or 2 control champions, 1 support champion, 1 DPS, and then the last one could be flexed based on what the account or the restriction requires. That could be, you know, what you're going against, et cetera, right? It's going to be unrealistic for you right now to be venturing up here, but I don't see it being impossible for you to make some small progress on your way up there. Additionally, if you're not completing Amius and you're not beating certain things, so like, for example, I would aim to kind of make some of these be more realistically possible. Like right now we're 4 out of 6. There's 2 right there we can do. Why can't we do those? There's 1 right there. There's 1 right there. You have the means to do it. It looks like you beat this before. I would make a conscious effort to get as many candles as you can because that opens up extra rewards, obviously, along the way, right? These are all nice rewards. But more importantly, one of the GOATs of the game right now, he's really, really strong in PvP, Faction Wars Hard Mode, which we're going to get into. He's literally a permanent staple in those teams pretty easily. Why deny yourself a free mythical? Answer me that, right? So, like, the goal should be to make incrementals. Like, I give you your praise at doing 75 right now. Don't let that be complacency, okay? Make efforts here. And that means that, like, hey, if I can't beat this right now, why can't I? Do I have an answer that will help solve that problem? Okay, write that sucker down on the list, and I'll do you one even better. There's already pre-made lists that could help you out. Shout out to my boys in AKG / particularly Fade, where if you go to the game discussion channel and you look at the pinned messages, there's already pre-established recommendations of champions that are really good in both Sin City and Faction Wars Hard, whether it's rares or epics, so the more easier to acquire champions. These champions, I have went through with Fade and suggested these champions to him because they solve those problems. So if you're not entirely sure about what other people are using, you can use that as a reference. Do I have this champion? Is he going to be good? SoulSaint says so. Shit. Let me start working on him. And then when he pops up into an area where you need to use him, you have him ready. Perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. Good reference material, but obviously the best champion you're going to ever have is going to be the one that's on your account. There's no, like, yeah, Galathier is super OP. I don't have him. So that's not my best champion, right? Make use of what you have. If what you got is a helicaf, rock out what you cock out. You know what I mean? You got to do what you got to do. So look at your options that you have available as you're making progress in these areas and try to develop champions that will help you push that comp. If you don't have a team, let me see if I can find, like, for example, your best options for this right now, we'll take off the 50s that are not done. These are the only ones you have developed. So you still need at least 2 of some other kind. Work towards that. I'll literally give you the answer. This is a perfect team to use going into this stage. Build those champions up. Deploy them. Go slam. Be rich. Multiply. The whole 9 yards. That's the case in point that I'm trying to get at. Like, you're going to have to make a conscious effort to develop champions. Like, yeah, you probably have cleansers and stuff like that that don't require you to use a Doom Priest now, but this is the only option you have for this particular spot. Build her up. Sinesha may not be the best damage dealer, support, utility champion you want to use ever in other areas, but she's the best option you got for here. By the way, both of these champions are in other rotations and other stages, so good value, right? But yeah, that's the best you got for here. Build them up. Build them up. And that pretty much covers my opinion about Sin City. There are going to be some blocks where you just don't have the answer, period. We all went through it. The best thing I can suggest is when you get stuck there, pivot. What I normally do when it comes to Sin City is boss first. So we're going for the keys, number 1. Number 2, we're trying to be Amius. Those are also good quests, by the way, to get you some value. 25. Heads up. And then I try to push into Sin City. Typically. That's typically the answer that I go. And then you go as far as you can until you hit that roadblock. move back. Then you backtrack. Okay, once I get stuck in whatever area I am in Soul Cross, I go back and I start doing some more of the easier stages. And then if it gets to that point where I'm still not at a point where I can push progress, go to normal. But at least you exhausted all the opportunities you can to get stuff. Don't slack off there, and don't be complacent about like, oh, I just can't beat this. No, why? Look into it. Try to find some teams, some options to beat you, you know, to beat this stage, and then develop them. So yeah, that's always going to be a thing there. Let's skip Chimera for right now because this is a great segue to Faction Wars. So I'm actually going to go ahead and pull the trigger on this. And we'll save Chimera for last. You're going to be surprised that by following the philosophy I'm giving you in Sin City, how well that translates over to Faction Wars Hard. And this is a perfect example because we got a really good rotation right now for a faction that I think will help you out tremendously in terms of seeing the picture. I'm claiming this because it's there. You're Dark Elves, right? Verbatim here, okay? What I use to climb up all the way from the beginning to the end is this. These 5 right here did it for me. Now, that 5th slot, it depends. What do I need to do that, right? For poisons, for example. I'm just using this as an example, okay? Now, cross-reference this for a second. Composition. This is basically the team you're using and why you haven't built. 1 or 2 control champions. Control. Pseudo control with the hex, right? Petrification. Lock ability, right? The A3, stopping them from being able to use their abilities, right? That's 1 or 2-ish. You could roughly say that the combination of these two equates to 2. But I have at least 1 control here, right? 1 support champion. Cooldown reset, utility, support, right? Heal. Support. Right? And then 1 damage dealer. Technically, you can build these guys up to do damage too if you really want to go there. But let's just say that this is our damage dealer. And then the last flex, right? Since we're kind of leaning a little bit more towards like semi-pseudo control / support there, that's the flex there, right? With these spots. But I still have my damage dealer. I still have 1 solid support. I still have 1 solid control. The concept of what I'm introducing to you in Sin City translates perfectly well into Faction Wars Hard. Similar premise, support. Can be control too if you build it up that way. Remember, what we have in deficit, if we're deficient in certain areas, make up for it with what? Set bonuses. So this is a support champion that can revive. She can also be a control champion. You put her in a stun set with the A2 and the A1, which hits all enemies. That's a chance to stun them. Now she's a support control champion. Right? Control. Stuns. His A2. Easy peasy, right? Let's just say we need a damage dealer. Bring back the Wukong. Now you have that. Let's flex the last 2 spots for what we need, right? So a little bit more control, maybe a little bit sustain could be a thing we could talk about. Let's go control. Now you have a little bit more on top of that. So you have 3 layers of control, a damage dealer, and a flex spot. This flex spot, we need poisons. You now have a hypothetical team that will accomplish the exact same principle that I'm going off of, and you're also pushing towards completing this. Follow that same philosophy across every single faction, and if you have an answer that gives you that, run it down. Your compensator is your set bonuses. If you don't have those set bonuses, now you know what you need to prioritize when you're farming. If you don't have that provoke set, you don't have that stun set, maybe when they have a 3x for it, go farm it. Or if it's a 3x Savage, for example, what just recently rotated out, maybe put a little bit more into it, but be a little bit more generous with what drops from the stun side. Because you can get that and that, you know, at the same time, right? The Savage plus the stuns that kind of leak in here and there. Because it's not, every drop is not going to be, you know, Savage, obviously. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Now, that's basically following a similar premise, following a similar set bonus gear. Let me prep gear. Set bonus / composition strategy. build champions that serve a purpose to either the comp, so this style of approach, and / or the restriction. So that flex spot that I tell you at the very end there, that's typically where the restriction champion comes into play. Each stage has its own requirement. And if you ever want to go down and start studying what to look for in advance, this button right here, go to the hard mode, go to conditions, aka restrictions, by the way. And then, like, since we were just looking at Dark Elves, for example, you need a poison champion, you need a freeze champion, you need a provoke champion, you need a sleep champion, or set bonus equivalent, right? You need a hexer, that's Mithrala. You need a turn meter manipulator. And now you take that information and you go over to your champion pool and say, who does this? Are they built? If not, there you go. You now have a list of champions you need to work towards. And that's basically it. Double the exact stance I gave you about how to prioritize focusing on something. Once you've met a satisfactory level of like progression in this area, like maybe I got to my 1.2 billion by doing Hydra, move on. Start doing Sin City. Now I'm starting to clear more stuff in Sin City. Move on. Go to Faction Wars. Now I'm getting rewards to prioritize in these areas of focus to help me do better in those areas. And the same thing is also going to go true, too, for your affinity bonuses. The same concept I used for Hydra and how to prioritize specific bonuses, the same thing is also true for these other areas. And that's how you give your progress focus. Now I'm building up bonuses and stats for these champions that I'm going to be using in these key areas. And then you see the builds become stronger. You see the compositions work more fluidly. It's the same concept. Same concept. It holds true across the board. I'm hitting that nail on the hammer a couple times just to kind of put my point, but you kind of see, hopefully you'll see it as I'm talking about it, all right? I guess that leaves us with Sin City, huh? Or, sorry, Chimera. Chimera is a tough cookie. Chimera, in my opinion, to be super efficient, requires you to have champion pool, and that is a problem. I think that you have a good premise of a starting team. I think you kind of adopted this from some of the AKJ boys, and I like this team. It's actually one of the teams I started off with. The DPS is the only thing that's the variable there, but the concept of this team pretty much rocks out pretty well. The thing is, though, is I'm willing to bet that you're having problems being able to build the stats you're looking for, and by doing everything else I've talked to you about so far, that's the solution to that. The activity in arena, the building up of champions in those key areas to do better in those areas, netting you more rewards. All that is going to kind of sprinkle into your account more resources to work with, which will allow you to build up better. But, let's start with where you're at. You told me that you're in your highest base. Give me a second, let me find it. Umentos. Your top end right now is brutal, right? So, I think for right now, a realistic goal for you should be is to start making progress in the top chesting department of the other areas. For me, what I feel like still holds up pretty true for every progressing account. That one first. So, top chest. And the reason why I'm going to express this, when I say top chest, we're looking for Nightmare, it's 84 mil. You want that very last chest that you can get a top reward in. Same thing with Ultra Nightmare. 112.5 and some change. And the reason why is that they give you access to the chance of this. Right? If you look at the chest below that, you lose the mythical gemstone slot for what could be your boss slayer, what could be bolster defense, for example. Those are two really good relics that are good in PvP and PvE, right? The moment you start going down, your results or your rewards degrade, right? But not even having the chance to go for it right now is kind of a problem for you, right? Same thing with this right here. You see how you get the legendary? What happens when you go down a notch? You see how some of the rewards are starting to diminish? You see how things start getting excluded? You don't want that. You want to get the chance for the best of everything, right? To do that really effectively, you kind of need all the prerequisite stuff that I kind of listed out being done already. Like an example, kind of using the focus point as your structure base, right? If your best DPS and your best team right now is this team, this is a good team, by the way. I would probably like reposition it like this, just so that's more effective for you. But other than that, though, this team is really good. I've used this team when I first started off in Chimera. Take a look. 2 blues, 1 void, 1 green, 1 red. Blue focus here is really, really good for your bonuses, right? Then, I will also take a note here and say this across all things that I didn't talk about is prioritizing your assets towards that. Let's take a pause here. So give me a chance. I need some water. Chimera makes sense. Hydra, Chimera makes sense. Not entirely sure. This could be PvP focused or and PvE. Sort of. I'd have questions about why the Teox. But that's fine though, right? As long as it serves a purpose towards one of these agendas, that's what I care about, right? If you want my opinion, the way I do it, but my account's also in a different spot, just keep this in mind, is I dedicate at least 2 slots to PvE, 1 slot to PvP. Right? That's what I do. If PvP isn't your ultimate focus right now, which I would say you just do the best of what you got as your account is still developing, I would dedicate maybe that last slot towards something that's going to help you in one of these key areas a little bit more effectively. Right? Same thing is also true down here. These champions have to serve a purpose. There's no reason for you to have something random in here if it doesn't serve a purpose for you, okay? But the emphasis is going to be this. Yes, you may have enough materials to buy this blessing, hypothetically speaking. Does Deliana suit your value in any of these areas currently? If the answer is no, you have no business buying this. Right? Also, in the same stance too, saving up your resources and getting to a healthy minimum is also good too as well. So like, for example, you have as a total right now, roughly about 76, if I'm counting that right, 7, yeah. Yeah, 76 medals. I would not be converting this into Immortal Soulstones right now. I'd probably be saving up to a point where I have a minimum of 100 or a minimum of 300 so that whenever I start looking at blessings for the champions I do care about, case in point, let's look at someone. Your Ninja, right? If Ninja is lacking in that 4-star, this is also in my Discord, by the way. A bit of an oldie, but a goodie. You want that 4-star, you need 300 of those essences, right? You're not there. So you want to start saving up for that if you're going to do that, right? And I would caution you to be aware of those numbers, those breakpoints. So like 120, 300, 100, 300. That's what you want as your safety net in case they ever come through. Don't just buy something just to buy something. Buy something with intent. TLDR. I know that's not self-explanatory, but that's just to kind of paint the picture, okay? In Chimera, particularly, you're going to really feel the difference of the lack of something. So like using yourself as an example, I would also argue that like there's a better blessing here. But like, let's just say hypothetically you use the right blessing, which in my opinion for him at the standpoint that you're at would probably be better like this one. I'd use this. Look at the difference. 2% increase in damage whenever you land a debuff. This is a permanent increase, by the way. So after so many X amount of burns and so many X amount of decreased defenses that he places, that's going to cap up to a total of 6% more damage over time. But because you got it leveled up to level 3, now you're getting 2% per each one, up to 8%. Look at what it does when it goes up to 5. 3% for every debuff, up to a total of 50% extra damage. That's doubling the maximum cap you're going to be able to get from a blessing by getting these extra levels. Also, the stats are nice, right? It's easier to build into stuff, right? At the very end from 5 to 6, it doubles again, where you're getting not 15%, but 30% now. These jumps and the need to prioritize, like saving up for those, are astronomical. That's the difference maker of you hitting for maybe like 500,000 to now hitting for $1 million per hit. That adds up. That adds up over the course of this kind of fight, right? That extra effort. I'll even bring it more closer to home for the exact same stance with the support side of the utility control, right? One of the things that everybody faces a problem with is that Ram likes to deflect damage and you kill yourself, right? It sucks. We all go through it. The only way you can beat it is by true fearing, and block damage / unkillable. That's it. There's no other way around it. So you may not have the best options to give you unkillable or block damage for these team comps. That's out of the picture. You do get a fear from Lydia's A1, and this transfers it, has a chance to change it up to a true fear, right? That's good. 50% chance. You get to level 3, 30% chance. You get to 5, 45% chance. You get to 6, 60% chance. Let's try to remove RNG from the table as much as possible, which means you have to kind of invest towards those. So, yeah, the focus on quality kind of screens big here too as well, and I think that can help you out. I would also tell you that right now, look at your blessing situation, and I would try to look at options that support the reason behind why you're building. Necmo can be a damage dealer, but he's not your main damage dealer in this team comp. I would argue the same thing is true in Hydra, if that's why you built him up this way. Also, this blessing only works for the first hit, and then it's useless for the rest of the fight. There are better blessings that will help you out at this point of your blessing level, that these two would probably be better to change over to something else. These crushing rends do not help you outside of that first hit, and then it's completely useless. So I would change those two as well. But the premise behind what I'm getting at is the investment into the account when it comes to working at Arena, working on developing your gear, focusing on these key areas, which will give you rewards. All of it will make this experience easier. It's going to take time. It's going to take time. But it is going to take some resources and some builds and some optimizations to get you to that point, okay? I think you could kind of follow a similar strategy with a caveat behind the composition building strategy that I use for Sin City and Faction Wars Hard. You really can't control the boss in the sense of CC. So, like, I would change that to more utility-oriented for your 5, but basically 1 support, 1 damage dealer. The control is going to kind of change over to utility. So 2 utility champions, maybe even a 3rd. And that kind of rounds out to your team. So if we're looking at your current Chimera team, 1 damage dealer, 1 support, 3 utilities, right? That's basically what that is. And then the premise is kind of similar. Maybe you can squeeze out some damage from these guys, but like you're kind of looking to get the value of what their debuffs and their kit brings to the table. And that's the same. That's the premise you're going to follow behind for Chimera. What you use, once you start getting to the point where you're kind of consistent at hitting this, will come down to how well your champion pool allows you to do these. And that's when you start looking to prioritize champions that give you the answer to this. I don't think you're there. I don't think you're there in terms of focus on 100% of this. I think for right now, the goal should be to top chest Ultra Nightmare and then maybe work 1 column. If you feel comfortable even after doing that, then you try to suit in a 2nd column as in terms of focus. For example, this team can do Ultra Nightmare, Viper Wave 1. It is possible to do that with set bonuses and the kit as you see it. Block actives, Lydia provides that. Block buffs, Lydia provides that. Ninja provides the burn, that's 2 of 3. Then this right here doesn't really matter who it is, as long as it's not block actives. X amount of debuffs, and then you got that.
Very educational stream.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is Zatelli. But that's kind of what you're looking for, okay? Do you have any questions for me so far? I'm going to answer one, but if you have any other follow-up questions that you have, I'm going to follow up with something that you did ask me before. You feel like your account... let's answer this. You said, account is dead halt due to not having enough energy. What should I do? I agree and disagree with your circumstance. Right now, you do have energy, right? You did buy some. regardless of whether or not that's going to be something you can consistently do, something that I'm going to kind of point towards that I see you doing right now is you're sitting on 820, right? I'm not sure how long you've been doing it. It looks like you've been doing it since at least before yesterday. Maybe there's a reason, but on average, as a free-to-play champion, you want stuff to be regenerating at all times. Having your classic arenas not empty and regenerating every 15 minutes is a bad thing. Not having your energy below 130 is a bad thing. You're going to be doing the exact same stuff I'm telling you. It's just going to be at a slower pace, which means that you have to be more patient. Also, the timing of when you get stuff, like, for example, when you claim these bottles or whatnot, or claim quests that give you the pots that stay here for 99 days, don't just use this. Burn this first. Use these during events where there's time-limited constraints, like, for example, a fusion or what have you. Something where you got to produce a certain amount of output within a small period of time. I think fusions are a great example for this, where, like, you get 2 days to do, a Fire Night tournament. That's when you kind of pull these out of the barrel. But during off time, during downtime, much like right now, this is what you're going to bank in towards. You burn this, keep this down to 0, basically, let it regen up, use when it gets enough again to do another run. And it's going to be slow, it's going to be patient, but at least you're abusing the regenerative amount you can do. There's a video on YouTube I have on this that I want you to watch to answer that question. And the reality is that the long and short of it is that you're going to have to wait. There's no other denying that. But SoulSaint, Raid, Resource Management, Energy. Think this should give this to you? Is this video right here. How to spend your energy and resources wisely. Use this as a structure to kind of help you inform. But the TLDR of it is keep the stuff that regens, keep it below the max so that it's always constantly giving you something over time. And then you use that once enough is available to produce it. Like, for example, I would convert this 820 down to 0 and wait until enough is available for me to do another run in, in stage 12-3. Once I get 16, go back in again, do a run. Wait until I get 16, do another run. Don't just burn refills because you save those for the time constraint ones, right? But this is like how you're going to be able to work up food over time to start building that up. Another thing, too, is that other time constraint ones, too, as well. Like, for example, it looks like you're doing a good job here where you got a structure of, like, you're producing food and then, you're leveling it up over time. This is good. Continue to do this. Be ready, though, in 29 minutes to swap this sucker out, put new suckers in. You know what I mean? Like, that's the good thing to do, right? Stay on top of it. I don't have very good patience. That's the hard part about this game. There's only 2 ways you can solve that problem. Either you put more money into the game, or you got to suck it up and wait. If you're going to play free-to-play, suck it up and wait. That's it. You just got to be patient. But in patience of that, use your stuff strategically so that you can kind of get something back to work with. So maybe that'll give you a little bit more over the course of time. Those little extra efforts will give you that value. If you don't want to wait and you're adamant about not waiting, caveat, there's also some wisdom behind spending. Just because they offer a pack doesn't mean it's a good pack. This is trash. Don't buy this. These may be trash. Now, this is contingent upon what your standard is going to be, and the only way that you can define that is going to be based off of what's your budget and what you're willing to accept. Let me give you an example. Take that number, divide that by the cost, round it up. That's $158 per dollar. If you're willing to spend money for $158 per dollar, more power to you. I'll throw you another hypothetical, okay? In the exact same shop, if you buy this pack instead, you're getting it for $243 per dollar. If my math isn't too bad. Basically, this averages around roughly around 240 is what I remember. Now, you aren't getting it all in one go, and I'm willing to accept that, but this stuff goes to your inbox, and then you could just sit on it, right? Same is always going to be contextually the thing. Just because they offer you a pack does not mean it's a good pack. Play them. If you want me to brag about your packs a little bit more, give us better packs. And also, I want a content creator code. No, just let me stop. Well, I'm actually serious about that. Play them. Yeah, yo, hook me up with a content creator code. I'll sell out. Buy the goods. But, like, just look at this, for example, right? Yeah, you can buy this pack and you can immediately get whatever the number of energy is available. But to make your dollar go the distance, if you're going to spend wisely. And I use this as a personal reference, and I would say this is very subjective because times have changed since I last done this. Can I show you guys this? This is my little thoughty channel. So I have thoughts about like ideas and stuff for myself, and you guys are going to see everything, okay? But I have my own personal list of what I say is an acceptable cost per each asset. I don't think I will ever see myself try to buy Ancients for less than $1. Unless it's less than $1, right? So like 50 cents to 75 cents is what I'm looking for. Same thing with Voice, $2 to $2.50 is what I'm aiming for. Yes, some of these are a little bit unrealistic, I'll be honest with you, because times have changed. But that's my general go-to for my standard of what I'm willing to spend on the game. It's primals, $5 or lower. Obviously, we want the $2.50 primals, but like, you know, that's not always happening, right? But if they give us one that's like $4, that's below my standard. Okay, good, I'll buy it. If I have the cash cow for it, right? Same thing with Sacres. I'm not buying it over $12. It's a ripoff at that point, right? Same thing with Gems, Energy. I try to at least aim for $250 per dollar. There are some occasions that basically what I would do is I would wait until those packs come out, and then you buy them. The ones that are like $290, $280, $300 plus, yeah, I would do that. Same thing with Soulstones. I'm not buying Mortals for less than 50 cents. If you're gonna charge it for close to 50 cents is what I would aim for, because like I think it's like the better packs nowadays are like 60 cents or 70 cents, something like that. I don't really look at those packs, so I don't really know. But the Immortal Soulstones, $3.50 or cheaper, if I can help it, right? That's normally when the good deals are out. Same thing with Eternals. I'm iffy on the price of Eternals, so I'm not going to swear on that one, but like, that's my rule of thumb. Create that for yourself. Whatever you're willing to accept for your cost, set that standard, and then don't go below that standard. If it's charging you more, don't buy it. Sit, wait. And that's what my suggestion would be when it comes to playing this game. If you're going to spend smartly. If you're not going to spend, use your resources wisely. And then ultimately be patient. That's the truth of it. You have to accept that. Is a daily soul power worth buying? Conditional to what your standard is. Chad, do we feel like this is a good deal? I never really looked into it. Now, if I'm going to apply my standard in real time to this, right? Let's just say that this is going to go based off of my standard, right? All right, one Eternal Soul Stone, I'm going to say I want it around like $2. I'll even round it up, $22.50, right? That's one. Immortal Soul Stones, I want them roughly around like $3 or $4. On average, I'm going to say 3.5, so that's basically $7. Okay, so let's add 7 to that. And then for Mortals, it's going to be basically, what, 50 cents per? I'll even do you the justice of saying 75 cents per. So what is 75 times 4? Anybody got a quick... I'll just pull it off to the side. Hold on. Let me get one more. $35 to $32? No. That's based off of my standard. Now, you can argue whether or not this is realistic or not. That's fine. That's fine. But yeah, it depends on your standard. For me, I would say typically no. I would not buy this. I think that the easy ones to answer in terms of what you should consider getting, Daily Gem Pack is always going to be like a W. For the gems and the energy and the shards and the value it costs for that, I think this is a good deal. I don't like this pack simply because it's all over the place and it's lacking focus in terms of what you're looking for. But if you're looking for like a little bit of everything, then this is an okay pack. Ultra Mix Pack is also very similar. Trash. Good if you're okay with the 240 standard. Nope. Mini Mix Pack, I would say, is conditional. It depends on what's in this slot right here and the need for this. Those are my justifications. Like, if you are someone that needs to progress their Great Hall, Mini Mix Packs are not bad. I wouldn't do it during an Ancient Pack. I would probably maybe wait for like a Void or a Medium Soulstone or a Primal Shard to be in there in addition to this, because they change this based off of what events are going on, by the way. That's when I would consider buying that if I was in the shoes similar for this account. Does anybody have any disagreements on that? But I think that's pretty much the rough, good, and the quick forward on that. Already brought up the progress packs, so they think he thinks they're bad value. No, I actually haven't. Be serious, man. We're not buying these packs. These packs are rip-offs. Plus, I'm too poor. Do you have any other questions for me, Guardian? Let's see where Dom's account is at. I've been letting it run for a little bit in the background. Ooh, we're almost done, boys. We're almost done. What up, Dom? I saw you, by the way, brother. I also got your message, too. I appreciate that. Don't sweat it. I'm here. I'm locked in with you, brother. We'll get there. You know what I mean? TLDR, to answer your question. But yeah, I've been working on these boys to get them finished out. I went ahead and rounded out the options that we talked about. They're going to help us out with progression for today and as well as future days. So we're almost done there, and then I'm going to pull the trigger on it because we got about an hour and a half. How much time do we have left before reset? About like an hour and 40? There should be enough time to at least get some work done. No questions. Gotcha. Okay. With that being said, sir, don't be discouraged. I would arguably say across the board that we have all had the same walk of life when it comes to raid. We all had to go through the process of grinding this out and this out, and the gear and the levels and the farming of all this other, like everybody has to go through it. You are on the same road that we are on. You're just at a different point. The only way you're going to speed up your bicycle into a bike, like a motorbike, is if you spend. And that's the only difference maker. But you're still going down the same road as long as you are paying good attention to your account. Stay active on it. That's probably going to be my biggest thing. Stay active on it. Save your resources where you can if you're not spending. And then spend wisely if you are spending. That's basically it. That's basically the long and short of it. I think easily it's going to take some patience, but the reality is that like you are going to need to grind out some more assets and really improve them a little bit more when it comes to like your arena. Doing this alone will make your account feel a lot better to drive for yourself. Trust me. Trust me. There's accounts I'm driving for right now that have lesser progression than you do, and I can feel the difference compared to maybe doing it on someone like Don's account, for example. Trust me. I'm walking the walk just as much as I'm talking it, okay? I've been there, done that, actually, on my account. There's been plenty of restless nights that I spent plat reset. You know, the moment it resets, that first hour, and I ran all the way up into plat, and I farmed free defenses with some of my buddies, and we did that for weeks and weeks upon end. Whatever that looks like for you, you have to do that similar walk in whatever capacity suits you. Just got to grind, brother. Just got to grind. And I look at it, instead of being so worried about the big picture, learn to make the micro steps, you know? 10 LA battles a day. 25 classic arena fights a day. Make that your focus. If you stay consistent at that, by the time you look back up to the big picture, you're already done. I promise. I promise it'll come. And if anybody wants proof about how hard I'm willing to grind for shit, do y'all remember when I did the 1,000 subscriber? The 1,000 subscribers? Y'all remember when we hit that the first time on YouTube? Check this out. This was my great haul many, many moons ago, by the way. This is my great haul. There's no denying it. This is my great haul. I did this shit live, by the way. So nobody can talk shit about this. This is all the talk that I've given you. I walked that shit. Beginning to end. I did 1,000 battles within a week. Well, it was in celebration of the 1,000 subscriber bonus. But like, I still had to grind this out. So I said, fuck it, let's do it. Now, I am spoiled and I am blessed by my community, and I acknowledge this too. That like some of those mini mix packs, shout out to Crafty, shout out to the homies that endorsed it. And, you know, I fully realize that may be something that you don't have in a sense. I fully acknowledge that. But what I'm saying is you're still walking the walk. Maybe it's not 1,000 for you. Maybe it's just 100, just as an example, or 200 or 300 or whatever that number is that you can feasibly do. Walk it. You know what I mean? You'll get there eventually. Just got to walk it. That was the point. I'm just saying I did my hard work too, okay? So that was the point of that. No malice, no malice, no malice. All right. If there is no other questions, can we all give a big claps and a big salute to the homie Guardian? I think that was a really good good conversation there. We all kind of helped each other out with understanding that and kind of focusing on that. You know what I mean? Big salute to the homie. Thank you so much for taking my takeover in my coaching session. But that's where I see you're at. I'm going to send you this this document of everything we talked about. Okay. My message is too long. Frick. There we go. I had to split it up into 2 parts. I yapped a lot. My voice hurts. I hope that helped you, sir. If you have any follow-up questions within the next week, you let me know, brother, and I'll do what I got to do to try to answer it as honestly as I can. As long as it's within the confines of that takeover, sir, I got you. But yeah, man, I want you guys to know that like I fully respect that there's always going to be struggle, but when the going gets tough, you hunker down. You keep pushing forward in the smallest of ways possible. If you have to crawl, you crawl. If you have to run, you run. Whatever it looks like, as long as you're pushing forward, I will always endorse and I will always support your effort in doing it the right way. Go get it, baby. I believe in you. I believe in you. That's my TED Talk. I feel like that was a really good takeover. I gave some good elbow grease into that one, huh? What do you think, huh? That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Sheesh. That felt good. From my own personal standpoint, that felt good. All right, let's see here. I cleared Grey Hub before you, if I recall correctly, Kappa. Say Cap. That's Cap. Boosting. Well, I still had to fight the fight naturally, but I did set defense up to be easy for people to farm me too as well, though. So like, question mark? Play the goods. Don't bring that shit over here. I see what you're doing. Clapping cheeks, yeah. I have souls for some of the champions also, if I recall correctly. Emic can get a Kentum. I checked a Kentum, I didn't see it. Emic, we'll look. I'll double check. That was great content for a mid-game video. Yeah, I know. I'm looking into saving up some money to maybe hire up an editor. And it would be cool if I could find somebody that's willing to like, hey, I did this takeover today. I think this would be good to convert into a YouTube video or something like that. Having somebody to work with me on it. Because of time. My issue is time more so than anything. I got a lot of projects and a lot of stuff that I'm doing work on. And unfortunately, my time is kind of a little bit strained. I have just enough time for a little bit of me and a lot of bit of the stuff that I'm obligated to do. And I'm not against it for the most part. I don't hate it, but it is something that I talked to a very dear consultant. I don't know if he's here right now, but I talked to a very dear consultant, and the realization is we got to put more elbow grease. So we're gonna make some efforts there for sure. Let's see here. Zebra as an editor. Sheesh. Smiley face. By the way, that question I asked you to look into, to think on, I've already did some groundwork. I'm gonna send this to you. I'm gonna send you a DM, okay? I did my part now. I want you to take a look and see if you can give me your own ideas, Zatali, when we reconnect next time, and then we'll go from there. All right, brother? Something I wanted. I promised you I was going to do it, but I'm not slacking off. I'm with it. I'm here for it. All right, let's see. You've been grinding on the account, sir? Good Lord. Yeah. all your dailies are done outside of Faction Wars, and I'm going to need the account for another 30 minutes to an hour, maybe, if things go well enough. But I'm hoping to have these guys done. I'll show you where they're at right now. So we got them leveled up. We got them ascended. We got them working on the masteries now. Remember how I told you instead of buying them, we grind them out? Same shit. Also, you get a little bit of silver too, so like we don't mind that. But basically, we're almost done. We got a little bit more, like MX almost finished out. That's going to be for tomorrow. And then the ones for today, which is going to be Ragasha, Kentum, and Vizix. Those are going to be good. So yeah, they're almost finished. Okay, Nasty. She's been DMing me. Hold on. Okay, Mad Flex, Weird Champ. Also, what the fuck is that? Yo, get it. Yeah. Okay, I'm a little weirded out now. Congrats, dude. Congrats. I saw you were working on it over the last couple days. That's why I stopped messaging you. I was like, oh, she's in her tinkering mode. Good shit, dude. Good shit. I'm not gonna lie. I thought Seth's account was gonna give you a little bit of a run for your money. By the way, you let this guy touch a Galathri and the account is gone. Oh my god! Don't tempt me. I'm gonna go enjoy some foodies on Cinco de Mayo. Ooh! Oh, happy May 5th, boys! From what was that? Is that Mexican Independence Day? I forget. Why do we celebrate Cinco de Mayo? I don't actually know. Yo! Are we getting tacos today? I'm being fat. Leave me alone. No comments about food. Fuck. Very hard to beat Seth, but I use some of your secret strategies. Strategies? Nice. Congrats, dude. Well learned. I saw you guys were battling for it. They were talking shit to each other a little bit low-key. She was like, watch me cook. In her own ways, to summarize everything she said, let me cook. Hey, she had the ingredients. Gotta let them know. Let's see. Do you have any idea if the new chance will be in the game tomorrow? I don't exactly know. By the way, what's the best video to watch to see the champions in action? Somebody give it to me. I'm going to shout out a content creator over the ones. I'll kind of skim over it pretty quickly with everybody. Or maybe I do it this way. We can do it this way. Hold on. By the goods. Yeah, we can do it this way. Never mind. Ignore that question. We already talked about the treasure tickets before. I think you guys have already kind of heard my 2 pennies on it. It's kind of mid. I think the rewards themselves are kind of mid, but like it's also free stuff that you can get on a daily basis, 72 hours, whatever. Depends on how you get the tickets. I think it's just by getting player and play points, right? Whatever. If we get it for free, great. If not, crap system. Or if you're a spender, sure. But like I wouldn't spend their player and play, to be honest. Auto equip kind of sounds very questionable at the moment. I didn't mention this too much, but it sounds like they have like an auto equip function, and I'm not sure how that looks. I want to say questionable. Homecoming edition is basically like another revamp to the referral program and a summary words. Okay, sure. You get some free stuff, some shards, some chickens, some books, etc. I see a primal shard. Oh, by the god. Yeah, TLDR, right? The rebalance, we talked about Yoshi and Septimus already. New champions. I haven't talked about this publicly, so we're going to go over it ourselves in general. But I want to know, when we go over these champions, you guys let me know if you feel like it's going to be like an A tier, S tier, B tier, or lower. So we'll go S, A, B, C, D, F. And then we'll go from there, all right? So, let's get it. Cinda Forge Heart, we got a dwarf. A Force Dwarf, huh? It's going to be the third mythical, right? Because we got Frolny and Fioride, right? Yeah. So third. Force attack type.
on the base form. Attacks one enemy 2 times, so erupted below. Each hit ignores 50% of the target's defense, ignoring 30% if this champion is under magma shield. Okay. Will attack all remaining enemies with any surplus damage if the initial target is killed. I can't go and look. Crap. You guys like how I'm like consuming time? Breaker of Metals. It's a 4-turn cooldown, bookable down to a 3-turn cooldown. Attacks one enemy 2 times. Each hit ignores 25%. Ignores 50 if they're under. If this champion is under magma. Will also deal double damage if the target is under a shield buff as well. Interesting. Fills this champion's turn meter by 50% and places a magma shield buff equal to 200% of this champion's attack on this champion for 1 turn. Built-in magma shield, huh? Cool. Okay. In magma clad, attacks one enemy 2 times. Each hit ignores 35% of the target's defense. Will deal double damage and ignore unkillable and block buff or block damage if this champion is under magma. Okay. That's good. Places a magma. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah. Okay, so this one also places it too, huh? Wait, no. Okay, fills his champion turn meter by fit of magma shield. Okay, sorry, I jumped around a little bit. So Breaker Metals gives you the turn meter. Oh no, it does place a magma shield. Okay, and then this one also does it too. Ew. Oh, okay. On all allies for 2 turns and grants this champion an extra turn if this attack kills an enemy. Ooh. Okay. Interesting. All right, we need to see multipliers for those for me to give any other context on any of those. Okay, so unkillable and block damage are very popular in today's meta for PvP. Nice. Theodosa examples. Just throwing it out there. So being able to ignore that's kind of nice. Her being force affinity, also good. Also really good, actually. She's only a single target hit, though. Let me read her passive. Furnace Shell. At the start of each round and when this champion is revived, places a magma shield buff equal to 300% of this champion's target attack for 1 turn. Okay. Where's Solinar at? I think he has something similar, right? Where it's based off of one of his stats. Let me see. What does his revive come up with? It's based off of what? This broken ass champion. 300% of this champion's max HP. Okay. I thought it scaled off of something. Well, one of the stats you can kind of manipulate max HP, but that's irrelevant. Attack though, huh? 300% of their attack. Interesting. Heals his champion by 50% of the max HP whenever a magma shield buff on them expires or is removed by damage. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Receives 30% less damage from enemies when under it, too, as well. So damage mitigation as well as a shield and a heal whenever it expires. This is built in... what's the blessing called? The shield blessing, where it falls off. It's basically that, just in a passive. Interesting. 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 Just use your own test server login? Imagine if I could. Dude, that'd be kind of cool. I watched Boost's video on the update and the auto-equip seems okay for a brand new player. That's not saying much, brother. Give me Dwarf Lady now. Okay, let's read her second form. Hold on. I don't want to look at your judgments of like her ratings. Okay. Hammer Flame. This is second form. She's still attack type in her alt form. So we're going to assume that they're both scaling off of that. Attacks on enemies will ignore 10% of the target's defense. Will ignore an additional 5% of the targets for each HP burn debuff on the enemy. Stacks up to a total of 35% ignore. It's decent ignore percent in the kit. Having a base 10% is not bad. Having an additional amount scaling up to that. Wait. So this means that this is, like, at max, you can get a total of 45 because you ignore 10 and then an additional percentage equal to the total amount, right? So you can scale up to a 45% ignore with her A1. Places decreased attack debuff on the target for 2 turns. Okay. Guaranteed to, it looks like. Nice. It's not like percent chance to do it, right? Most A1s, their percent chance, like 25% chance, 50% chance to land it or some shit. It's place. And it's placing it doesn't require affinity conversations there either, so that's kind of cool. Consistency, that's nice, especially for a mythical. Attacks all enemies instead if this champion is under a magma shield buff. Cool. We'll ignore 10% of each target's defense. Same thing. We'll ignore an additional up to 35% for each active in. Okay. Nice. So now it's AoE if you're under magma. And then same thing with decreased attack. Okay. Basically, it's just magma shield turns it into AoE. Nice. Depends on multipliers, obviously. Burning Tempest, 3-turn cooldown. Oh, also the ignore resistance, which means you need less accuracy to land. Duh. Burning Tempest, 3-turn cooldown, attacks all enemies 2 times. Nice. Each hit decreases each target's defense by 3%, stacking up to 30%. Cruelty, right? That's cruelty in a nutshell. Each hit also deals additional pure damage to each target equal to 2% of their max HP for each turn remaining on all HP burn debuffs. Each hit also deals additional pure damage to each target equal to 2% of their max HP for each turn remaining on all HP burn debuffs on all enemies stacking up to 15%. Okay. This additional pure damage is always normal. Okay, so it's like it can't crit. Or strong. And will ignore 100% of each defense's target. Or each target's defense, excuse me. Will not accept 3% on boss and minions. Does not count as a hit either. So, like, that's important for the context of Fire Knight, by the way. That's why they wrote that. Okay. Total Incineration, 8-3. Attacks all enemies before attacking, places the HP burn. There it is. On all enemies for 3 turns, it instantly activates 1 tick of all HP burns on... Okay. Okay. So HP burn placement and activation will ignore 25% of each target's defense. Will ignore an additional 5% for each HP burn on the enemy team, stacking up to 50% of total. So that can go up to 75%. Fuck. Places a decreased defense debuff on all enemies for 2 turns. Fuck, that's a lot. Okay, interesting. Metamorph we don't care about. Let's see what the passive is on this side. When hit by an enemy under HP burn, places magma shield, and then of course the damage enemies receive from HP burn will ignore block damage and unkillable. Oh, this champion and their allies deal 50% more damage against enemies under age. Okay, if there are more Ooh. 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 Ah. The champion and their allies deals 15% more damage against enemies on their HP burn debuffs. If there are multiple champions on this team with this skill, only one will activate. Not blah, blah, blah. This particular one's dead. Okay, got it. Cool. Man, it's hard to say in this current meta, by the way. It's hard to say in this current meta, by the way, because this current meta has gone heavy mercurial. HP burns kind of suck. A little bit. And I believe we tested it. I did it with a Matsu, where it's not the placement of additional debuffs that matter. It's a per skill basis. If you're using deflection, somebody quote me on that. So X champion that places a debuff with it can place 2 debuffs. Like, let's use Calvalex. His starting ability, the start of the round, his passive, that will only knock off 1 stack of mercurial, not 3 or 4 or whatever you have because of the total amount. It's per skill, per ability. So in this case, if I used her that way, that wouldn't work. If I use Gizmac the other way, if I'm trying to make that work between these two, because there's a lot of value there. You could. Who would be the better option to set up then, though? I I'd have to see some multipliers on this because this is kind of throwing me off a little bit. But like Gizmac into her, for example, or because Gizmac, I think with the deflection set can do base start. That's 1 proc. Start of his turn. That's 2 procs. A3. There's another chance there for that one. Then he could flip technically. Right? Start of round, start of turn, start of the 3rd turn or extra turn. So you probably want to use Gizmac to open that up then, huh? Is HP Burns really that worth it? To, like, that's kind of, you're all ending on that. It's a little bit much. How would she fit in this picture though? Stock? First turn from deflection. Second turn from 2 hits from stock A2ing. And then you still have Gizmac full turn and you have her for some extra love there too. You can do something like that. Maybe. Huh. That's 3 out of 4 slots though. I don't know about that one, Chief. I'm gonna be honest with you. Man, that's kind of cool. She's kind of a cool champ. I don't know if she's like gonna be overpowered though. The extra ignore percent seems pretty fucking up there though. That's a lot in a kit, no? But y'all see how nasty like Sun Wukong's A2 was when it first came out? That's a 50%, right? Being able to hit like some crazy ass numbers in addition to that or equal to that, and then being AoE and like being able to hit multiple people is kind of fucking nasty. Burns though aren't really meta right now though. Even with the argument of like deflection, right? So I don't know about that. Why'd they have to cap the pure damage at 3%? It's so that you can't brute force boss fights. Because then it would diminish the value of like getting like a G-Nut, for example. Those are still kind of equivalent in a sense. Yeah. It's because of boss content. It makes sense. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying in general, like it makes sense why they do it. Because then you can like literally like one tap a motherfucker. You know what I mean? It's kind of busted. They don't want to make it that easy. All right, how do we feel about this champion? A tier, S tier, B, C, D, or F? How are we feeling about this? I do think that there's some value in the fact that like a lot of the burn activation and stuff like that happens on the second form. So like you could still get that done even if you get locked out. That's kind of cool. Is burns worth it in any areas of the game? Obviously, Spider's an easy answer. We'll say Hydra. It's okay in Hydra, sure. Her kit is kind of nice for Hydra a little bit. The decreased AoE, decreased defense is cool. HP burns means that you can kind of play pseudo through Poison Cloud. Does it place it? Yep, it places it. So like, yeah, you still got that value too as well. That's nice. Decreased attack AoE, not bad. Decent for Hydra. Chimera, how do we feel about Chimera? What does she bring to the table for Chimera? We got Magma Shield. Maybe for reflect, right side reflect, is that a thing? Decreased attack is one of the debuffs that we use one of the DPS champions for. There's more than that though, but sure. HP burn, not mandatory. The other side though, you could do something. I don't know about Chimera. It's a bit of an ask if you ask me. It's a bit of a force if you ask me to try to force her into a team comp. What else is there? Let's go down the line for a second. Brother, we need to be done by now. Oh no, they're rounding out. Siege. I mean, obviously, Dwarf only. Sure. Maybe. Burns are really good into block Stone Skin. If they're running Mercurial, you could do something similar with the whole deflection set that I was talking about. Although, there's probably better answers for that. I don't know. Sure. There's always that as an option, per se. What's to the left of Sage? Sin City? Sure. 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 Talked about the clan bosses. Chimera. Not really seeing it 100%. Small. There might be some small spots, maybe. Maybe. Kind of leaning no, though. Hydra, yes. Demon Lord, yeah. I mean, that's whatever. PvP, it's hard to say. I feel like right now this champion doesn't kind of solve that problem, unfortunately. I will say, though, that, like, she is a multi-hitter, so there is that value there where you can strip, like, a lot of debuffs all in one go, or a lot of Mercurial all in one go in that sense, but I think it needs to do that and then something in order to really fully put it into play. That makes her good. And not having that third extra hit kind of makes it bad, so she can't bring them all down by herself. So that's a problem for Mercurial. HP burn activation, though, on the third side, though, if you're looking at only Stone Skin, is good. Because it places it and then activates it all in one turn. It's fucking nasty. There's only one other champion that does that, right? And that's Sulfurion? And Sulfurion had a place to shine at one point or another. What's kind of cool, too, is that her effects... she has to be in the second form, though, right? Fuck. Okay, never mind. Yeah, never mind. I'm not going to go down that road. I feel like it's such a force to try to consider her inside in there right now. There's something there, though. This passive in the second form, there's something there. That's just, I'm kind of discrediting what she can do on her base form, too, but I feel like a lot of that's going to be multiplier based. No, she has that, too, actually. So, like, she has a spot in the meta to some degree. She does. Being positive affinity against a lot of blue champions that do block damage and whatnot, like as targets, that's good. And then, same thing with Unkillable. She's neutral to some of the more known supports that do that, like Theodosa, for example. She's still good into that. So, yeah, it depends on her multipliers, but yeah, possibly. I could see it. More testing required, so I'll leave it at, like, maybe a B. Maybe a B-ish, B+. Sure. I'm okay with that. All right, Grugtha. Darkseer. Attacks all enemies. If an extra hit on the attack... Wait. Attacks all enemies, places an extra attack on targets whose attack is lesser than this champion's, okay? Or equal. Siros Favored. Monk of W. Attacks all enemies before attacking, equalizes the HP of all enemies. The HP levels of all enemies will be set to the average of the enemy team. That could be good or bad, depending on how you look at it. We'll ignore 30% of each target's defense if the average HP is below or above 50. Okay. Places an extra hit if the average HP is below, though. Increases his champion attack by 10% per each enemy killed by this skill. Is there a cap? Hello? Is there a cap? Bloody Poleaxe. 3-turn cooldown, by the way, when you book it. Attacks all enemies 2 times before attacking. Increase crit damage and shatter buff on this champion for 2 turns. Cool. It's the small boy one, it looks like, though. Or is that the big boy one? The first hit decreases each target's defense by 10%, stacking up to 30%. Second hit destroys max HP up to 60%. Damn. It seems like they're introducing a lot of champions this rotation that have to do with blessings. This is Life Harvest. And Cruelty. In one ability, too, huh? That's kind of interesting. For a legendary, too, no less. Interesting. Grants an extra turn if it kills an enemy. That's kind of cool. For a 3-turn cooldown, down to 2-turn if you get a kill. That's not bad. That's not bad. A3, A2, back again. You're pretty much there, no? No, you still got one more hit. I'm trolling. No, it goes from 3 down to 2. Hit. With that one, it's now down to 1, right? Yeah. Lover Slaughter. This one ain't doing it for me. Whenever the champion lands a critical hit, heals them by 5% of the max HP. If this champion's HP is full, critical hits to fill the turn meter by 5%. Instead. Okay. Whenever the champion receives any surplus healing from this skill, places a shield buff on this champion for 2 turns equal to the value of the surplus heal. The value of the shield cannot exceed 30% of the... Oh. If there are multiple champions... that's okay. Answer's nice. HP Destroy automatically allows her to be good against Scarab. Destroy target H defense or defense. Is this AoE too as well? It's pretty good for Hydra. Shadow buff increase it. It's only for herself though. She's very selfish. That equalize is very weird. That's a very weird one for me. And I wonder if there's a limitation on the cap for her A2. Can she infinitely increase her attack? 'Cause that's kind of scary. I don't know how I feel about that one. It's weird. Masahiro the Bell Monk. Oh, this is the fusion. We already talked about this guy. Pelagus. This is an Argonite epic. Spirit Legendary. This is the guy that looks like the actual, he looks like an actual, what is it called? Naga? I think is what they're called. The serpent-looking race. Right? Attacks one enemy 3 times. Each hit has a chance of stealing a turn meter. Okay. Fills all turn meters by an amount equal to the amount stolen. Okay. 75% chance, basically. This should just made it 100. What are you doing? Rip Currents, 5 turn cooldown, bookable down to a 3 turn cooldown, removes all buffs from all enemies. Cool. Then has a chance of placing decreased speed and weaken on all enemies for 2 turns. Okay, cool. Relentless Tide has a 75% chance of placing a block passive skill and an enfeeble debuff on a target enemy for 2 turns. Also steals all turn meter from the target. Oh, it's only on a single target. Damn. Go for it. If this gave an extra turn, this would have been nasty. Go for it. Crushing Deaths. Place a 100% ensnare debuff on the enemy with the lowest turn meter for 2 turns at the end of his turn. Can't be resisted. Okay. Whenever an enemy has their skill... I feel like there's nothing to answer there. Okay. Whenever an enemy has their turn meter increased by the skill, also fills his champion turn meter by 15%. Ooh. Oh, but wait a minute. Because they can still get 30%, but you get 15 flat. It looks like if you did it across multiple champions too as well, it's only going to have 1 iteration for the fact that it happened. Not so much for each individual proc. That sucks too, a little bit. At least the way I'm reading it. Maybe I'm interpreting this wrong, but... Arena Aura by 28% is not bad. Not the best, but not the worst either. Something tells me that he's going to be in a restriction for Faction Wars. Manipulate turn meter X amount of times, or make sure all enemies don't have something like that. I don't know. I feel like they're kind of lining that up a little bit. Tecteon Fisher Flesh. This guy looks cool. Void Legendary Argonite HP Champion. Ooh. Attacks all enemy 2 times. Has a 25% chance of placing a stun debuff for 1 turn. Attacks all enemy 2 times before attacking. Place a shatter buff, and then will ignore shield, strengthen, and increase defense. Each hit increases the cooldown of all enemy skills by 2 turns. Huh? Interesting. Interesting. Flaming Bulwark, 3 turn cooldown too? Really? Really? Flaming Bulwark, place a taunt buff on a poison cloud on this champion for 3 turns. Protected shield. 30% of this champion's max HP on all allies for 2 turns. Okay, cool. Then it grants the extra turn. I was going to say, why does this thing got such a high-ass cooldown? 4-turn cooldown, technically a 3 because of the extra turn. Okay. At the start of each round, places a poison cloud buff on this champion for 1 turn. Decreases the damage this champion receives from critical hits by 50%. You're not stopping the crit, you're reducing the amount of output, the scaling of it. So it's not exactly the same as... It's not the same as Bayek. You're still getting crit, but you're not getting crit as hard. Bayek means you can't crit as long as accuracy thresholds aren't met, right? Whenever an enemy hits this champion, it increases this champion's max HP by 5%. Weak hits increases this champion's by 10%. Stacking up to 100%. You know, it's ironic that enfeeblement in this faction is interesting because Hecaton does it. That's a weird kid. The lockout is interesting. A 3-turn cooldown on a lockout ability that you can cycle through again pretty quickly is kind of nasty. Huh. You got some good uptime on it, but honestly, do fights go that long? With the current meta, kinda. That could be kind of impressive. That could be kind of impressive. Interesting. Interesting. What a weird one. What a weird one, but I that one's kind of interesting. I like this one. I like this one. This one's interesting. Sidax, King Killer. Oh boy. It's a bold name to give yourself, sir. Spirit, defense. I like defense. Defense is my favorite one, by the way. Attacks one enemy has a 80%. Let me bring chat back up on so everybody can see each other. Say hi. Attacks one enemy has an 80% chance of placing a decreased attack and pain link debuff for 2 turns. If it doesn't specify in the kit, I'm assuming that it's going to have a base amount, which is depressing. After this, we're gonna stop. I think we're ready. Yep, we're ready. Okay. Yeah. After this one, we're gonna pause for that. I think this is the last one, anyways. No, I'm not. Shit. All right, let's wrap this up. Decrease attack and pain link. Yeah, I'm gonna assume that's base. Brutal Decapitator attacks all enemy 2 times. First hit has a decreased defense. The other one is a decreased speed. Buckle up to 100% chance to land. Okay. 3-turn cooldown. Cool. Sure. Bond of the Enslaved. Monk of W. 4, 3-turn cooldown. Places the increased defense, increased speed on all allies for 2 turns, and then ally protection on everyone except himself. Cool. Decreases the damage this champion receives by 10% for each ally protection buff. What is that? 30, 40%, depending on which team you're using. 50% at most. Cool. This champion is immune to pain link debuffs. Okay. As well as any damage reflect. Any reflect damage buffs or passives. Chimera? We talked about this before on Discord. Chimera? Not every rotation, but some. How do we feel about it? Decreased attack, pain link. Yep. There's plenty of places where that's usable. Decreased defense, decreased speed. Yep. Increased defense. Yep. Increased speed. Yep. Ally protection. That doesn't necessarily equate to specifically ally protection, but like X amount of buffs. Sure. 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 There's something there. There's something there. The immunity to pain link, by the way, is ironic. That passive is interesting. And you're saying that the A2 is a enemy max HP hit? So 2 times hitter, just like a Thorion? Basically a Thorion, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I see some viability there. I don't want to, like, oversell it. Oh, it's 100% for the decreased attack. That's nice. And the pain link. That's also nice. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. All right, let's focus up. I got to do some proggies. Some proggy waggies. Let's get her done. I got to hustle. I wasted too much time yapping. Frick. Do we have a sunset, by the way? I don't think I built a preset up yet. I did. Oh, by the gods. It's not really much of a difference. I mean, if I use this, I get a little bit more speed, so if I get Brad there. Yeah? Let's try that out. I need to add some, whatchamacallit to him anyways. Dude, I feel like today there's so much to talk about, so much to cover, so much to do. Oh my god. Is it just me, or am I tripping? I might be tripping. That's all right. Is his poisons pretty much guaranteed? 40%? 50%? Oof. So we probably will need sniper. That's 100%. Yeah. I mean, you could lean damage. You could also lean utility too, that's fine. Yeah, that'll still apply to poisons. I'd probably do something like that. Just to keep it easy for right now. I mean, you could go down the other route and maybe get some more stuff elsewhere. But I think that's fine. That's fine for these current stages. I don't know about the future stages. That's what I'm trying to think of. Let's work with that for now. We can always free reset if we need to down the road. Can you break bread with me? Oh, numbers like clothes. Sure. Sure. We don't want to overthink it right now. He said that he got a blessing for him better, right? You sure about that? I don't think you do. No, he doesn't. Okay. Actually, was supposed to go in there. Oops. That's good. I just kind of need her to exist there. For you, though, sir, we're going to have to get you a little naked. The first wave is, like, super squish. Maybe we don't use you all together. How about that? Me and my buddy. No, that's slow as shit. What the fuck? You know what? Since the beginning, me and my buddy. I mean, how to improve that, but I need some defense, actually. It's gonna be hard to beat, though. Oh, I lied. It's a bit slow. I could probably do this better in an op. Let's do that instead. Sorry, I'm trying to speed do this in like terms of time, but that's not happening. Got a blast. Nope. Did that wrong. Let's do... That's that Necker bolster build. Oh yeah, it is the defense one. That's kind of a problem there. I didn't set a prereq for that though. You can kind of do a speed team. Let's see. Maybe 4K. No? Frick. It's the speed that's going to be a problem then at that point. Okay. I'm trying to future-proof this, by the way. So I don't have to worry about this later on. Ooh, what HP did we have there, brother? What the hell? Why do we have like a shit ton of res too? All right. Come on, baby. Double that HP and I'm happy. Frick. The reason why I'm trying to use Norhorn here is because the early waves are going to be hard for this bozo not to kill. Even if I don't take him off, when these two are together, it's going to be a problem. And I need some time to like work through poisoning and whatnot. So the idea is control the wave. We'll try it out. Control the wave. Take our time getting the trials done, and then let this horse rock out. You know what I mean? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, let's give it a try. You, go away. You, come here. Sure. Marius, don't one-tap them, please. Thank you. Might need him to be a little bit faster. Nope. All right, time to get naked. You see how I slowed down a little bit there? By the gods, I don't want to, like, you know what I mean? I don't want to cook it that hard. End up selling by accident? That'd fucking suck. Stun said OP. A little bit better. Fuck. It's a little unlucky. A stun would have went hard there. I need him to be a bit faster too. Maybe I can counter cycle a little bit. I don't know. Oh, never mind. We're good. Bitch. We're going to play it slow still, so I get cycle for cooldowns going into this next round. Never mind. We're going in, boys. GG. I think I have the provoke up, so we're okay there. Let's do this. Maybe that'll help us out a little bit. You know what I could do too as well? We could try to see if maybe we get a toxic set in there in one of these champions, and that could also help us out if we're getting too fast to the finish line here. There we go. Yeah, spread them, baby. Okay, we should have a next round. We can push. All right, let's get out of here. Is there another one we got to do? Another set of poisons? Is that it? That's it for that one. Okay. I don't know if we have another stun buff. He's built up for stuns, though, so we could try that. We also have Ragash. I'm gonna give him my mastery so if I can get on real quick. Oh my god, it's been so long since I used Ragash, man. Oh, Tony the Tiger used to go hard, bro. Tony the Tiger used to go hard, bro. I thought I had better SoulSaint champions, not gonna lie. Ah, it's all good. I haven't looked at like Amic and whatnot yet either, so we'll get to that when we get to there, you know. That'll be tomorrow's prog though. Or tonight's, whatever. Same thing. Oh, the good old days. Ah, the good old days. The good old days are good old Ragash. Solus into Ragash, dude. Or Ragash into Solus. Same shit. I might as well just take her whole kit now at this point. Sorry, I'm trying to get through this like as quickly as possible because of time, but... Yep. All right. Ah... Oof, 2 out of 3. Oh, I gotta remember, he's not fully booked. I want to see if we can get away with it, though. Nice. Stunner ass right here. Come on, baby. Frick. Okay, we're ready for next wave, though. Okay. Come on, fill in the gas for me, baby. Come on. Fuck. You're not supposed to kill him. Okay, that's good. I'll take it. Yep, we got it. Nice. We're in there like swimwear. These first couple ones are going to be pretty easy. It's when we get started into like the teens, I think it's going to start picking up a bit difficulty, but a little bit of a precursor work with like getting these guys upgraded and whatnot. It's pretty nice. I got to see if there's another stun one coming up since they're built up, and maybe I just do that one instead. Stage 8. $285. I think we're okay if we stay without him being geared. I think that's all right. Let's see. I need to join a 5-bar mastery page off of you at some point, but no stress. Nice. Okay, not bad. I don't know if she revives or not. I think it depends on how many are down. I could have aggroed again. Shit. He's enfeebled, so that's okay. Good. Damage it takes okay too. Am I ready to push wave? I have provoke up. So I think the answer is yes. I don't have the stun up though. Okay, I got a feeble. All right, we're good. I think I can net one more turn before we go in too much. Yep. So we're on 2. There we go. I need the shield up. Okay. This is kind of a reset. One full A2 of not stunning anybody except for one person kind of sucks. Yeah, that's a reset. For okay, 4 is good. 4 is good. I can work with that. Good. Very good, actually. Lucky. I want her to stay alive as long as possible. Free to play, no Cavalex, no Arachnid Elixir. Jesus. I'm gonna let her revive. Nice. Don't die, please. I shouldn't have A3'd there. They're too fast. She's slow. She's gonna die to the poisons, unfortunately. Yeah. Okay. We're kind of where we were at before, but we got like full cooldowns up now, so like that's not as bad. I caught 2 of all the potentials I could have gotten. That's kind of unfortunate. We need to control the one on this one right here. Nice. Better. I'm worried that I'm gonna one tap these guys. Yeah. 2 out of 3. I might as well save the A2. Yeah. It's kind of bad though. I need 4 more stuns. Frick. If I don't get a decent stun set, I'm going to reset on that one. I'm trying to save the books, man. If I can save the books, we ain't got to worry about it. It's 2. Nice! All right, let's get out of here. Trying to save books during CVC while I have 70 books of Diabolical. I've already burned some, sir. You don't have 70 anymore. I'm going to tell you that right now, big dog. But for that for that particular champion, nah, I think we can get away with not using him. It's fine. Let me cook. But I will say this, there are more on the board down the road. I'm trying to stretch this sucker out. I've already done pulled your Carnage. I've already done pulled your leveled, booked, and mastered. By the way, I gotta update this. I gotta update the spreadsheet too. That's probably why you don't see it, but Gatarni, you got a quick second here. My Foddy bar. That's how I have him built right now at the moment. Screenshot it, please. Quickly. I'm running out of time. Helicast Masteries. Hurry, quickly. Screenshot. There you go. No more requests. Yeah, made me lose my train of thought. God damn it. Team, please. It's physics. Okay, she's got standard shit. All right. Please. All the way down to War Master, right? Yeah. Sure. I'll do for now. Sorry, I'm running on a time constraint here, boys. Gotta hustle. I mean, for the context of what I want to do here, does that matter? A little bit. I need more accuracy. Oh, I didn't tell you about this. I'm scared to roll it up because we were broke, but maybe. Maybe. I got a little bonus going there. Let's check the ring. I think we can get something better for the ring. Or were you not around for that set? You were not. Oh, no! Ah! There we go. Yeah, baby! All right, we can make that work. All right, so good-ish. Sort of. She's kind of not ready for this just yet. Maybe I come back to that one. We could. I'm not trying to one-tap them all in one go, though. God, man, that's too bad. Damn, shoot. Oh, we don't have one on your account yet. Yeah, we gotta get a PK. It's crazy that I want a rare for this faction, but the reset's nice, you know? It's nice. This could be my safety net, just in case. Might hit a little too hard there, buddy. Actually. Actually. Yo, pause. By the gods, please be gentle. No shit, that actually worked. Good. I can work with that. Can I work with that? I can work with that. Easy. All right. Let's play some cooldowns, huh? Wrong button. I probably could have waited. Throw the A2 up and just slow it down, huh? It's not a bad idea next time. If I take too much, I think I'm gonna be okay though, pacing wise. I think I'm okay. Oh, now you don't want to land it, huh? Now you don't want to land it, huh? Okay. Okay, buddy. Maybe that's for the best, though. Oh, she could die. I forgot we got a reviver now. God, dude, the days of, like, Prog is, like, so much more Oh. 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 Mm. Somebody ban her mods, please. Thank you. Yeah, her damage is, but like dropping the glove is fine. I think with the glove would be overkill though. Well, now that we know that he cleanses, let's not let him do that. Come on, baby, do it. Oh. All right, that's the start we're looking for. That's it right there. Just let it go, here we go. We'll slow it down. Oh. I need her to be a bit faster going forward. Next time I do this faction, I'll actually give her a much more serious build, I think. Frick. Nice. Shit. Shit. Damn, she kind of hits. Low key. God damn. I'm stalling for time. I only need like 2 more freezes, right? Yeah. We're ready for the next wave. All right, let's do it. Let's get out of here. These are all bad, low key, but nice. Double nice. All right, let's get out of here. I don't know why that song gets me going, but the goods. We got some time. Prog. I want to say at this level, it's okay for her to have the gear now. No, I did that on purpose, by the way. I did that on purpose because I didn't want her to completely dunk on the waves too fast. And I wanted to take my time pressuring through the I needed to have a pacing for it is what I was looking for, but I think now we're okay to do it. I'm a little worried that we still might one-tap him because it's only stage 9, but I think I know how we can do this one. I have an idea. I have an idea. I have an idea. I have an idea. Frick. That doesn't bother me. Fuck. I gotta make her faster. That's not gonna work. Shit. I need more speed. How good is your frost set? Never mind. I'm not netting the speed, though. Let's check the helmet, see if I can get something past there. Good. Better. Not by much, though, man. I need her to be a lot faster. I'm going to have to optimize this. Nope, I gotta go. I don't have time. I don't have time. Can we do this one? Is there any other one I can do really quickly? I could go for a quick brute force, but I wouldn't want to use this one. I'd use this one instead. Sure. For some reason, I always forget you're not bald. What you mean by that? What you mean by that, dog? Why are you trying to start some violence? Hundred turns, right? Yeah. Okay. Fuck. Okay. I can fix that. Trying to lose too much uptime here. This might be a blessing in disguise, though. Yeah, that might be good for cooldowns. That should be enough to kill him. Just in case, let's do one more. I'm trying to remember this fight. This is the one where they just do damage, right? Yeah. Come on. I probably should have A3 to start her off. No, I need damage. I need damage. We survive everything else, right? Whew. We'll fear her just so that she can't do too much there. A little bit of a hit. That hurts. Okay, just in case. Just in case. We're on a good track, though. Good and feeble. That's fine. See if I can fear her too, just to throw even more. Let's go, baby. Gonna miss that one, unfortunately. Do I have time for one more? Defeat enemies when they have no buffs on them. Shit. Nope. That one takes a little bit more time. Use at least 3 epics. Do we have it? No. Not yet, at least. I need him to pack a little bit more of a punch if we're going to do that. Provokes. Yes. Yes? No. Yes and no, maybe? Let's do it. I think I could do this one. Yeah, we can do this one. All right, let's do it.
SoulSaint fucking pumps. SoulSaint is the
Super!
Holy shit.
Potty mouth. What you mean by that? Good. I wanted to get in people also like his stuff with weak hit, but I forgot I also got a cleanser too, so we should be all right. Oh, yeah, we're good. Should I one over there? Push back a little bit, maybe? Let's see if I'm cooked. Let's go. All right, we're chilling. Yeah, this is a free one. Yo, 75 months with the Premies, Primes, dude. I appreciate you, brother. Yo, hope all is well. Welcome back to the Brotherhood. Welcome back to Framery. Welcome back to the Cinema, dude. God, I just love the fact that I'm just like constantly stunning them. You know, I forgot about this guy actually having a stun in his second form. I forgot, God. Watch this. Yeah, I forgot. Damn, I could have done that one so much more easier. What the fuck? Well, no, we haven't done that one yet, have we? If there is one. Good. Nice job. Nice. All right, let's get out of here. She kind of busted, dude. She's a cool looking champion. That sword is dank. Yeah, man. Thank you so much for the sub, brother. Hope you've been well. 6 years, bro. You are old as fuck. Okay, first off, sir. Sir. Let me tell you something. Nice. Oh my God, with the seconds to spare too. That's crazy. All right, we'll use this opportunity to kind of slow him down a little bit. Corazón. Dun, 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 dun. Just in time. Fresh. Just for you. Nut! How many of you guys are curious about my my title today, by the way? I want to give a shout out to Amatsu, Chars, and Crafty. I said I was going to put it in there, and I did it, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Like, trying to do content and also give this account a little bit of time to farm up what it needed was a bit of a dank opportunity, a dank moment, but it kind of worked out for us, huh? By the way, we're probably gonna buy these too. I'm indifferent about the rest, honestly. I mean, you could buy these as well if you want, I guess, but Yeah, I don't care about anything else. I mean, technically. We need a little bit of everything, brother. All right, I'll get up the account for a little bit so you can enjoy yourself. Yeah, good prog. Check your gear. I tonight, later on, like maybe in the next hour or two, I'll get back on and we'll get dailies and everything sorted out for the rest of the boys. Oh, what a day. What a day of progress. What a day, boys. Just in time. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of spread it out a little bit there. We talked about like champion pool, we talked about takeovers and whatnot. We did a lot of stuff for a lot of the boys. I'm probably gonna do my high drift by myself though, because it's getting kind of late. Oof, that's tempting. Can I? Nope. Damn it, I'm short. What is that, 157, 158? 258. 258. Dang. Frick. I wouldn't mind that one for Chimera, because I use him on the left side rotation. Where's little old me? Can you find the SoulSaint? Oh, there I am. Yeah, that's what we did. He's a crazy. Not bad, bro. Not bad. Ooh, I was a little worried that I was going to run out of time. You know what I mean? All right. How do you prepare to do Curse City? What do you mean? Checked every stage when it reset. Wrote down who to champ train that month. Basically. Yeah. 20 player power at 96. What the hell? Y'all want to see his account a little bit more? Dom, you mind if I brag about it? You want to brag about your account for a little bit? Hold on. I'll show you. A little cracking in the making, you know what I'm saying? Someone ban Con, please. He's bullying me in Discord. Let me see. What the fuck is this? Holy forking shirt balls. Don't fucking cuss at me. Well, Deacon, you're doing great. Keep up the awesome work. I believe in you. And you fucking diatribe. You called them a diatribe? Jesus Christ. Y'all need to start using that word. That word pisses me off now. Diatribe. It sounds like. Never mind. I'm not gonna go there. I'm gonna leave Con alone. I don't want to get bullied by Con either. Yeah, I'll show you real quick. Hold on. It makes no sense because an epic will never show up again in my rotation. That's not true, because like there's always going to be that rotation that he's going to fall under that you built him for initially. That rotates back in and out every now and then. And then I would argue that like depending on the champion specific, you know, there's multiple rotations where they show up in certain restrictions. Welcome to Whaling. Whaling 101. What do you do? Wallet. Credit card. Come out. Insert into computer. Lose money. Yeah. So Dom's been playing for about like what, a year and a half, off and on for the first half a year to a year is what he told me. So in terms of like total activity, he's been active for about a half a year to a year, like real playing time, and his account's pretty progressed. It's not like perfect, but it's I would say it's like a good mid-late-ish game account range. There are certain things that are a little bit behind, like, for example, Affinity. Which, by the way, can we go and start dumping some stuff? I'm thinking we do Resistance, and then we work our way up. And that's what we agreed upon, right? Might as well, since it's almost done. Send it. Say less. Fuck. All right, that's it. Yo, 5, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sheesh. That's actually one of the missions you're going to need to have done, by the way, for Ramontu. There's one that's like, yeah, that 5x10 or something like that. Isn't it like 1x10, 3x10, 5x10, something like that? Also, are you ready to fuse? You slacking. Shaking my head. Maybe. We should actually do this, by the way. Yeah, we should do this, actually, by the way. Let's do that now. Do you have chickens? That's the real question. Fuck, we don't. I'm gonna help you get there. You gotta get there yourself still. By the guds. Wait, that's a +4. Hold on. Let's see that one. I'll give it 1 dot. Imagine the game just forcing you to have a rosin. Crazy, right? Crazy, right? You got to figure out the food. I don't know exactly what you wanted to do there, by the way. Here we are, though. All right, those will be the ones we bring up. Oh, shit. Is that a +4? I can't see because the damn thing's in the way. No way. Can we use a +4 still? Does it matter? I think it does matter. It does matter. That means that's the one he's planning on keeping. Okay, we'll have to do this one then. Never mind. I lied. Oops. There we go. Yeah, knock that out real quick if you don't mind. I don't know exactly what you want to do for food, so I'm gonna leave you to figure that part out for a bit. Let's see. Yeah, there's 4 rotations, but you never know which one's next. And apparently they can intermingle. So like you can get different types for different rotations. So like one stage could be rotation 1. The stage right above it could be rotation 3's variation. And it's weird. I don't know. Apparently that's what I heard, but I am not prioritizing it enough to tell you otherwise. Mopachas, you asked a question before. What was your question? Now that I got a little bit more breathing room to kind of like answer things, like what were you trying to ask? Amy's keys are always in the same spot in the same rotation? I don't think so. They move a little bit. But they're close enough. Husker Warrior Guard, which one's better? What content? It depends. That's right. I'm flipping it back on to you, Andy. What's up, by the way, Andy? How to progress what you answer in some way? Okay, gotcha. Okay, cool. Yeah. The same way I kind of coached a Guardian in a sense is about like identifying what you can use to beat certain stages and stuff. I think that should travel over pretty well to your circumstance too. What I did was I developed a list and then I worked it up in order. So like, there's no point of you trying to build up stage 8 if you can't do 6, right? So like I built up 6, then I went to 7 or 23, whichever one was available. Then I pushed 8, then I pushed that, and I did it in that order, working my way up. I thought that was kind of like self-explanatory part of that, but if not, yeah, obviously work your way up. Look at S, whatever you're planning to get in here. If it's going to be S4, fine. Okay, do I have the champions for it? Yes. Are they built? No. Build them up. Then I go on to 5, then I go into 6, and then I go, like, you work your way up, and then, like, for anything that's not done, you start notating it and preparing for it, Basically. Basically. With Helicap, can you do the block damage trial in one line rotation? Yeah, better yet, even one in one hit for the most part. The block damage one is stupid easy. The hard one out of that entire section is literally the shield. The shield one is the one that you spend most of your time preparing for. Are you trying to do it right now? Define content, Kappa? Well, I either show you my toes, my nipples, or my champion pull, and I picked champion pull. Please tell me I got an A for my test. Lie. Don't even tell the truth. You lie right now, cochino. Champions free to play takes a few days to build. Yeah, but that's that's something to work towards, right? Yeah, literally. If you want a tip, I'm not sure what team are you using, if you don't mind me asking. Because like all you have to do is when you go in there, as soon as you get Like as soon as you go in there, if you go in there with block damage or before you cleanse that the debuff, you know what I'm talking about, right? The mark. Put block damage up, cleanse it, he'll counterattack. That'll literally give you like almost half of it, if not maybe even more, depending on what's going on. And then you rotate another time and you basically do that again, or do it whenever he's about to use it. His best ability in terms of damage scaling, if you're looking for output, Chars, is the second ability. So if you have block damage up to into him doing that, you'll pretty much get it in that one ability. I think it's the A2. It's the one where he hits one target and then he spreads and there's like it looks like he's Craigasming a little bit. And that's I don't know if he does the increased defense or whatever there. That one. The one that he Craigasms, if you have block damage going into that, that's free. I went for 70K to CB to 150K. There you go. Or a million, whatever. Nice. Nice pause. I pulled Cheshire Cat. That's kind of cool, I guess. Whose account was I progging with that one? I think it might have been Dom's, but for the Demon Spawn. Oh! Add to the do list within the next day or two, Dom, to get your Carnage up. He's already on your spreadsheet, by the way. Yeah, he's in there. Speaking of which, let me do this real fast. Who do we get going? We got Ragash, level 60. And a Kentum, I think we did. A Kentum's fully done. We're going to want to do Nia next for this group. Is that today's? That's today's prog, right? Yeah. So tonight we do Bavald. We do this group and this group tonight. And then if we have extra time, we'll bleed over into Demon Spawn going for tomorrow. And that's it. Let me write this down for him. Hold on. Barb's is done. We don't have to touch that one. Do I want to bring out Athlas early? I'm not really like attached to this option, but I mean, like, we could. Corvus for sure is going to be useful down the road, I think, so might as well go and get him going too. Corvus. I think that'll help us out for now. They work with whatever he's got already built up, and I think those will do it for us. So, yeah. Because I have waited forever. Oh, man. Senatoshi Claysec Mikage Helicaf. Toshi, huh? I'm assuming that's because you don't have any Calamitous. I would send you a screenshot of something. Shout out to Nasty. Me and her talked about this comp many, many moons ago. You might not be able to do it if you don't have that, though. Light it up, light it up. 'Cause I have waited forever. Oh, you don't have a Gizzy too either, do you? Oh, shit. Never mind. Wait, what don't you have from this comp? Actually. So no Calamitous does makes this harder. I think you're missing a gap of like certain debuffs you're looking for, and I think that's a problem. Damn. Okay. This is what I would transition over towards if I had Gala. I don't know if Gala's mandatory for this one, though. I think he is. Yeah. There is a reason why he's in this comp that he has to be. You need to cleanse for the shield. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good team. Gala's block actors too. Yeah. But I mean, like, he serves a purpose more than that too as well. So he's a little bit of like a speed engine, because like at the end of the day, these guys are still kind of like not getting boosted or anything like have you. So he's kind of that in a sense. Your decreased speed and your block active or block passive or block boast, is there. He is the block actives. That's true. Claysa gives you the survivability in the team as well as like Heli. And then decreased defense weaken, decreased accuracy, just debuffs in general. Burn, decreased speed again, increased speed, and all the other buffs you're looking for too as well. So like these two together give you all the buffs you're looking for the most part. Bonus from these guys for the trial set for him and him. They both kind of work, sort of. But yeah, that's pretty much the longest sort of it. It's a really cool team. I want to transition over to this one, but like I think my variation, because I don't have Galactier, excuse me, it has to include Arbaeus. Where's that test team at? Let me see. It's this one. I think this team could also do it too as well with Arbaeus Senna, but moot point because I was talking about for you. So I know you don't have those champions. Kina Hardstyle soundtrack is good. True. No Calamitous or Arbaeus. Yeah. Gala's block actors. Pussy comp. Mine's is more better. You talking about your newest one? Are you just trying to flex? You talking about this one? You talking about this one? She's just trying to flex the Cecilia. Get out of here. You're fired. Anyways, I think I'm going to get off here, boys. What a W day, boys. What a W day. I feel like we were hella productive there. Hella productive there. That felt good. That felt good. All right. I hope you guys all enjoyed yourselves today. I'm going to get off. I'm going to get me something to eat. I'll probably hang out in the Discord for anybody that is down to hang out for a bit. Yeah, I'll probably vibe over there. I got to do my Hydra. Considering how much time I have, I don't know if I'm going to go for a world record attempt. I think how much more time do we have in this rotation? I could try next week to see if we can PB for 100 billion or more. I'm down to give it a try next week. I don't think I want to do it this week. This week is, I think it's relaxed, right? We're not having too much of a complication this round. So I'll probably do like an easy peasy one that's not going to require me to put too much elbow grease into it. And then next week we'll hit the ground running and we'll hit the hammer hard, and we'll see what we can do. But yeah, if you haven't already considered following me on social media, make sure you do so. Exclamation Social, exclamation Discord are a great way for you guys to stay on top of anything I got going on. Your love and support and your contributions to me succeeding have been astronomical. It's been, as always, you guys are always dope. That's it. That's all I got for you guys. I'm gonna get out of here. I hope you guys enjoyed yourself, all right? Give your family, give your close ones some love, and always remember,
stay ascended.
See you later.